I just saw that pop up. I almost jump scared myself with that. Oh dear lord.
For those who don't know who Unladen is, we'll be getting into that. He did the probably the only that I could find like guide on playing unknown. I think you really were the only like actual one I could find. Um,
Absolutely.
um, you'll get the hang of it. I started streaming and then did YouTube if it makes um,
Yeah.
but so YouTube. I know you're on Twitter, but not that often.
No, my Twitter is purely so people can like contact me. That's the only reason I have it. I don't really want to tweet. I don't want to interact with it. You know.
Everybody should really there as much like I am active on Twitter, but my Twitter is
hmm
mostly just for this.
Yeah,
Uh,
for reaching out to people, that's
yeah,
understandable.
yeah, it's because it's one of the easier ways to do it. The moment I get you guys to add me on Discord, I never. I
Just touch
tried.
the
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Um, yeah. Well, in any case, all those links and stuff will be below, guys, and I will
hmm
probably re-edit this to note to self, edit this section to front of video as well. Okay, I'll definitely
Wait,
do
can I
that.
real quick? Can I date it? Just let people know. Yeah, this is like 7 hours later.
uh,
There were a
um,
couple other people who did guides for the unknown, and there were a couple others who did a lot of how do I explain this? They did a lot of good guides to it.
mhm.
And there were some people who disagreed with me on a couple things, and that was really fun to watch and figure out how things, you know, like just see different opinions on it.
Mhm.
Uh, there were a couple other guides. I think mine was the most in depth. Obviously, I'm a bit biased towards that, but you can really never objectively tell when it comes to something like that, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, and I mean, I think yours was one of the more in-depth ones that came out as soon as it did. Um, that was the most surprising thing to me. You had it out in like a week or something
Yeah,
like
I
that.
wanted it out on PTB, right?
Hmm.
But unfortunately, just it took a little too long to make for it to be on PTB. Thankfully, they didn't change too much, so it wasn't too hard to like update from there. But
Yeah.
yeah, it was the night that the killer came out. I was just playing with one of my friends. I wasn't recording because I wasn't planning on talking about him at all ever, pretty much.
Mhm.
And we were playing a survivor match, just trying out the new map. And there was one time where I was positioning for a flashlight save, and they completely missed my friend, and they hit me through a wall. And that was just like a spark in the middle of a pile of gas. For the rest of the night, we were in a custom, just absolutely breaking this killer. And it was so much fun. It was the most fun up at that point I'd had in a very long
Yeah, and I'm sure we'll get into it a little bit with
time. Mhm.
because I think a lot of people are in agreement. Unknown is the best design killer they've made in like 3 years now.
3 years minimum. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, since maybe Blight, and I'm biased because my main Chucky, but even I'll agree
Mhm.
he's not the best designed at all. Um,
Chucky's fun, yeah, but there are, especially with original Scamper that's getting changed, there were some issues with him.
yeah.
I think he's a lot better now than he used to be
Oh
in
yeah.
terms of just like
Go on.
playing against. I don't know playing as because I don't play him too much, but
It's so the I don't want to make this fully about Chucky, but the
hmm
I did a video talking about the PTB changes. When I read them, I like most people had the shock of, oh my god, this is going to be really bad. Um, but I was also rational enough to be like, okay, well let's try it first and see how it goes. I love the changes. Most actual Chucky mains love the changes.
hmm
The way a lot of people in my Discord and comments have put it is it's a nerf and like a direct like I don't culling's the wrong word, but it gets rid of the cringe Chucky players who like only went for scamper hits.
like Hubris scampered enduring. I can't lie, that was fun, but yeah, it needed to go.
Yeah, and it's propping up the ones who wanted to use the actual power. Also,
Hmm.
Windows Scamper still exists, and in my opinion, are probably more strong than Palette Scamper ever was. But whatever. Uh, but yeah, design wise, like once it we'll get into the full like every little bit,
Hmm.
but like I want to say since maybe Blight, and even then you could probably argue Blight had his problems, mostly
Original
add-ons.
Blight, when he first came out, he was like 3 feet tall. I don't know if you count that as a problem or not, but
Yeah, I mean that was an FOV issue because he's technically hunched over.
yeah.
um, but yeah, I mean, as far as like killer design goes, I think Blight was it dwindled over the years. People started to notice the issues. I wouldn't say over the years, but like it took a little bit. People started to notice the issues, but people
Hmm.
still arguably agree that Blight is one of the better design killers in the game. And since him, I think Unknown was probably the only one I've seen that like was universally panned as great.
Yeah, I was a little when I first saw him, I was a little upset because he didn't have any like crawling and anything, and that was like the big part of like the reveals and everything. But actually playing Unknown and like all the intricacy to him, it is just absurd the kind of garbage you can get away with.
Mhm.
And it is just so much fun, and it's something that I'm gonna go ahead and just say this right out of the gate. Right now, there are no good Unknown players. We need to wait a couple more months,
Mhm.
because there is just so much to this killer. One example I will give outright is the alien, not the alien map, but Singularities map. Right, there is so much to that one map alone that I feel like there's more to learn for that one map than there is for some other killers in the game total, and it is absurd.
Much as I hate Toba, I can kind of agree.
Because all the geometry on that is so weird, but if you can catch, like, your orb and the spikes on top of a loop, it
Mhm.
is excuse me, it is you can, we'll get into this more later, but you can detonate the orb on top of that loop and hit anyone who's running around it no matter where they are pretty much, if you aim it right.
Right.
And there's just so many things like that, and it's different for every map because most maps have different geometry and different, just, like, the ways that they're laid out and the angles you can get and everything. There's just so much to it.
And I mean, this kind of goes into the. I'm assuming the complexity is the main reason why you kind of. I know you've said this before. You don't really want to be known as the unknown guy, um, but I'm
I
assuming.
just
No,
Mhm.
go.
Oh, sorry, go on.
I was going to say I'm assuming that the complexity is part of the reason why you're at least enjoying him. I don't want to necessarily say main because I know for some people that's not exactly the
Mhm.
word they want to use, but
Well, right now, there's no denying, even if I wouldn't call it that, I mean, I've been maining Unknown so much, like, since he came out. I have played maybe 2 games of Nemesis, and 1 is Chucky, and everything else has been Unknown, maybe 1 of Singularity as well. But, like, it has been it has been Unknown constantly. Chaos Shuffle, normal, doesn't matter what it is, I am playing Unknown right now, and that is because of the complexity of him and because of everything that the killer can do and all the crazy shots you can try and line up and the mind games you can do with teleport and just the general misdirection you can do with you know especially because he comes with unforeseen, right? Which is something we'll get into, I'm sure, later, but it is like a perfect perk for him with his power and with everything that he can do. There's so much misdirection, so many potential for like jump scares and everything. It is just overall there's Yeah, complexity, completely the right word there. I can't even, like, just talk about it briefly without wanting to, like, jump into all the things you can do.
yeah, he's also like deceptively simple
Mhm.
to a degree. I say this with like Singularity a lot, where and I have a few in my chat right now, but Singularity is a killer. I think a lot of Singularity. I don't even want to say it's their mains, but a lot of people tote as like this character you need like a PhD to play, for lack of a better word. Um,
Mhm.
but at the end of the day, like you can play them very simply and still get general value out of them. Now, if you want to get max value, I mean, yeah, you got to
Oh,
learn the
absolutely.
angles, got to learn the collision. Um,
Mhm.
the general arc. Uh, remember that milk carton doesn't do anything. Um,
I've recently I did a stream, and this wasn't the intention, but it just ended up being a figure out how milk works, and there is some merit to having milk, actually. It is something we'll have to talk about a lot more, though.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I've asked people. I think I asked
Mhm.
Hens directly. And I know Hens isn't the end all be all, but
Oh,
yeah,
yeah. No, no.
I asked Hens. I was like, has there ever been like, has anyone done enough testing on milk carton to know if it like what exactly it does? Because it doesn't give us numbers. It just says what is it? Increases the bounce. Is that
I
all it
think it says
says?
double the, bounce velocity, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I don't even think it says velocity. I think it just says bounce.
Yeah, it says something like that. It's very vague, and I couldn't give you numbers for it, but I can give you a oh, I could give you, like, a general idea of it. Because to be honest, I was actually going to just say, "Yeah, no, I've got no clue for milk," but, I ended up the past couple days just like, "Yeah, let's give it a shot. Let's figure out, what it what it's all about," and it's not to the level of saying, "Yeah, you need to learn a whole different killer," right? But you do need to kind of break your muscle memory, I think, when you're using milk and everything with that. Because
Mm,
there are some hits that you can get that you normally can't. The big thing, right, is milk will not break most 90-degree corners. There's a couple that you can't hit when you have milk on, but it won't, like, make your ball fall out. And, yeah, it is just that's the big thing, because for people who don't know much about Unknown, 90-degree corners are absolutely, like, the kind of I'd say the essential. You need to be looking for them because I talk about them a lot on my channel and the things I put out about hitting through floors and ceilings with them,
mhm.
but realistically, they are just, like, essential for learning it and learning, Unknown and everything you can do with the chase power because you can get those 90-degree instant pops anywhere, on top of a loop or,
Got a pallet.
in between a wall, at a pallet. Yes, pallets are the number one thing. Whenever I watch someone else play Unknown who doesn't really play a lot of them or hasn't really figured out a lot of this stuff, which I don't blame them. A lot of this stuff that I've figured out is because I've been actively, like,
Mhm.
testing and looking for that and everything. Is pallets, just an upright pallet alone can be a guaranteed hit with the UVX. There's a sometimes where I will just stand there at a pallet and look at a survivor. I know they're trapped and I know I'm going to kill them in 14 seconds, and I'll just sit there and UVX them twice. Is it kind of lame? Yeah. But it's really effective and it completely cuts down sometimes otherwise very strong survivors.
Right, and once again, it's like I think milk is it's one. I'm trying to think of another add-on that's very similar to it, and I really can't. One that's like vague with the
Hmm.
description that doesn't that does affect the power, but only if you're like going out of your way to this. But it will make you miss hits that you wouldn't.
Yeah, the certified milk moments are real and it is
Certified milk moment.
That's what I call them whenever I miss something purely because of milk. Sometimes you'll overbounce, sometimes you'll go, somewhere you weren't expecting at all. There's a lot of things that milk can screw you over with, but there's also a lot of things that you can do very easily that you can't do if you
Mhm.
don't have milk. One example is from the long wall pallet gem. If a survivor drops the pallet in your face and they immediately start running for the window, right? You can How do I explain this? You can bounce it off the wall, and if the hook isn't there, you're guaranteed to hit that window with milk, where with normal, it doesn't really work out that way. I don't know how else to explain it.
I got you. It's that's the other problem with I feel with unknown, at least teaching unknown
Mhm.
is a lot of it is visual and a
Absolutely,
lot of
yeah.
it is feeling. That make
Mhm.
it's I'm working on the Chucky guide right now. Well,
Right.
I stopped working on it because of the changes, but uh
Mhm.
I've tried to teach people like I've had people ask me like how do you know when to slice and dice and how to do it. It's like I can't really tell you. You
Yeah,
just kind of
absolutely.
know. It's just a hard thing to like put into words. Um,
Oh, yeah. No, I get it, And that's kind of why I stress 90 degrees, because that's the easiest way I've found to, like, explain these things where you because everybody knows what a 90-degree angle is. Even if realistically something that's a lot, more open, as long as you can get it in the part where the 2 walls meet or the 2 objects meet, it'll work.
Mhm. I,
And oh, go on.
I was gonna say I also this is kind of a weird tangent with behavior.
Mhm.
I do want to say kudos to them a little bit with the collision on the projectile, because while there are times when like I do mess up because of collision
Mhm.
issues, for the most part, if I miss a collision hit, it's mostly because I actually missed. At least in
The
my
only
experience.
Yeah, there's only really 2 things I've noticed with collision. One is right now there is a bug. It is a very rare bug, but there is a bug where the orb will just bounce off the survivor's skull, and
Mhm.
that can be, more than a little frustrating because it always feels like it happens at the worst time, but I mean, out of all the hours I've put on Unknown so far, I think that's maybe happened to me 3 times that I've seen, so
Mhm.
it's not that big of a deal, and, things like that are bound to happen. It could also be, like, a random twig somewhere that I didn't notice. And the other thing is sometimes if you are really, like, face stuffing a wall or a low loop, right?
Mhm.
Sometimes you'll hit the loop even though it visually you're well over it, like, the projectile still hits the loop, and it'll just bounce straight up or bounce back at you pretty much instantly, and you're like, "Ah." Alright, yep, that's on me, should've taken a step back.
Yeah, and I mean it's also because in the PTB a lot of people were saying like the bounce is inconsistent, and honestly like I
Mhm.
hate saying this to people. It was a skill issue a lot of the times that I was watching people play. It really was.
Yeah,
It was
that's
like
fair.
it was like no, it bounced. You just it like bounced like you say in your videos all the time with the 90 degree. It's like it
Mhm.
bounced. It's just the second bounce happened so fast you just didn't see it.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what, a lot of people early on thought it would just automatically detonate on the floors, and that's just because without milk, it kinda just plops most of the time, does one tiny little bounce, and then thing goes up, you know?
Yeah. And I mean I guess it's we can start talking about changes you'd make if any.
Mhm.
Because changes from PTP, it was like didn't they
It
make
was
it?
pretty much perfect.
Yeah, didn't they make it?
That's where they added the refill.
Yeah, yeah. They added the refill mechanic where if you hit them directly, it like it refills the timer on the weakened effect, and then was that really it? They did a couple of add-on adjustments, and that
There was
was.
a couple minor other things, right? But I mean, it just the refill was the only thing they really needed. If we never get a change again,
Mhm.
perfectly fine with that because, they're in a good enough state as is right now. There are some things that would be kind of nice, like direct hits feel really meaningless. I think I've run into the bug where an orb bounces off a survivor more than I've gotten value out of that hindered,
Mhm.
but um other than that, really there's not too much. I was talking with some people the other day, and one of them, let me see if I can find their name. It was like Baby Grilled and a bunch of numbers, and they said that they'd love to see like the hallucinations tuned down a little bit because the hallucinations are like an S tier mobility thing, and
Mhm.
the UVX is more like a B tier anti loop, and I think that they broke that down like perfectly,
Mhm.
you know, and and then seeing kind of like a rebalance between the 2, like maybe a slightly longer teleport with some minor buff to the UVX might be something worth thinking about?
Yeah, and I think the other big problem, and this actually has nothing to do with their inherent design, but it's more a
Mhm.
problem with a lot of killers. I think their add-ons need a look again.
Yeah. The
Um,
add-ons, at least for the most part, all of their add-ons are to some degree useful, but they aren't, like, perfect either. Eerie film is an atrocity to humanity. It should not exist. I I have a I have a tier list I'm working on for all the add-ons, and my explanation for Eerie add-on, it's on its own tier in the bottom called Deepest Pit of Hell and Piss on its Grave because it should not exist.
Mhm.
It is an absolute seal clubber of an item, and it is I don't know why it exists. I don't know who signed off on it really, because Eerie Film is the one that makes everyone start Weekend at a Trial, for those of you that don't know. And it tries to trade itself off. by reducing one of your hallucinations permanently throughout the match, so you can only have 3 instead of 4. And seeing as those are your teleport spots, that's a massive trade-off. So on paper, it works, but the problem with that is good survivors, when they see this add-on, right? When they see this add-on and they know what they're going against, they will hunt you down.
Mm-hmm.
They will try and find a safe location, and they will break out of you instantly. They won't even touch a gen because who knows, if they'll give you unforeseen, right? Or they'll give you nowhere to hide and you'll hit some kind of crazy shot. No, they will hunt you down. One person sees you, everybody finds like a clean, close spot and tries to break out before you have a chance to like hit them and inflect them and get any value out of your add-on. And on top of that, there's also you can't really risk picking up when you have that add-on in the early game.
Right.
Because if you pick up and you like sacrifice your power to get the hook, it is
Well, I mean, because
they'll swarm you.
yeah, you're caught in an animation and you can't even hit them with the range attack, so they're gonna try to take advantage of that to get rid of the weekend. I mean, I do a lot of hit and run when I play unknown. Even then,
Yes.
it happens. You know?
Mhm.
Or even vanishing box. I mean, vanishing box. If you're not running the I call it the TikTok build, um, with Bitter Murmur and Tinkerer, it's like the moment they get weakened from vanishing box, they are looking for you.
Exactly, yes, and that is actually an upside of Vanishing Box, and the difference is how often it applies and when it applies. Because with Vanishing Box, there's a whole thing I could go on of Eerie Film versus Vanishing Box. Personally, I think they should maybe swap rarities if they nerf Eerie Film a bit, because
Mhm.
honestly, just rework Eerie Film. It's awful. Anyways, it's awfully designed. It's a busted add-on against bad survivors, and that's why I hate it. Anyways, Vanishing Box is a very good add-on for that reason. It's kind of, I know, a double standard, but with Vanishing Box, right, they have to like in the middle of the match come and find you, and that means they're not on a generator right now.
Mhm.
And you're not relying on that as part of your strategy. And Vanishing Box doesn't have any downside. You know, the only downside of it is like the opportunity cost of losing out on that add-on. But I mean, what else are you gonna run other than Blurry Photo? Blurry Photo, Vanishing Box, Hypnos Watch. Those are like, the 3 add-ons that you run.
You can run back.
Backpack, I do like Backpack. I'm a backpack enjoyer. But
um,
realistically, if I'm like, okay, we're dropping you in, these guys have 12,000 hours, I'm bringing Blurry and Vanishing Box. Maybe Hypnos if I get a little heads up that they're going for background player strats.
mhm.
But other than that, it is Vanishing and Blurry all day, every day.
Any thoughts on the other area add-on?
OSS, it's perfect as is, really. The big thing with OSS is when you combine it with the game cartridge, if I remember right, it gives you 100% uptime on game cartridge if you really want, but that's not really worth it, because blurry photo, if you want to use your teleports and chase, blurry photo is almost necessary because there are so many times where a survivor will vault a window in front of you, right? And they will.
Blurry photo is what I
Mhm.
call. I mean, a lot of people call it this, but it's more of a quality of life add-on. Like
Absolutely.
you can get by without running it, but it just feels wrong to not have
And personally, I don't take it off because of one, it feels nice to run, and two, there are so many times where it will genuinely like
it. Hmm.
get you a hit that no other add-on or pretty much no other killer could have gotten to. Because I mean, blurry photo makes you into a better hag. I'd say. I know that might be a bit of a hot take, but like if you really think about it, if you position your hallucinations like a hag,
Hmm.
for example, in between the window and the pallet and shack, you teleport onto that survivor, they get hit if you have blurry photo. There is no in between.
Right.
There's no other option. They're getting hit and they're not going to be happy about it. But you brought blurry photo, so what are they going to do about it?
Hmm. The other thing that constantly gets brought up with unknown, and I'm gonna go on a little bit of a rant on this one, but
Oh, absolutely.
the line of sight mechanics. Okay, so here's the thing with the line of sight. I hear a lot
Yep.
of people don't like the line of sight mechanics on either side. Okay, I'm gonna first bring up theme because I think it's very important in context. The
Right.
idea of the unknown is it's supposed to be this cryptic, eldritch horror that you don't understand. So the idea of you being weakened and having to go find it and look at the threat to get rid of the weakened status effect works from a
Mhm.
thematic perspective in that way.
Absolutely.
From a gameplay perspective, it's supposed to, and maybe I'm the idiot here, but when I see the LOS mechanics, in my mind, it's supposed to encourage you to go for shots where they don't see you.
Absolutely, yeah.
Um,
That's, a lot of why I stress hitting through like, learning how to hit through floors. Because even just, like, a staircase, right? Hitting at the top of a staircase as the
mhm,
survivor's running up, that gives you the massive amount of, like, bonus and cooldown economy, if you will, which is something that we could go into a lot more in depth later.
mhm.
But that is, like, the number one. Hitting someone while there's an object between you and them, that is the number one thing you can do to increase your cooldown economy and to put things into your favor. Because
Yeah,
it is, I don't want to say it's impossible, it can definitely be done, but if a survivor is absolutely looking at you, if you hesitate for even like a second, you can't like triple tap them and down them, right? You have to go for that quad hit, which can be a massive slowdown depending on how you play things and how you do things, you know?
well, yeah, and I mean, the other thing with it is like Kaiser de Bard. I don't know if you know of them.
Mhm, I do.
Yeah, they're a friend of the channel. They are very adamant about not enjoying the LOS mechanics on Unknown or Ghostface. They don't like LOS mechanics in general,
Mhm.
um, especially with the jank of the game, uh, because sometimes it can feel like you do get cheated on the LOS mechanics.
Oh, absolutely.
I'm not gonna. I don't like bringing that one up because it's like that's a game problem. It's not necessarily the
Mhm.
killer's faults, and that should be adjusted. But it's not even just hitting through floors. It's also like just simple stuff like hitting around corners. It's like in my
Mhm.
mind, that's what it's trying to do. It's trying to encourage you to stay out of their direct line of sight. Um,
Right.
and maybe
Absolutely.
and maybe it's also because I main a killer who kind of does that indirectly because of how short he is. Um,
Mhm.
because when I play Chucky, I've talked a lot of times when I bring up maps that he's good on. I bring up Eerie of Crows. In my opinion, is Chucky's best map, and people give me so much crap for that. My
I could
justification,
see that.
my justification is because there's so many line of sight blockers
Mhm.
all over the place. You can sneak up on people and they have no idea because they can't see you coming. And then when I'm playing like unknown, it's like what I'm trying to do a lot of times when I'm like running up on somebody, if I'm not teleporting or not directly in chase, or even when I'm in chase, I'm trying to hide behind logs. I'm trying to hide behind
Mhm.
trees, barrels, any scenery I can to avoid the weaken effect or the weaken effect going away.
Right.
And not just take the not just beeline straight to them, trying to hit around corners. So I think even from a gameplay perspective, it, it does its job personally to me at least.
Mhm.
Um,
My thing with, like, uh, line of sight, I guess, is right now on the unknown, it does feel a little wonky sometimes, but that's kind of argument to be made, general line of sight mechanic in this game could be wonky.
mhm,
But part of that is the buffer, right? Because as you said, like, you try and hide behind objects. I've stopped doing that. Unless I know it's a really massive object,
mhm.
I've stopped even bothering because a lot of the time they can still see you anyways, or you won't be behind the object long enough for the buffer to stop.
Yeah, it's what one
Because
1.5, right?
it's 1 and a quarter, I think, but it's either 1.5 or 1 and a quarter.
Mhm.
And either way, it's not enough to warrant trying to break out of line of sight quickly to keep your power up, when in reality, you could like, the distance you lose makes your power harder to hit anyways. I don't know how to explain it beyond that. It's
Yeah,
just not worth it most of the time, and there are better ways you can, you know there are other things you can do with your power, and I think a lot of getting really good with unknown is going to be learning how to hit survivors and learning how to predict jukes and all that
right.
of from good survivors while you're still out in the open, because not every map has line of sight. Like, for example, swamp that comes to mind for some unknowable reason. I think swamp is one of the worst maps for unknown, because of just how open it is, and because of how I don't want to say wonky, but unpredictable that the terrain can be sometimes
Right.
when you're going for. various different things. And on Swamp, you kind of, if you're using your power, you have to just kind of, okay, I have you at a loop. You can see me. I can see you. Either you win this loop or I get a hit here.
Mhm.
That's just kind of, you have to accept that that's how it's going to be. And you have to just kind of go for that kind of all in play style, I think. And you got to be just constantly shooting, your projectile. And because personally, that's what I do when I play unknown right now. Winning obviously is nice, but my main thing is just like learning the power, getting consistent with it, and learning when's a good time to use it, how to use it well, and how to, really take advantage of it. And, if that results in me getting, a 1K, but I've also hit some really crazy shots or learned something really kind of goofy about map terrain,
Mhm.
that's a win for me, especially because right now the unknown's so new.
Right.
And that's what I would recommend anyone who wants to pick up unknown. Stop caring about winning for a bit. Just learn UVX, learn the bounces, learn how things go, learn insta pops and some of the other, as much as I hate to use the word, learn the other texts that we're going to talk about later and everything.
Yeah, I think that that comes into personally. I think more people need to do that with more killers, not just unknown.
Hmm.
I think I was watching a video today about Team Fortress 2 by Uncle Dane. Uh,
Hmm.
he was talking about how the game, like part of the reason that game has survived as long as it has, is because while it is a teamwork oriented game, a lot of it doesn't come down. People don't really care about winning or losing in that game unless you're playing like the, which
Hmm.
is not very common in the game. Most people just care about winning their ones or doing like a crazy play. In Dead by Daylight, for some reason, it doesn't seem like people do that all that often. At least not the majority.
Hmm. Yeah,
And
it's so weird. It's such a weird case of like, the game's designed to be more of it was originally, you can make arguments both ways nowadays about it, but originally it was meant to be more of a party game kind of thing.
mhm.
But it kind of bred a very competitive like side to it. And I think whether or not you are on like casual or competitive side, I think that that's kind of a neat thing regardless, There's not too many games that I can think of that have that kind of motion to it. That also could be the fact that I kind of am just kind of disconnected from a lot of like modern, games and everything, you know?
I mean, like League of Legends is a very hyper competitive game, but I never took that
Mhm.
game that seriously. I was
Oh.
an extremely casual player, and a lot of people would argue that game is just not casual in the slightest. It's gotten better about it over the years, and I think Dead by Daylight could learn from League a little bit. The ways it's gotten better about it mostly is there's like achievements you can get in the game now for like each character, and there's like actual tangible goals that you can go for. And I've said this for a while. I think it's something uh, Dead by Daylight is sorely lacking is tangible goals. Because like with you right now, it's like you're trying to master the unknown, or at least learn all the ins and outs that you can. But
Right.
once you do, you know, like there, other than the self satisfaction of this self imposed, for lack of a better word, um,
Mhm.
thing, then what?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, that is that is something that is just kind of that I've already gone through once, I took a massive break from Dead by Daylight, and really what brought me back was the unknown because it finally gave me something, more, I don't want to say more interesting, but it gave me something new to try, and something that had a lot of complexity that not a lot of people were really cracking into. And, that's kind of, that's just a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm also I don't currently know Unknown's play rate right now, but it kind of fell off a cliff,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
which is very strange because as we said earlier, they're probably one of the best design killers we've had in a very long time, and a lot of people agreed, but no one's really playing them, which is odd to
That's
me.
because I think after the first couple games, I had a friend recently come back to Dead by Daylight as well, just recently, like when Vecna got announced, right? They all came back to Dead by Daylight to play it for a bit, right? And one of them picked up the unknown, and I got to watch them, and they had seen what I had made in the guides and everything, but it was still like really interesting to watch on their point of view because they had 4 games, right? And I've talked to some other people, and this is pretty consistent, I think. They had a couple games where they had a not to say the M word, but they had that new killer MMR, right?
Mhm, yeah.
And where your games are a lot easier because the game's, like, letting you try and learn the killer and figure out how like, what to do with it. And then once you get to those even, like, mediocre survivors, if you're just going for normal, like, M2 hits, like, on the ground or just, like, trying to, like, just trying to hit on the ground or maybe, like, a really simple bounce, right? These survivors, they're gonna know.
Yeah.
They're gonna know how to dodge that, you can't go for just, like, free air orbitals anymore. On the PTB, you were hitting those left, right, and center, same with the first week or 2 after. And then, you know, uh, after that, people realized, "Oh, wait, if you just, like, look at the killer you're supposed to look at anyways, before they attack you, you can see that orb coming away from a mile away. It's not like it blends into the sky. It's, Thanos purple and it's coming right at you. You can just walk like 3 steps to the right and suddenly you're out of the range unless you're confined.
Mhm.
And if the killer's shooting at you at a time when you're confined, that's the killer knowing the map and knowing what to do. And that's something that takes experience to learn. And there are some other killers like I think a very easy way to equate where you can get a hit with the UVX, like with its orb, is by looking at where you can drag with Nemesis and to a lesser degree Xeno. Like it's a very similar area. It's obviously different, right? But there are some spots when you play Nemesis where if you drag your power right, you're guaranteed to get a hit pretty much. And the spots are very similar, I think.
Yeah, I can see that, and yeah, as far as like the blast radius and stuff, I try to tell because there's nothing really like it. The closest we kind of
Hmm.
have is like bottles, but those don't go through walls, so there's no real way to. And even then, those have their own different complexities. But I mean, like, kind of back to the whole like Dead by Daylight doesn't really have any
Hmm.
outward goals. I brought this up before, and a lot of people will tell me it's like, well, if the game's fun, it shouldn't need that, and that's not how people work.
No, I agree. Having a goal, even
Attain.
if just a minor one,
Mhm.
is great. And one of the things I will gladly praise behavior on is the tome system, right? I
Yeah.
think the tome system is the absolute best iteration of daily challenges I've ever seen.
Mhm.
I don't think there's any arguing that. The tome is because it's just it avoids a lot of like the kind of more I don't want to say evil, but more negative like downsides of like the daily challenges kind of thing.
Mhm.
But it still allows you to have challenges and like goals for yourself whenever you want to. And the fact that it's totally optional, if you get a challenge to, play Fang with Technician and you just don't want to do that, you don't have to do that. It's completely optional and it's not like it's going to go away either.
Right.
Yeah, it might be you might do it 6 months from now, and yeah, you're not going to get rift fragments, but you're still getting the blood points. You're still getting the satisfaction of doing that tome and going for all those kind of things, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And mhm.
And I was go on. You're good.
Oh, I was just that was about it. I was going to say that I think that's the best way I've ever seen it handled. I've seen a bunch of different systems for it, and I can't think of anything that comes close, even really.
Yeah. Even like DVD's Battle Pass, like I or Rift or whatever you want to call it. I've constantly praised behavior, especially recently. I see people finishing that thing in like 2 weeks.
Hmm.
Like
Yeah, absolutely.
of all the battle passes I've seen in most games, it's one of the more forgiving. Um, like you, do you have to put in some time to get it done? Yeah, you do, but like not like an absorbent amount. Like I play maybe 9 hours and I'm done with it. I was done with it after like a
Hmm.
month. I went to
Yeah.
all I did was I did some archives. I didn't even finish all of them. I just played the game normally, and eventually it just got done. Uh, I mean, you have like what three? Yeah, three almost 3 months to finish it.
Hmm.
And as far as the archives go and dailies, like the normal dailies, I hate personally, or at least some of
I
them.
always forget those even exist. Like I don't bother with them anymore. I've got like Mori a survivor as your hand as the trapper, or with your hand as the trapper, like 5 times in a row. It's like, okay, I'm not doing this anymore. you know?
Well, it's some of them are just really like my chat knows I do this. I anytime I see the plague. Do you know what plagues is?
Uh, other than the killer,
Yeah.
no.
Okay. So plagues daily is it's injure 4 survivors who are fully infected with a basic attack.
Ah,
I despise that daily because every time I do it, like it's like you're handicapping yourself. Like, oh,
mm-hmm.
don't use the other part of your power that's actually better. Or
Just
like,
green puke it constantly. Yeah.
yeah, or like guard or knights where it's you have to hit people with the guards.
Oh, is that what Knights is?
Yeah,
I don't play Knight at all.
yeah,
That's wow.
yeah. You have to injure 5 survivors with your guards. Not while they're being chased or anything. The guards have to get the injury.
Oh, that sounds brutal.
It's so infuriating, and it's one of those things where like you can't just kind of let it happen. You have to go out of your
hmm
way. Um, and especially if you don't play Knight or understand how the AI works or like the little mini things like the farther the path, the faster they start
hmm
chase and things like that. Uh, it's just yeah, like the daily system needs to be reworked completely. But archives are great and all that, but like, and I do agree. I think it's one of the better systems
hmm
out there, but I wish they would do more with it. I wish there was like a rotating archive or like weeklies in it or things like that. Uh, they've kind of dabbled in it during events where like if you do enough, you get like
hmm
banners and things. But
Yeah.
it's very strange that they haven't really changed it too much over the years.
And personally, I think that's part of a don't if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Well,
I
yeah,
think it's not a major priority, I think, is how
yeah,
I say it.
yeah. I don't know. I just want things like on Huntress, like maybe there's a inherent challenge to get a banner by like hitting people with a hatchet 100 times.
Mhm.
Like little stuff like that I don't feel would be that hard to implement. And once again, I'm not going to be a backseat dev and be like, well, actually, it's really easy to code and all you got to do is this. I'm just saying, like relatively speaking, it doesn't seem like it would be that difficult to implement. The achievements are already there,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, the achievements, I was gonna say, yeah, pretty much every killer and every character has an achievement tied to them. I think most survivors don't, but they have something that relies to their perks, right? I think, a banner or a profile, whatever the little profile emblem thing is called, I don't know, I kinda just don't use them.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, whatever those things are called, I think adding one of those just for completing the Steam achievement, even if it's literally just, like, the artwork for the achievement, I think that would make it a bit more tangible and would reward people for taking those really hard challenges, especially for ones like, what is it? One for the team where you have to take 150 protection hits or something absurd like that. I
I,
know it's not that many, but it's a lot.
I didn't even know that was an achievement.
Oh yeah, I remember. I got my start on the Xbox way back in like before Plague came out. Whenever
Mhm.
that was around, that was when I finally started like actually playing the game. I'd been watching it for a long time before that, but I went through the achievements, right? And I looked at, okay, what do I think the hardest ones are going to be? And I was like, okay, let me just start working on these now because I was a bit of an achievement hunter like at the time. I wouldn't like go for 100%, but I did go for like high gamer score and all that kind of stuff, the
Mhm.
fun stuff. And I remember looking at that and seeing, wait, I need to take how many? It was,
There's there's one for killer where it's like M1 15 people in the basement.
uh-huh.
It's one of those ones where it's like it doesn't seem that bad until you're trying to get it. It's
Yeah,
like
absolutely.
I don't even think I have that achievement. I've been playing this game for 3 years. Like I haven't gone out
Uh,
of my way to try and get it. But the big thing with that though is that M1. So if you're
absolutely,
playing,
yeah.
yeah, if you're playing like Legion, oh well.
Yeah, good luck, better luck next time and all that, I guess.
Back to Unknown a bit though, as far as changes
Mhm.
go. Another one, and I'm noticing this from the background gameplay. I haven't seen anyone really complain about this. I've seen a couple people do it, but do you think there should be a buffer when you're unhooked to be weakened again?
I think it would be a healthy change. That being said, I do like, punishing people who farm just recklessly
Okay.
because I think that I know there's a base kit borrowed time now,
Mhm.
and that does a really good job of stopping tunneling and everything, but it also makes people think that the person they're unhooking is invincible, when they're really, really not. A good example of that is just earlier today, I was playing a little bit of Survivor with my friends, and we had a clown, right? And this clown was dead set on killing everyone off hook, and we had a random who just run up and unhook people and think, oh, it's fine, they've got basic BT, and then that person dies in 5 seconds because the clown's right there, and it's like, you know, the game went downhill very quickly. But, I think being able to punish that is great. Uh, I wouldn't complain if that was added,
Yeah,
it's okay.
it's a small thing. It's one of the
Mhm.
once again, I haven't heard too many people complain about it. But every now and again, you hear the discourse about certain killers and mechanics like that.
Yeah.
It's just a thing. And then back to a little bit to the whole LOS mechanics. When I play unknown, a lot of times I do the hit and run thing, where
Mhm.
I also run vanishing box, so it's a lot of the time I'm unoriginal. But but
There's nothing wrong with Vanishing Box.
uh, I've heard people calling for nerfs so
I
hard.
can understand that. I can understand why they want Vanishing Box gone. It's very obviously one of his best add-ons, if not, like, the number 2 behind Blurry.
I think
And it's
it's.
not like there's much counterplay, but there is a little bit of counterplay with, like, controlling, when you break out. Like, for
Mhm,
example, Vanishing Box, this is something I don't think most people realize, Vanishing Box won't refill your meter.
mhm,
So if you are, like, intentionally 99 yourself like, the reveal, you can run around and pop 3 or 4 gens, and you see the killer once, and you're out, and they've lost all of that. Obviously, that's not gonna work well in publics, like public matches and everything,
mhm.
but coordinated groups, they can, and they have once or twice done something like that. Is it super practical? No. Is it a lot more effort the survivors have to put because I put a single add-on on? Yeah, absolutely. And I can understand why people want to change that. So and I wouldn't mind a vanishing box nerf if they change a whole lot of other add-ons and make them a bit more usable.
Yeah,
For example, UFO fragment, I think it's called. That needs to mm, that needs to go away. That needs to not exist. That's another one of those I kind of have to scratch my head and wonder what they were thinking when they did that because wow.
I think unknown falls into the same camp that Nemesis and Pyramid had run into with add-ons. It's not
Mhm.
necessarily that Vanishing Box and Blurry Photo are that good. Don't get me wrong, they are good, but it's more a case that the other add-ons just aren't good in the slightest. I,
I
I
wouldn't say that they aren't good in the slightest. I think they all have a use. B movie poster is a good example. That's a fairly solid add-on that I've had some usage out of from time to time,
mhm,
and I think the B movie poster is fine as is. I think um, is it Footprint Cast the one that gives you more hallucination per weekend?
mhm.
I think that's another very solid one. You could use that in really aggressive, like, almost hag style, like, it's like a passive hag built into your UVX, like I said earlier, but that just cranks it up to 11, footprint and blurry photo, I think.
Yeah. I,
And there's the yellows are all decent. Notebook of Theories is a little disappointing for what you think it would do. It doesn't do as much, but hey, at least it's not like Licker's tongue,
what do you mean?
0.25
What
seconds.
do you mean? That adds up. Also, I bring this up every time anyone mentions Licker's tongue,
Mhm.
because I've had people argue with me and Horserer and other Nemesis players about this. People forget that Licker's tongue only works on infection.
Yep, mhm, yes.
It's not every time you hit them. It's infection. Um, yeah, there is another add-on I do want to bring up, and I know it's a brown. and I
Uh-huh.
know by that definition it should quote be not good.
Mhm.
But why does punctured eyeball have three conditions?
I know. I was sitting here, I was wondering, "Okay, how do I bring punctured eyeball into this?"
Oh my
Because
god.
they could just remove one of the conditions and it would be fine.
It
Um,
is it is so infuriating. Like, for those who don't know what punctured eyeball does, and I wouldn't blame you, it deep wounds someone if they quell a hallucination while weakened. So let's
and injured.
yeah. Oh yeah, and injured. But yeah, so let's. They have to be injured, they have to be weakened, and they have to get rid of your hallucination. One
Yep.
of those you don't want them doing.
Mhm.
One of them is something that for most unknown players, they're not doing the hit and run stuff like I usually do in leaving people weakened. And the
Right.
other one, I mean, sure, technically they can't be deep wounded when they're healthy, but that's not impossible. We've seen it happen. There's I forget there's like a very specific set of circumstances where it can happen.
I think it was I think what you're thinking of is how, Freddy could apply hemorrhage to healthy survivors.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, that's a good point. But no, I swear there was a way to deep wound someone while they were healthy.
If there is,
Oh,
I'm not
it was during PTB when they added base kit borrow time
ah.
and reworked off the record during the quote endurance meta that lasted for a week. Um, um, I love that that's like in the history books of DVD metas now.
Endurance meta? Oh, I mean, that was just when Metal of Man came out too. I mean, oh
Oh
no.
yeah.
Those 2 weeks were rough.
But yeah, like does punctured eyeball really need three conditions? And like I said, one of them you don't even want them doing.
And I agree with, you don't want them removing hallucinations. That's why I hate UFO. UFO is the one that makes, survivors oblivious, right? When they're within, like, the aura reveal range of your hallucination,
Hmm.
because all that does is encourage the survivors to get rid of the hallucination. Sometimes survivors, for whatever reason, will sit next to a gen, right? And they will just like leave a hallucination there. If you have UFO on, they're never doing that. And it's not like the effects linger either, right? Once
Yeah.
they cleanse it, it's immediately gone and they're not oblivious. If it lingered for like 20 seconds or something, okay, that might be a nice trade off. But as it is right now, no.
Speaking of the hallucinations, though, I do want to say again, kudos to this entire chapter is a kudos to behavior. As much as I don't like Sable,
Absolutely.
as much as I'm not the biggest fan of
Oh,
Sable. Still a
yes, no,
kudos
I
chapter.
hate Sable so much. I yes, I'm glad you brought that up. I won't talk too much about Sable, but I really just there are 412 reasons why I hate Sable, and
Like the
oh, where
percentage
do I
of her
even
player.
start?
It's like the percentage of her player base.
I know, I know. Oh no, yeah, no, Sable visually, yeah, sure, whatever. I just hate the whole. I wasn't a big fan of Michaela either when she first came out, right?
Hmm.
For similar reasons why I don't like Sable, is it felt like a very, for lack of a better term, like TikTokified ideal of the subculture they were trying to represent, right?
Yeah, I,
And as
my
someone who go on.
yeah, I was gonna say my problems with Sable and Michaela to a degree. I think Pixel Bush put it best. They feel like they were factory made to sell.
Oh, absolutely, yeah,
And
they
there's
are.
nothing wrong with that. I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, I just stand on a moral high ground, like, oh, the
Mhm.
people should never. No, I get it. They're a business and whatever. It's just, I don't. There's something about the way they did it, especially with Sable, that just, I don't know. It just
Yeah.
rubs me the wrong way. I don't know.
And that's why I said it's like a TikTokified version of the subculture because it feels really inauthentic,
Hmm.
and it's I grew up in like the like alternative subcultures pretty much since like middle school is when I first started getting into it, and I've seen like and met so many different people of all these different things, and both Sable and Michaela, they just feel like I don't know, they feel like I said, they feel like somebody who learned about it through TikTok, right? With
Hmm.
Sable being more goth culture and Michaela being more I don't want to say Wiccan, but that more supernatural interested
Yeah.
or more supernaturally aligned individuals, whatever the term might be for them. I'm blanking it right now, but
Yeah,
oh yeah.
and like okay, and to clarify to any Sable or Michaela mains listening,
Mhm.
it's not a vitriolic hate, and I don't hate people who play them. it's not it's
Mhm.
not what I'm saying in the slightest. If you enjoy or like Sable and Michaela, more power to you. I'm glad there's something you can enjoy. I'm just not the biggest fan for a lot of.
I mean, you can't blame the bear for the trap, you know? That's my take on it, you know? I can blame the trap maker all I want, but I won't attack the bear.
Right, fair. It's, um, but what I was bringing up with kudos to behavior on the hallucinations, the
Mhm.
animation and sound design when you're cleansing one is
Top notch.
it's genius.
Absolutely, yeah.
The fact that they can't move their camera during it, that's like it's such a small thing, but like it
Mhm.
adds so much suspense, especially with the music like constantly like going up in volume as they do it.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, no, it still feels like, "Oh, no, he is right there, he's coming after me, I need to move," you know, even if I know he's across the map, I'm like, "What if he teleports?"
yeah,
You know?
exactly, exactly. It's always a lingering threat, and I think once again, we'll probably get a little bit more into this with lore, but
Mhm.
the idea that the unknown is always there, even when they're not, is something I think they nailed with this killer. Um, yeah,
Absolutely.
I mean, even with like things that probably weren't quote intended, but even with like your shark known stuff, right? When like you're hitting them
Mhm.
through the floor, it's like even though you're not even on the same floor as them, and they still have to anticipate the threat being there when it's not even directly there.
Oh, absolutely, and that's one of my favorite things about them really is the fact that it never feels like there's something you can't do, you know?
Mm,
Like, if there is a survivor and they are in your general vicinity, they are in some amount of danger, and they need to, like, be aware of that and respect that to a degree. A good example is, Dead Dog Main Generator, right?
mm.
How many killers can only sit there and watch people do that gen without having to take 20 seconds to hike up the stairs, out the window, break the door, you know, all that garbage, right?
I'm not
With
crying as
unknown,
my
it's okay, I'm just gonna spit on you and move on with my life. And if you're still there in 10 seconds, you're dead.
I'm just gonna spit on you. I'm definitely not crying in my 110 movement speed killer. With no range, because even hunters can do something.
Exactly, yeah.
Um, it's yeah, like I don't know how to say it more than I can. It's just like behavior nailed this whole chapter. Even
Absolutely. The map and the unknown are great. Sable's the only, like, part of it I don't like, and even then, unknown and the map just make up for it.
I think the thing with it too though is like even though I feel we're both in agreement that we don't like Sable, it's like
Mhm.
we can still understand why people enjoy Sable.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You know, people have been like thirsty for goth girls for the past like 4 years now, right? I'm surprised it took them this long after they, made that dating sim.
Oh
They
yeah.
knew to make that. Why didn't they? Why weren't they on this train sooner? Come on.
Um, but and what I actually kind of missed over my one of my points of
Hmm.
so I was bringing up how I prefer to do the hit and run style of weaken and then
Right.
teleport away and then come back. Are you a fan of that at all, or do you think it has merit, or do you think it's me just wasting my time?
I think there is merit to hit and run, especially early on. Something that you can do. It depends on the map and where you are, obviously, but something you can do with unknown is the first survivor you see. If you know where another survivor is, you weaken that first survivor and then you leave. And the reason for that is it'll give you your hallucinations a little bit faster, I think,
Mhm.
is the way to explain it best. You know, it'll give you that next hallucination a little bit faster and it'll just kind of generally speed up your game. And if they want to get rid of that hallucination, they can get rid of that hallucination. But that's time out of their gen progress. And now you're occupying two, you know, occupying two survivors with the new survivor you're chasing and also the survivor who's either running after you to try and cleanse that weekend
Mhm.
or cleanse your hallucinations that you've left behind or whatever, you know?
Yeah, and I think another thing with it I've noticed a lot is when you weaken someone and you're in a chase with them, they're anticipating to dodge, right?
Mhm.
They're already in the mindset, especially if they do get a dodge. Like, okay, well now they can dodge and they know how to do it. They feel confident in doing it from now on. But if you just leave them, go to somebody else if you know where they are, and then come back, their mindset has to change like immediately. It's a small thing,
Mhm.
with with game theory and game psychology and all that, but it really does make a difference sometimes. Now, I'm not saying I always hit and run. If you have no idea where no one else is, yeah, go for the person you're going for, right? But
Mhm.
you have a general idea of like you're chasing one person and you have a hallucination next to a gen and you know they're there. Why not?
Oh, yeah, absolutely, and that's another thing I enjoy about the killer, not quite the hit and run, because the hit and run can be fun, it can be very nice, but you can realistically, depending on the scenario, if the survivors let you, you can chase multiple survivors at the same time when they're not even at the same loop.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I know in the first game I put in the background footage, there was a time where I was running around a car, and there was another survivor who really wanted to do a gen that we were looping around, and I was able to just keep them off of it by launching my projectile, and I was occupying, the entire team at that point because somebody was hooked in the background, right? And so that entire team during that time, the match was brought to a standstill. They weren't doing generators, they weren't doing anything because I was able to keep all the survivors going and doing something that they don't want to be doing. And that's another thing that I just find really fun about the killer, is that, like, 4v1, I think is the term. It's not as crazy as someone like, I don't know, Twins or Pinhead, right? And it's not something that happens every game, but when you have the opportunity to do it, it does feel really fun,
It's
and it's very cool.
Yeah, it's kind of similar. It sounds a lot like how I play artist myself.
Mhm.
Because it, there's two common ways to play artist for most people. There's the put bird at loop, chase around loop, hit people the boring way. No
Right.
shame to anyone who does it. I'm just saying. Uh, or the fun way where people go for the long shot, similar to Huntress.
Oh, absolutely.
The way I play artist though is I will
Mhm.
chase someone with my basic M1 and I will just throw birds in the general direction of everybody else. Does it always work? No, but the fact that I can, in theory, be chasing the entire team at the same time is just very realistically. I'm not, but you know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Um,
It's fun. It's a fun idea of, like, trying to deal with everyone at once and keep everyone kind of on their toes and slow down generators yourself. It's all a lot of fun.
yeah,
There's a lot of, I don't know how else to explain it other than fun. Even if it's not practical, it's
mhm,
fun, and at the end of the day, it's a game, you
yeah,
know? It's a
yeah.
game, it's supposed to be fun.
And it goes into the idea. I talk a lot about how I don't think people appreciate the macro play in Dead by Daylight enough. On
Mhm.
either side, especially on Survivor side, in my opinion. But with a killer like Unknown, Singularity, Artist to a degree, even I argue Trapper, I wouldn't, but
I will never argue in defense of Trapper.
um, but there's macro play going on of like where your hallucinations are, where to bounce, where all the survivors are, how to corral them to a certain loop if you can, which direction to come up to a gen on. A lot of this stuff though
Mhm.
we're not thinking about. It's subconscious, especially with
Right.
the hours we put in. It's like I know to come at this gen from the left because it'll force them to go to the right where there's no loop. Right. I'm not
Right.
thinking that. It's just subconscious. But with Unknown and like like I said, the way I play artist, a lot of that subconsciousness becomes more brought forward where you're constantly thinking in that moment, okay, I can shoot it over here to hit this person while I'm doing this to this other person to make this person go left, and have to hunt me down at this bad loop because it's way out of the way of all the gens. While my hallucinations are on the other side of the map. So if they go to do a gen there, I can just teleport over. Like there's a lot of these like little things that I'm sure like you're
Absolutely.
not actively thinking about at all times, but you get what I'm saying.
Uh-huh, absolutely. And that kind of comes back to the unforeseen, the talks about unforeseens we talked about a little bit earlier.
Hmm.
Unforeseen is such a perfect perk for this killer and it involves all of those little things that you talked about, because you can kick a generator. Another thing that I think a lot of people, especially at least I didn't realize, because I can never face against an unknown. I still get the pop-ups of facing the unknown whenever I do finally get to go against one because I've gotten so few of them somehow, right, when I'm playing Survivor.
Mhm.
But something I didn't realize for a long time is that the teleport sound isn't global, and that's such a massive factor.
Wait, it's not global?
It's not global. You know what is global, though? You pulling out the UVX. I don't know if those are bugged and they're supposed to be swapped or what, but it is just I'm not gonna understand that. I'm never gonna pretend to understand that, you know?
Is there a range? Do you know the range?
There is a range to it. I don't have the exact numbers tested, but if I had to guess, I'd put it somewhere around 24 meters
Huh.
because it's a fairly large range, but it's not like you can very easily like teleport to the same side of the map of someone. And if you've used Unforeseen recently, they have no way of knowing.
That explains so many hits I get.
Exactly. Yeah. The Unforeseen into a teleport, that's the whole reason I put Unforeseen. Like, my main build for Unknown is Unforeseen, Pop, and Nowhere to Hide because those 3 just have such incredible synergy because they let you do whatever you want after you kick that gen to get regression.
Mhm.
If you see somebody with nowhere to hide, you can chase them. If you don't see anybody, you teleport somewhere else, you get to see where they are with nowhere to hide if they're close, and if they're not close, then you've got the drop on them with Unforeseen. It's a complete win-win situation, and 4th perk varies depending on what you want. There's a lot of really good options for that 4th perk. Right now I kind of bounce between Lethal Pursuer and Friends to the End
Mm.
because Friends to the End is something that I think eventually people are going to realize how strong it is on unknown, not just for the exposed. Every aspect of Friends to the End uses or has at least minimum 2 things that it does for the unknown. For example, the scream gives you information on the obsession, obviously, but it also can interrupt their cleansing
Mm.
because most good survivors will be trying to cleanse hallucinations while you're carrying a survivor or while it's off cooldown. And the amount of times Friends of the End will like basically give you a free down on a silver platter because it made someone scream is more than you would expect, and the aura reveal is great for burning distortion. It also lets you get really crazy hits, and sometimes you can even two tap people depending on how close they are with your power, and
Mm.
if they're already weakened.
I think
And then lethal. Oh, go on.
I was gonna say I think Friends to the End is a perk that a lot of people I don't want to say discounted, but
Hmm.
because people are like, oh well, barbecue exists. You could just see Friends to the End doesn't have a range,
Absolutely, yeah.
and I think it's something like because not even for the exposed effect, like you said, like that's more of a cherry on top kind of thing.
Hmm.
But it's like the problem with barbecue and chili, if all the survivors are nearby, you don't get any value from barbecue, right? I mean,
Yeah.
technically you do because you're like, oh well, they're within this range. But Friends of the End, it's one survivor, and if they happen to be nearby, and I don't want someone to be, or
Hmm.
if you hook somebody, the chances of someone being nearby probably aren't going to happen. But how many times have you hooked somebody and someone's just crouching beside the hook?
Oh, what works even better than that is sometimes, early game, they'll try and get rid of your early game pressure and they'll try and like take hits or play aggressive around the hook, right?
Mm-hmm.
If that's the obsession, suddenly it's a 2v1, like there's 2 people on hook. The rest of the team is now panicking, trying to figure out what happened, and and now somebody else screams, and you're on them. It's all on that last guy to try and figure the things out for them.
Yeah, and you brought up unforeseen. His other two perks.
Oh,
Okay, all
do
right,
we need to talk about them? Can we pretend they don't exist?
all
He
right.
came. He's the first chapter with a one.
I'm gonna bring up one. Oh,
Hmm.
okay, Unbound.
Yep,
It's okay. There is
and that's all
one
it needs to be.
that there is one killer I know of who can make or two. No, just one actually. There's one killer who can make really good use out of it. Technically
Hmm.
two, if you want to stretch it three. It's Xenomorph with Self-Destruct
Hmm.
Bolt. For people who don't know what that
Right.
does, Self-Destruct Bolt makes it so you vault faster as Xeno when you're in crawler mode. So in theory, you could hit them with a tail attack, vault through where the window, and then catch up to them fast. And Chucky with window scampers, but that's for him. It's such a seldom situation that I don't even count it.
Hmm. I think another one that can get some pretty decent value out of it is Legion. No,
No, no, no, not anymore.
huh?
Well,
Not anymore.
I actually don't know with the change.
Okay, I don't really, Unforeseen is the only one that exists. Undone and Unbound. They just kind of, they're more like perk bloat.
Yeah.
What else to say about it?
Speaking of Undone, I'm just gonna say this about Undone. It is
Hmm.
one of the worst design perks in the game.
Absolutely, yeah.
Um, Anything that relies on your opponents messing up in such a colossal. Okay, I don't want to say colossal.
Yeah, let's not be generous here.
Okay, in such a specific way. I guess
Hmm.
I don't. That's not even the right word, but I hope people get what I'm getting at here. Relying on survivors to miss skill checks to get value out of a perk is.
I choose you!
I just got rated. Thanks, Jim.
Hello, hello,
um,
everyone. Thank you, Jim.
why did that alert go off? And the other ones didn't. What was I? What was I? Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah. So like, relying on survivors to fail skill checks is it's just not healthy design.
No, and I don't even know what they could do to try and like change it. Like how do they fix it without completely reworking the perk into something that it's not?
Reverse it.
Reverse it every time they get a great skill
Yeah,
check.
yeah.
All right, yeah. I
Every
mean,
time they get a great skill check, you get a stack.
oh yeah, let's just bring back Ruin. Yeah. OG Ruin days, let's go.
Well, I mean, because right now it's every time they miss, you get three. I mean, in theory, like
Mhm.
every time they hit a great, you get one. That's 1 second a block, right? That's not.
It would be nice as like a counter to what do you call it? Hyper focus, yeah.
It would
But
also.
that's about it.
Then again, people probably complain because it would technically be map wide info.
Well, it wouldn't tell you, where it's happening. It would just tell you that it's happening, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I don't know. It's because I've talked about this with like blindness before.
Mhm.
I always wish there was like a you got a score event for like certain status effects. But
Right.
people have told me, well, that would mean that the killer would get info
Mhm.
because like let's say you get like let's say you're running something that makes them oblivious when you're in their terror radius or something. Or I don't know. I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head.
Retribution
Yeah,
makes
yeah,
people oblivious.
yeah. Like you get a little score thing that says oblivious applied. It's like, oh well, they're under totem now, right?
Exactly, yeah.
So I could kind of see the issues with that. But yeah, Undone is just I don't know how they could fix it without making it something it's not supposed to be. It's one of those. It's just like I brought up knockout.
Fundamentally flawed.
Yeah, it's like I brought up knockout before, and it's like,
Mhm.
how do you change that perk without completely removing its identity?
Yeah, I think for knockout specifically, I like the idea of a perk that makes your self recovery a little bit slower when you down someone,
Mhm.
but the hiding auras is just oof.
what do you What do you mean? People in my comment sections were telling me that it never happens and they don't ever go against it, so it's not a problem. Even though I mentioned very specifically, it's not a problem yet, but if it becomes one,
Oh no, it's one of those things where you don't think about it till it happens, and then
uh,
you think about it for the next hour and a half, and you're just kinda sitting there silently seething like,
I there are a lot of perks in this game I think are badly designed for so many reasons. I legitimately think Knockout is the worst designed perk in the entire game, fundamentally. Um,
No, I don't think I'd challenge that. I can't think of at
it,
least nothing that's, like, current, I think current, yeah, there are some other things, like, I once again, Old Metal a Man, who okayed that? You know? Who okayed that? I was a hag main at the time. Who okayed that? You know?
oh yeah, or like someone in chat just mentioned machine learning, which
Machine learning, I don't even wanna comment on because it's bugged right now. It doesn't even apply half the time. I learned that the hard way in Chaos Shuffle because I keep getting it.
My problem with machine learning, I've always said, why do you have to kick something twice?
I don't know.
Why can't
It's
it?
so
Why can't it just be when you kick a gen, when the gen's completed, you get the buff? Like, why? Why would that be?
I the thing I don't know. It doesn't work. You know, I'm counting that as it is just bugged. You know, if they wanna make it actually good, I think if they remove the haste, just undetectable for 30 seconds after a gen pops would be interesting as a perk.
Mhm.
It would probably be pretty strong, right? But I mean, does Singularity have any strong perks? Like what? Forced Hesitation is his best, right? That is a Singularity, right?
Yeah. Yeah? What's
Genetic
Larry's?
limits.
What is it? Oh,
Genetic
genetic
limits.
limits. Right. Okay. Never mind. All right. Yeah. Yeah. It's just forced hesitation then.
I mean, to be fair, out of the archetype of exhausted while doing thing, genetic limits is probably the best behind Mindbreaker. That being said, one of them is in the bottom of like the Grand Canyon, and the other is in a plane above. You know, like it is not close.
Genetic limits always like when it came out. It was very surprising to me because I was like, didn't we just do this with Septic Touch a
Hmm.
year ago? Like, it's the
That was
same perk but better, even though it's still not good.
I think that was them thinking, "Ah, yes, we'll make MFT strong and then sell its counter in the same chapter," and then it just didn't work.
MFT's counter was clown. That was MFT's counter. um, but, yeah, and then so to unforeseen though, the funny thing with that perk is I hear this discussion get brought up sometimes. Once again, it's one of those things
Mhm.
where it's perk discussion's weird because there's some perks that just don't really get talked about. But
Right.
when it first came out, people were comparing a lot the Trail of Torment,
Mhm.
and
And I
how
did that too.
and how it basically power crept it. Uh,
I don't think it power creeps it. I think for the average killer, it's better, but I think there are some killers that benefit from it less than Trail of Torment. I
yeah,
think a good example of that is Bubba and Hillbilly, the Chainsaw Boys. I think both of them would prefer Trail of Torment because of Apex Muffler and Bubba just being able to like one shot you once you realize he's close. You can't really stop him, you know?
yeah, and they have their differences. I think that's
Hmm.
something that I'm not even saying you, but when people talk about the two perks, I feel like there's some things people forget to mention. Trail of Torment
Right.
it only deactivates once they start progressing the gen, which means that you get info
Hmm.
that they started the gen again.
Exactly.
Um, on top of that, Trail of Torment lights up the gen, which some would argue they need to get rid of. But in my
Hmm.
mind, Trail is a trap. It's like
It absolutely
incentivizing
can
them.
be.
Yeah, it's like incentivizing them. Hey, go do this gen so the killer isn't undetectable, right?
Right.
Meanwhile, Unforeseen, while not against good players, it doesn't really do this, but it's more of a deterrent. It's like they hear the terror radius, even if it stops them for like a couple seconds to double check, right? It's still kind of a
Hmm.
deterrent away from the generator. Um,
Absolutely. Yeah.
and the big difference that people bring up though is that Unforeseen is guaranteed 30 seconds.
Hmm. And it is
Meanwhile,
nice having that certainty, you
yeah,
know?
yeah, and Trail is in theory it can be, I think what 2 minutes.
I it's something it's a bit more than that because if you kick a gen at like 99, right? I did the math for Sharkbone, but I don't have the notes on me, unfortunately. It's I want to say I'm trying to remember it. It was either 240 or 340, I want to say, because you've got like let's say you kick a gen at absolute 99, you have the 5% instant regression,
Mhm.
and then it takes like gens regress at like a quarter of a charge per second, right? So it's 90 times like 80 or something similar to that.
Right. But once again though, it's the conundrum of all game design. Why bring this thing that might do this when I could bring this thing that will do this? Um,
And they got away with that with dramaturgy. You know, I think dramaturgy is a really slept on
oh, I love
perk.
dramaturgy. I there's one
It-
thing I hate about it, but I love that perk. I
uh, But I think that's because dramaturgy has that guaranteed value that's
Mhm.
just enough to make another loop on most major loops in the game. I
Mhm.
think that's why dramaturgy is so good, you know?
Yeah, even
And
even like
oh, go on.
I was gonna say even the major downside of dramaturgy where it can expose you. Well,
Mhm,
I mean, it's 12 seconds. If that 2.5 doesn't get you to a loop, probably shouldn't have used it.
mhm, and not
And
only that, there are ways around that, like, for example, if you're about to get hit, you can pop dramaturgy. It gives you that, like, 1-second buffer,
mm,
almost like a reverse dead hard to get it because if you're gonna get injured, you can't use it, so you might as well get it as, like, a, knockoff overcome, right?
right.
And who knows, maybe you'll get an insta heal from it.
I mean, my problem with dramaturgy is a very small one and one they hope they
Mhm.
address, but no one uses it, so I doubt it. But it's the fact that it locks you in a direction when you use it.
Oh, it's just like old, Dead Hard for that. That's how I always explain dramaturgy. Whenever I have to explain to someone, yes, dramaturgy is very good. I explain it to them. It's basically Dead Hard for distance. That's what it is, you know?
Oh,
If you
that's
can play around that, you're good to go.
you know, yeah, that's a good way to think about it, and I that might actually help me. Uh,
You use it in, like, the same places you would Dead Hard for distance in the olden days,
mm,
and it works maybe a little bit earlier, but it's still the same general idea, and that's helped a lot of people, like, come around to it once they try it themselves.
yeah, it's also one of two exhaustion perks that works with Blood Rush. So that's
Mm.
something. Um,
I am a Blood Rush enjoyer. I have not touched it in months, but I will always think positively of that perk because the one time I got it to work.
I was using Blood Rush on a community night with
Oh,
with
no.
Discord once, and I was like, you know what, I'm gonna keep using it till I get value out of it. I'm gonna keep going. We were on Borgo. We were against a doctor. I was on Death Hook. All the gens were done. I was about to get healed. I was at 98%. I have this clipped somewhere. I
Oh,
get
no.
shocked, and the doctor downs me.
Oh, should have brought second wind. I don't know what else to tell you.
It was just
Oh,
so disheartening. It was like the one time it would have been the best thing ever because I saw him coming. I was like, oh, I'm just going to sprint burst away twice. It's going to be great. No, never mind. All right.
yeah, it's a Blood Rush is such a I
Two,
don't wanna call it poorly designed,
it's
but man,
it's funny too though because I think more perks need to be like Blood Rush.
where they're super situational.
I think most perks should be situational.
I completely agree. I've got a video on the D perk that everybody gets really mad about, that blocks auras. You know that one. I've got a video I'm working on about that one, and that's my basic general takeaway is there needs to be more aura blocking perks, but they need to be way more situational.
Yeah, yeah, like one that blocks while you're on a gen, or one that blocks while you're healing, which they're
Bite the
kind.
bullet.
Oh, wait, does that block your aura?
No, but it should.
Oh,
It's I don't know why it doesn't.
okay.
It's
I was saying,
always
is
seemed
that
like such an obvious thing.
you almost made me go, wait, does it? I didn't know.
No, but it needs to, absolutely. And, you know, there's so many perks where you could just slap the aura blocking on, and it would make them so much better. You know, low profile, poise, self-preservation, bite the bullet, collective stealth, you know?
They
Right off the top of my head, 5 more.
they added Con Spirit got that thing added where it makes you do totems slower.
And that killed the perk, yeah,
So
it was
it,
supposed to be a buff, and
yeah,
it just killed it.
so the reason they did that was
Mhm.
and I'm convinced of this is because of the perk tiers because they
Mm.
had to have a number to adjust.
Well, wasn't that the, scare animals? Like, you're slightly less likely to scare crows away.
Yeah, but they made it 100% across the board, so
Oh, did they?
they had to add
Okay.
it, which is really funny to me. But in my mind, with what you just said, it's like, well, it blocks your aura for a certain amount of time while you're doing a totem.
Mm.
There you
That
go.
would be an interesting perk, yeah.
Yeah, boom. There you
Uh,
go.
and I will say, you know, Mirrored Illusion, you know, the new one? I would love for that to be almost like a, I know I know you are a bit of a Pokemon player, so you're gonna know what this means. A follow me, but for auras, where instead of showing the survivor's aura, it shows the mirrored illusions. I think that would
Oh,
I think
Oh,
that would be such an interesting idea for a perk,
oh,
personally.
I actually kind of like that. Did you play PTB at all, Vecnus?
No, I was, completely out of town. I was completely out of town during that. I was watching the odds video with one of my friends, right? We were just sitting there, like, on the hotel watching it, and we're like, "Oh,
I
wow, this guy's garbage." Like, talking about Vecna, yeah.
I think Vecna is going to be one of those where we're not going to see their true power until like 2 or 3 weeks in.
Oh, absolutely, yeah,
Um,
and no, especially with the buffs they got, I think Vecna can be really good, but that PTB Vecna was looking a little shrimpy.
yeah. But I wanted to mention the illusion thing though. It
Mhm,
it did trick me. I'm not gonna lie, but I have
mhm,
a feeling it's gonna be one of those things where it tricks me now. Um,
and eventually you'll get it, yeah.
yeah. Well, the thing is, because at a distance it works.
Oh,
Because
absolutely, yeah,
yeah,
that's the intention of it.
yeah, because the illusions are still like they're fuzzy when you get up close, but um,
Mhm,
it also worked like when I would round a corner. I would round a
and you just
corner.
saw someone on a gen, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, on top of that, I'm curious about how auto aim is going to work with them because I was thinking about this once. In
It
theory,
better not.
yeah. Well, here's the
It better
thing.
not.
Here's the thing. In theory, if there's a totem at a loop, you can put your illusion down, and now that part of the loop is kind of safe for you.
There are some things that need to stay in the drafts just for the sake of humanity as a whole, and I think that needs to be one of them. That better not work.
Oh man.
That's gonna be awful. Are you kidding me? Oh, no.
Yeah. I mean, credit to behavior though on a lot of the newer perks, and even unknown
Mhm.
disables perks. Like,
Stable's perks are great. I
yeah.
think all of them, now that Wicked is an actual perk, right? I think they're all great designed. It's such a shame that Sable's visual design itself is such a letdown because her perks are great. Like Strength and Shadows is quickly becoming one of my favorite perks
Oh
just
yeah.
because I'm a dramaturgy user and I need to be able to heal myself.
Yeah, Strength and Shadows. I run it all the time. It's great. Now I've seen people use it. Uh, what's the
Mhm.
polite way to say this? Um,
Poorly.
yes, poorly. There you go. I've seen people use it poorly, where the moment they get injured, they run to the basement. Um, don't use it that way. It's more of a if it's there kind of thing, you know.
Absolutely, yeah.
Um, and also if your teammates are healing you and you're across the map, maybe just let them heal you.
Yeah,
I've
that but
seen,
that's also just kinda self-care brain in general.
yeah. Wicked's great. I think Wicked's a great anti-tunnel perk and one I don't see enough. It's just a
I
cool.
think the aura reading alone could be a perk. The fact that it has the, in basement thing is
Mhm.
just nice, you know?
Yeah, and then I've had my qualms of weaving spiders, and my basic takeaway was I love the idea, but this sucks. The buff is
Mhm.
great. I'm kind of scared of the buff.
I'm very interested in the future of invocations as a whole
Hmm.
because something I found a little interesting while working on one of my videos, right? I've got a copy of like the DVD sound files. The invocations, like the sound files for invocations, are stored with the unknowns sound files.
Hmm.
They're not with the perk sounds. Typically, when a perk has a sound associated with it, like blast mine and whatnot, right? That sound is stored in the survivor perks, like, folder, but invocations are for some reason with the unknown and the other killer sounds, and
Huh.
that's something I found very interesting about that. I don't know if it's specifically with the unknown, but it is somewhere in the killer side of things, and that makes me wonder if someday we could see a killer invocation
That would
and what that could possibly look like.
that would be. I mean, I would love to see a new kind of killer perk. I mean, the last thing we had was scourge hooks.
Yeah, and Scourge Hooks kind of fell off a cliff, we've got Pain Res, right, and I'm a big Floods enjoyer, right?
Hmm.
But other than that,
Well, I mean,
uh
Monstrous Shrine is one of those ones where there are matches where I'm like, man, I actually kind of wish I had Monstrous Shrine right now. um, and then Gift of Pain. Okay, the issue with Gift of Pain is the issue with a lot of things, and there's
Mhm.
nothing they can do about this. But it's a perk that works, but you don't see the value.
Right, and after the whole, Mangled rework, Gift of Pain, I think, is the best, like, Mangled perk currently.
Hmm.
That being said, I think Mangled in general is just kinda goofy right now.
Hmm. Um, but yeah, the last thing we got was Scourge hooks for killers, and we got the what 3 original ones, and then the 2 that were made them. Uh, Hangman's Trick is there, I guess. Uh,
I hate Hangman's. Yeah,
uh,
Hangman's got worse after that quote unquote rework.
and then boons. Boons are
Hmm.
interesting. I kind of am surprised I mean, we got Illumination on Alan, which still needs to be buffed. But
Just make it show other totems. There's no
yes,
reason for it not to. It
thank
literally
you.
buffs your totem cleanse. Why doesn't it?
That's exactly
And
my
yes, the
argument.
teamwork ones. The
People are,
teamwork ones were like dead. Sorry, I was talking to chat for a second.
yeah, no. People keep telling me like no, don't do that because then it would kill hexes. First off, hexes
They're
are
already dead.
already dead. Second off, if that killed hexes, people would be bringing maps every game.
Yeah, it's uh
It
I
just
will never
just
understand.
show totems. At the very least, make it show you the farthest totem. Like
Or
if
maybe just dull totems. Even if it doesn't show hex totems, sure, whatever. Just make it show dull totems so it has some reason to have that secondary effect that isn't just, guys, we need to put a number on it.
yeah, that's the other weird thing with it too. It's like when they did that, they added that secondary effect to illumination. I was like, it got my brain thinking. Well, could we do that to the other boons? Could we
I
add
don't think I
like?
don't think there's any boons that need it though.
Well, no, I'm not even saying they necessarily need it, but it's like because boons have the problem, especially now, that they're not strong enough often to warrant bringing, except for maybe Circle
Mhm.
of Healing in certain situations.
Oh, I think the best one right now is Dark Theory. I know that's kind of a hot take, but I don't
Really?
know about new Haddonfield, but when kind of new Haddonfield first got, the first like rework we saw of it, that map was hard enough for killer as is. Boone Dark Theory. I was in a group with a bunch of other very experienced Survivor players, and I'm kind of 60-40 between killer and Survivor, so I'm a decent Survivor. But these people, were like 7K on Survivor alone, right? We played around with Dark Theory on that map, and it was brutal, to say the least, what you could get away with on that map.
Mm-hmm.
There were so many things that you wouldn't think were possible that were possible because of Dark Theory. I don't know how else to, like, explain it in the finite, but
Well, I
it
mean,
was
I mean, like
Mhm,
like my idea for like secondary effects would be like little small, like for Dark Theory, it would be like after touching a boon or a totem, you get
mhm,
like a small speed boost for a little bit,
right,
something like that. Like you get like a 10% speed boost after touching a totem, um, for like 2 seconds or something very minor,
mhm,
just something to make it because there's a lot of situations where you'll bring a boon and then you never use it for whatever reason.
right,
So like I don't know. It's a weird thing. The other perk types they brought in like teamwork perks, which listen,
mhm.
teamwork perks are not a perk type. I don't care what anyone's. They are not a perk type because we had a teamwork perk.
Mhm. Blood
Um,
Pact, my beloved.
and why it wasn't it called a teamwork perk? At the very least, could they go back and make it a teamwork perk?
I Yeah, no, I have no clue. I'd like to see more perks that activate off of, like, interacting with another, survivor like the teamwork ones. I like the idea of them. They're just currently so very lacking, not only in variety, but also in effect. Collective stealth is kind of whatever,
Mhm.
and ever since they took away the fact that you could stack, Blood Pact and whatever the other one is, Power of 2, right?
Yeah,
There's just been no point to it. I just why would you run Power of 2 when you could just run Blood Pact?
right. I mean, I guess Power of Two doesn't limit you to
Need the
only
obsession?
yeah to only the obsession, but
And while I understand that, you can also plan for that.
yeah.
For the people gives you complete control
Mhm.
over who the obsession is, and
Yeah,
you can plan around it. And
Blood Pact gives you aura reading.
it does, yeah. And back in the day, before we had the HUD, I made a video a long time ago about this. Back in the day, Blood Pact was like my number one solo queue perk, you
Mhm.
know? Like I just absolutely loved Blood Pact because of the aura, not even the haste of it, right? Don't get me wrong, there were a couple games where I had a random, right, that just happened who was the obsession and who just happened to know to play around it, right? Like I will always remember this one game with against a Deathslinger, and the obsession was a Nia, and this Nia we were on the same wavelength the entire game because of Blood Pact, and we ended up taking that Deathslinger on a on a 4 gen chase, right? For and we ended up escaping purely because of Blood Pact and because we played around it and because of the aura helped a lot too because it helped us constantly have Blood Pact up whenever it did get broken, and it was I'm always going to think fondly of Blood Pact. That being said, there's no real reason for it to work the way that it does anymore
Mhm.
because of just a lot of the benefits of Blood Pact have been taken away because the UI does them better, the Survivor UI. And I'm not saying that that was a bad change. That was a good change.
Right.
I just wish that Blood Pack got a little bit more as compensation because it lost one of its biggest strengths, at least in
Yeah.
my opinion.
I mean, it was also a. Do you know the little fun fact about Cheryl's perks?
Oh no! When you say it like that, I do not. I'm very curious.
So they were never in the Shrine of Secrets,
Oh, you're right.
or I
Yeah.
think it was like until last year, not a single one of them showed up in the Shrine of Secrets. That's a
Well, that's
small
also just
thing.
Shrine of Secrets.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a small thing, but I think it does matter. Because like
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, I have most of the Survivor perks, and I've never played. I very rarely buy Survivor, um,
Hmm.
just because of the Shrine of Secrets. Uh,
Yeah.
but I mean, we had the teamwork perks, boons. Uh, Now we have invocations, which I'm kind of disappointed we didn't get one with this chapter, but whatever. I hope we get another one with the next one. Um,
Yeah. I don't know why Vecna chapter of all things didn't have
I I
an
was
invocation because that's like the perfect time. I don't play much D&D. I knew very almost nothing about it before the license was announced, right? But
mm.
even I know I want to cast a fireball, right? Like casting is a whole like part of the culture of the game. Why don't we have a spell? I know they've got like still sight, which is some kind of a translation of a D&D spell, but
Mm.
why
Uh,
not an invocation?
well, I also thought it was weird because it's like I heard they were bards before they got released. And I was like, oh, they're gonna
Hmm.
add it. I thought the loot thing. I thought that was gonna be an invocation because it's like
There's no real reason for it. Well, I like the idea of the loot. I think it's funny. I think it probably would have been implemented better as a what do you call it? As an invocation, other than just like everybody pulls a banjo out of nowhere.
yeah, because I thought it was gonna be like you all go down to the basement and one person's like serenading the team. That's what I thought it was gonna be. I was like, oh, that's a cool idea, and then it was no, you just pull out a loot and people do gens better. Okay. uh, Also, rest in peace to the people who are upset at the cooldown changes. Um,
What did they do to it? Like I said, I didn't play the PTP. What did they do to the cooldown?
it used to be 60 seconds
Uh huh.
for activation and or for duration and cooldown.
Okay.
They raised it to 90 for both.
Okay. So it's like a make your just to be clear, it's like a make your choice thing where the duration is the cooldown, right?
Yes. So basically they
Okay.
did that. I don't exactly know why, but people are mad because they're like, "Oh, I can't like emote the killer as often now." I'm not kidding. That's the main complaint about the change. Which
I'm not surprised.
you know what? Fair game. Like I understand why people are mad if that's what you were using it for. Fair enough. It's
Hmm.
just like whatever. I don't care
No,
that much. Like I would rather it.
for what it was designed to do, I think that change makes perfect sense because
Yeah,
90 seconds is the duration of a generator.
yeah. And then the other perks, I think, still sight they buff the range a bit,
Hmm.
and they also fixed the wording
Right.
because for those who don't know, the wording on PTB was incorrect. It says it shows totems and chests, which is not true. It shows it shows chests and the killer.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of important distinction, but I mean,
Well,
at least they fixed it.
yeah, I know a few people who went to PTP with a boon and were like, "Oh, sweet, I don't need a map anymore." So they just did that, and we're like, "Why can't I see the totems?" What is going on? And then if you actually read the description in game, it says killer in chess. So I was like, oh, okay.
I mean, at least it got fixed,
Yeah.
Soul Survivor. Soul Survivor, enough said. But that that perk is so poorly described, I don't think I could do worse if I tried.
Isn't the aura read like technically backwards from what it says?
Yes, it makes it sound like there's a maximum range that it decreases, right? But in
Uh-huh.
reality, it puts a ring around you
Yeah.
that increases with every dead survivor. And it is.
Listen, I can't give behavior too much crap on that because
Mhm.
increase and decrease in video games speak, depending on the context, is so annoying sometimes.
Yes.
The amount of times I'll read something where like the sabotage change they just did is a very good example. I read that and I was like, oh, they're making sabotage take longer
Mhm.
because it said it increased. But no. They meant They meant increased the speed you do it at, not but not decrease the speed it's done at. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
It makes
they
sense.
increased the amount of charges per second that it
Yeah,
fills up, yeah.
yeah,
And that's
yeah,
partially because of DVD and, like, the charge system.
yeah,
But
yeah.
I think most games use something, if not, like, directly a charge system, I think a lot of games use something similar, so, you know.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like if you don't know the jargon or don't
Mhm.
fully read the context, sometimes it's just like it's just backwards. Like I, I don't want to get on this rant, but
Uh-huh.
multiplicative and additive. For the love of God, just tell me which one it is, please. When I was
Yeah.
playing League back in the day, that was some of the
Mhm.
biggest arguments I would get into. Was if a buff was additive or multiplicative, just because it makes a difference.
Mhm.
Oh my
It
god.
absolutely does.
Oh, I love math. Um, also, I'm convinced the guy who came up with those terms did it just to
Mhm.
make people mad because they're backwards.
Mhm.
Because multiplicative actually means to add, and additive means to take part of. It's God. I call it my math college professor is punching a table right now. Um, that I still somehow remember this. Uh, what were we even on? Oh yeah, perk types.
We were talking about perk types, and then we went somewhere else.
Yeah, welcome to the podcast. That's how this always goes.
Oh, yeah, I know, I've seen a couple, yeah.
um,
These tangents are always the best part, in my opinion.
yeah, it's just funny, especially like when I watch them back and I try to figure out how the conversation even got to where it got. Um, so you mentioned a little bit ago about builds you run,
Mhm.
and is that really it though? Just unforeseen and then kind of like bolstering that, or is there anything
That's
else?
not the only build I run, but that would be like if somebody asked me, okay, all perks, all everything. What is the best build you could probably make for unknown? It would be that build, and then depending on the situation and how confident you are and whatever and what you want with the build, it's either lethal or friends to the end. Because something that I think this is a bug. Let me be clear. I'm like 90% sure that this is a bug at least, and with lethal right now, ever since the UE5 update, right? The the teleport is kind of weird in the sense that you can catch him mid teleport. Like you can see Jerry moving at the speed of light for like 2 frames sometimes if you're directly between the husks.
Mhm.
And also, if you have lethal pursuer, you will reveal people's auras along that path if you've got nowhere to hide up.
Hmm.
Which obviously with the 1 second black on your screen and everything, right? It's
Hmm.
hard to see. You've got basically got to turn around immediately and you'll have like half a second to see it depending on how far away they were. But I think the point still stands of that's like the big thing that Lethal has going for it along with burning distortion and everything else that it does.
Mhm.
Um but other than that, I've got something right here. Hold on. I've got a document. Give me 1 second. And I have builds that I've been working on. Like I've got a like literally only generic perks and unknowns perks, right? And then I've got generic plus the free killers, and then I've got, all original killers and everything. And there are a couple other builds, just assuming everything that you have everything, right? You can run like a totem based build. A totem based builds work very well.
Mhm.
Especially like obviously when he first came out, Devour Hope was a very popular perk on him, which makes sense why. You can teleport to and from everywhere. Make your choice works well. It really depends on what you want. I just say the most consistent build is that unforeseen pop everything because it gives you a little bit of everything and you can still customize it just a little bit
Right.
depending on what you personally want and what you need.
Yeah, and it also like appeals a lot to his strengths as a killer with the map mobility. Because pop is one of those perks I feel people slap onto too many killers. Personally,
Yes,
some
pop doesn't work on everyone, but unknown works. It works very well with unknown.
mm, uh, and then like as far as but I mean we brought it up earlier with Pokemon. I'm sure you
hmm
played. Did you play comp Pokemon at all?
No, I never actually played it. Like, I looked into it, right, when I was making the ranked video of, like because I really do like that style of it. I've never actually played it, but I know enough about it.
Right. So the way Pokemon works, as far as like making a Pokemon competitive, a lot of times what
Mhm,
people do is instead of trying to cover weaknesses, you try to bolster strengths.
mhm,
And I think in Dead by Daylight, it's a little it's because I mean obviously it's not the same type of game, but
right.
it's more of kind of the opposite, if that makes any sense. But at the
Mhm.
same time, a killer like Unknown, I feel like their weaknesses are kind of hard to cover up with
Yeah,
perks.
because it's not like there's a perk you can put on that decreases the buffer by
Hmm.
50%, you know?
Right. And there's not a perk that literally makes you go invisible or anything like that.
Well,
But
there is an item now, thanks, Vecna.
oh yeah, there is one that makes you invisible. Oh my god, I forgot.
Yeah, I can already see the amount of TikTok clips that are gonna come out of that item are going to be absurd and vaguely obscene too, probably.
Oh, I can't wait for the portal quote portal texts that definitely kept getting me. Listen, I like the idea of the portals. I did not like playing them. I did not.
I'm
The
not looking forward to using or, like, going against them either.
the amount of times I would stop out of a portal and I would have no idea where I was or which direction to start looking, and the survivor was actually just under me.
Mhm.
Was I can't even count. It just yeah. It like it's a cool idea. I like the idea. It's just I don't know.
I'm not gonna fault them for trying, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially because, the coolant on Nostromo is probably my favorite map interactable out of
Mm.
any game ever, because that is just so much fun.
Yeah, and
Like, hitting a killer with the coolant, perfect.
yeah, I brought this up a couple times. I think more maps need stuff like that. Just small
Absolutely.
interactables that like might come into effect, but not always.
Mhm.
And then like with the Nostromo, it's like I mean, if the killer really doesn't want to get hit by it, they can just go around it.
Yeah, or they can just sit there and wait for a second,
Oh, doesn't it
and
does it have a timer?
it's got a little bit of a linger, right? But you can just sit there, and if you sit there, it's slightly less distance that you lose than if you just walk through it, from my
Oh,
understanding.
I didn't know that.
Mhm,
I
and,
think
oh, go on.
I was gonna say I think it would probably depend on the killer as well. I think Chucky would
Oh,
probably
yeah.
lose more.
Yeah, if you're a 110, you'll probably lose more, but I think for 115s, it's slightly better to just sit there and wait if you get the timing right, obviously.
Hmm.
And,
Um,
just, like, standing still in general is something that I think a lot of people, because everybody knows the spirit mind game, right? Where you tab out and, like, file your taxes, and then the survivor vaults back into you, right? Because 'Cause you're standing still, but,
mhm,
um, I think standing still is something that a lot of people don't think about as being a useful skill, but it absolutely is, especially once again, going back to Unknown a little bit.
mhm.
Like, bottom of Coal Tower, if you just sit there and listen, you can hit a survivor no matter where they are. Even if they're healthy, just by listening to footsteps and breathing, you can find them anywhere, you can hit them through a floor, or you can stand still for a second and let your hallucination shed, and then you continue the chase, or you can trap someone at a pallet and hit them through the pallet twice, you know?
I
Unknown in particular, like, standing still is actually very important, which is so weird because the majority of the game, you're just like, W key, you know?
um I have unironically been enjoying Insidious more and more over the past couple months. It's one of those perks, and I'm never going to be a person who claims it's like, oh, it's actually secretly S tier.
No.
No, but there are situations when like Midwich is a good example. I was playing unknown, but regardless,
Not sure. No. Yeah.
you know the bathroom, like the U loop in the bathroom. You know what I'm talking about? The one with the
Yes.
hole in the ceiling. Yeah, on that
Mhm.
one, I'll wait by the door for Insidious to proc, and the amount of people who will walk out of the doorway because they
Mhm.
think you left. It's and I also I mean, I haven't posted much on my new Twitter about it, but
Mhm.
have you seen my Chuck Spot stuff before?
I've seen a little bit of Chuck spotting, yes, and I
um,
think the name alone is incredible.
I
It's
don't know
just
who coined it. It wasn't me.
but I know, but whoever did it, they need a raise. That was beautiful.
I've been told I'm the reason that people call it that now, which is a fucking honor, by the way. I heard I
Oh,
forgot it was a
absolutely.
yeah, it was a really big streamer. God, who was it? It wasn't Otts. It wasn't. I think it was Scott. I think Scott said it once, and he said he saw it on Twitter uh from some clips, and I was like, well, I'm the only one who posts them on Twitter, so I don't know. It's just so weird that something I say is now being said by a bunch of. Anyways,
Mhm.
you know, when I tell people all the time, because people are like, well, how do you counter this? Stop moving.
Yep.
That's it. That's the counter. And whenever I tell people that, they're like, well, what if he runs up on me? He's 110 with a giant red flashlight in front of him. He's not going to just run up on you. Just stop moving. Like I mean, you know, if you watch any like high level Survivor players, they'll tell you that. They'll tell you about check spots all the time. But
Mhm.
you know, a lot of people just don't utilize them in pubs, and it's not me saying like skill issue. It's just like maybe it is, but I don't know. Just you don't constantly have to be moving at all times. It's just sometimes just taking a
Absolutely not.
second, assessing things, figuring out exactly what's going on, and then acting on that is perfectly valid. Like, and it works more than it should.
Absolutely, yeah. The way I put it is a lot of TBD, especially around like M1 killers and everything, right? It's almost like one of those formal dances. I don't know if you had to do those in school, but like those like formal old school, like almost ballroom kind of dances. Everyone kind of already knows the general idea of what everyone's doing, right?
Hmm.
I'm going to go to this loop. I'm going to run it twice. I'm going to vault the window twice. I'm going to drop the pallet, and you're going to, you know,
Yeah.
that kind of thing. And that's one of the reasons that I really like Unknown is because Unknown is one of the few killers that takes that and just drives an absolute jackhammer into it, you know? And that's one of the many reasons that I like them so much is because it breaks that entirely. I get to play loops like an absolute like lunatic and I get to win because of it, you know?
Well,
Because
because
they don't know what I'm doing.
yeah, it, I didn't want to bring her up, but it's kind of like Nurse.
A little bit, yeah.
Nurse, and Hag. I mean, we brought up Hag a few times, and you
Mhm.
know, I wouldn't say Unknown is completely in this camp, but they're what I call anti-gameplay killers. But like Unknown's not
Mhm.
really that, but they're killers that like turn the idea of what the game is on its head.
Absolutely,
And
yeah.
with Nurse in particular, we can argue all day and night if she
Mhm.
should be able to do what she does, but uh, Hag, I think, is a better example. She's a killer who doesn't
Yeah.
chase. At least she shouldn't be. Um, she sets up traps and she goes off of that for the most part.
Mhm.
And you know, it's a
And
complete
I think it's good that there is a killer who does that,
yeah.
who breaks up these flows in a bunch of different ways, right? And like Hag in particular, I when I first got into the game, I played a lot of Hag, because it felt cool having like this not to use the dreaded chess-like phrase, but it was almost kind of chess-like where I'm thinking, 12 steps ahead. Okay, you set this trap here, and then when I get someone in shack, I'm going to push them out of shack in this specific way, and they're going to hit this trap.
Hmm.
that's one of the things I really enjoyed about Hag, but of course over time as new characters have come out and new things have I don't know, things have
It's
been changed and metas have formed and everything. I just kind
it's
of lost interest. But yeah,
it's
go on.
it's like Trapper but good.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's one of the because whenever people ask me like why I enjoy like Chuck spots as much as I do, the
Hmm.
way I put it simply is because I feel like I'm outsmarting someone without actually outsmarting them. Right? Like it hits my dopamine receptors of
Hmm.
I'm a genius when all I did was stand still for 4 seconds. You know what I mean? Like
Absolutely. Yeah.
with Hag, like like you mentioned, it's you're setting these traps up, and there's no way to really guarantee people are going to hit them, but you're kind of just hoping they do. Um, most
Yeah.
depending on how good of a Hag. There's a lot of factors that go in. My point is like it makes you feel smart,
Absolutely.
and
Yeah.
I think
Hag
with
is really good at that.
yeah, and I think a lot of killers don't do that. Like Wesker, I think is a good example of a killer that like it makes you feel good when you do like those
Hmm.
crazy when you do crazy things with Wesker. It doesn't make you feel like smart
Some
though.
5 IQ or 5,000 IQ like Sherlock Holmes stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and I think Unknown like kind of goes in, which is funny because his teleports, unless you do edging, is
Hmm.
you call it that by the way.
Yeah, I call it that just because it's funny. Yeah, it's like Zoomer brain rot, but it's so funny. I don't care.
So there was another one for Singularity called camera edging that someone started calling the other day or a few weeks
Oh
ago.
no.
And I was like, man, we can't just add edging to everything in this game. Come
What do you mean? It's the Dead by Daylight community.
on.
Anything that can be turned into a joke is going to be turned into such a joke.
Anyways, apart from that, the,
Mm.
the to a degree the hallucinations are random. It's not, but you know what I mean. Like,
Yes, thankfully you do have just enough time to completely control them, and you can use them like a hag's teleport.
mm,
And that is like the number one thing I think newer unknowns should be doing is like learning if you don't play hag and you haven't played a lot of hag and you don't know where to put them, figure that out because that's going to be way more reliable than the UVX in a lot of scenarios, unfortunately.
yeah, I mean, even the devs even said it. The reason they made it's funny because I don't know if that tech will ever go away. I have a
Mhm.
feeling they're gonna try to get rid of it at some point. Um, because I mean, even in the dev logs, they were like, "Yeah, we made the teleport like this super like strong and fast thing because it's random, because you don't have
Mhm.
that much control over it." So I have a feeling like at the same time though, their play rate is so low that
It's not super low. I think it's like 3%, somewhere around 3% right now.
yeah, I just mean like it's low enough for I think behavior can
Mhm.
kind of just like not worry about it.
Yeah, they fell off the cliff after the first month, and I don't mind that.
I mean, that's every killer but Wesker, much in the
Yeah,
past three
basically.
years. Um, even Chucky. I had people telling me like, "Oh, Chucky's still like the number two killer." Bro, those stats are from like 3 months ago. Like, no, he
Yeah.
wasn't even in the top 10 this time. Um, and that's before the change they're about to do. That I know a lot of people are very upset about. Um, not me, but whatever. Uh, but it's like you're setting up these traps kind of randomly and kind of I don't want to say hoping, but like you kind of feel like a genius when you cut somebody off with them.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I have a very distinct thing I did on PTB where it was on Dead Dog. I was chasing someone. I hit him with an M1. They ran into the saloon. They didn't run into the saloon, but they were running towards it.
Mhm.
I saw them going to the window, and I had a hallucination in the main room. And I was like, all right. So I just teleported there. They immediately vault through the window, and I just hit them. Like,
Absolutely.
it's like moments like that. It's like, wow, I feel like a genius when I really wasn't. um, because like there's so many things that could have gone wrong with that play. They could have heard me. They could have saw me. They could have saw the hallucination and been like, maybe I shouldn't run towards it. Um, They could have gone to the right while I was teleporting. It didn't see them go towards the window. Like,
Mhm.
they could have dead harded the moment it did it. But that's a whole other topic. Uh, Listen, no, okay, I'll mention it. I don't hate Dead Hard. It's just, geez, it's frustrating sometimes. I don't think it needs to be nerfed. I think it's a perfectly fine perk. It's just,
Now it's perfectly fine. Like, I think it right now is the best iteration it could possibly be, right? That being said, old Dead Hard, ugh,
there's just,
I look back on it and I'm like, "Oh, thank goodness I don't have to deal with that anymore." It is just a genuine
why did we think
weight
this
off
was
my
fine?
shoulders. I can lunge at people again now, it's wonderful.
Why did we think this was fine? Is what I always see, or always think every time I see clips of it.
Yeah.
For 5 years. We thought it was fine for 5 years. Uh, no, my problem with Dead Hard is just sometimes, it's kind of my problem with Life. Um,
Mhm.
You ever had those situations where someone a life and you miss an M1 because
They live back
it,
into you, yeah.
yeah, and it's like, okay, well, I kind of feel like I played that correctly, um, but I guess I didn't. It's yeah, that's happened to me more times than I can count recently too, because I've been purposely trying to get scamper clips, and
Yeah.
yeah, so I'm like actually like right by the pallet waiting for them to vault over, and then they'll life away as I'm swinging, and like okay, uh, but
Personally, I'm glad Lithe is in the game just because of the amount of, like just because of how terminal a condition Lithe Brain can be for a survivor. You know, that alone makes me like, "Yes, please bring Lithe, use it as much as you want, because I know you're going to vault the first window you see, and I'm going to take advantage of that."
the amount of times I've had someone light like a window like at Shack, and I
Mhm.
like I said, I play Chucky, so I'm like, I can just slice and dice you. Why did you run away in a completely straight line and not look back? Like
Yeah.
it's just so funny. Like okay, if it's against a trapper, sure, but I see people light right into traps sometimes. Um, it's just very funny. Like it's live life love and all that, you know. Uh, and then sprint burst is just a whole other discussion. But
Mhm.
you know, back to the unknown perks though. Are there any kinds of perks you think just don't work on them?
I don't think there are any perks that you cannot get value out of them. That being said, I think there are perks that are less useful, you know, like, obviously, as a killer, at least when I play, I try and M2 at every possibility. You know,
Mhm.
I will throw an entire game to down a good survivor with my M2 because that's how I learn. You know, it goes back to the I want to learn how to play. I want to learn this power. I want to break it open. You know,
Mhm.
and I will throw. You know, and it works off. Like it pays off. You know, but things like Sloppy Butcher, I don't think are very good on them. I recommend using Sloppy Butcher in like my like generic and unknowns perks only build. But that's because that's the only option, you know? And if you're a newer unknown, you're going to be M1ing a lot more than you're gonna be M2ing, you know? But I think M1 perks like,
Save.
Sloppy Butcher, Save the Best for Last. Yeah, no, don't use Save. Thankfully, I found out through a Chaos Shuffle the other day that Save the Best for Last, you do not lose stacks when you weaken a survivor, thankfully. I
Mhm.
was so worried it was gonna be like a slinger thing where
they
you just
have
lose
not
half your power.
they have not addressed that by the I don't no one knows if it's a bug.
I feel like at this point, I can't help but feel like it was intentional at this point because I mean, genuinely, like,
It's been like half.
it's been so long, and they've touched up so many other perks, and how many times have they changed this like, the twins and the skull merchant in that time, you know? I get it was a busy time, but I mean,
Yeah.
like, something could have been done, right?
Yeah, I don't like I'm still in the camp of it's a bug and it will be
Mhm,
fixed, but I mean then again that's also like the discussion of what is a bug versus what
mhm.
is just they designed it poorly. Like let's say it's not a bug and it was intentional, but they didn't expect everyone to notice. That would be the worst case scenario in my opinion. Um Yeah, I've tried
Yeah,
save on unknown. It was one of those things where I'm like,
no,
oh, this sounds good, but it's not. It's just
nah.
um, it's even if like you completely avoid the obsession, it's just not worth it. Just go for the and
Yeah,
it
same thing for like Rapid, obviously, and oh, what's
yeah
that other one? I can't remember.
Unbound.
Yeah, never use Unbound. Like Unbound, once you get a perk that is somewhat decent, you get literally any other teachable in the game, it'll probably do you better. Even Zancian Tactics will be better for a new unknown than Unbound.
Yeah, yeah, for the most. But like I said, there's like a handful of killers in very specific situations that can use Unbound. Um,
Yeah.
which kind of goes back to our point of where we both kind of said we want more perks to be situational. Not that
Mhm.
situational.
No.
I mean perks like solidarity situational, like stuff like
Mhm.
that. Like
I've always been a fan of Solidarity.
I've
I
been
think Solidarity is a good idea. I think they just need to, like, commit to it somehow and make it, like, fully heal you, maybe even, which might be a little bit of a hot take, but
I've
if you're not
been
injured, you're not getting any value, but if you're both injured, it makes resetting really quick.
I've been running it with Deadline and Autodidact and
Ooh.
getting some actually good value out of it. Honestly speaking, um,
There was a time where I was a massive Autodidact fan. I still enjoy Autodidact, you
yeah,
know? It's just frustrating sometimes.
it's so funny with Autodidact because it's been getting like shadow buffed for like 3 years
Mhm.
now. Because what I mean by shadow buffed is like it hasn't been touched, but other things around it have made it better.
Absolutely, yeah.
Like Deadline, I think is a good example. Like that perk inherently combining it with Autodidact made it better. Um,
Mhm.
then the Mangled changed happened, which kind of
Yeah.
shadow nerfed it, which is just it's really
It took away
funny.
one of its biggest use cases, yeah.
Yeah, it's funny how that kind of stuff works, but yeah, I think Autodidact it's a really well designed perk. Personally, I think it's fun. I think it adds a whole different dynamic, and I mean you could argue this, but it's like a whole different like win condition kind of.
In a way, yeah. I think that just kinda goes for pretty much I don't know if this is a hot take, but I think Adam is just genuinely one of the best survivors in the game, like, design-wise.
Mhm.
Everything about him and he was kinda I personally, I would appoint him as the quote unquote "peak" of survivor design because when they released a chapter, right? And, this is getting a little close to something that's happening, with another game right now. But, they released a chapter that was centered all around Japan, right?
Mhm.
And they released someone who, as the main survivor, who was not Japanese, right, by ethnicity or race.
Mhm.
And they pulled it off perfectly. I've
Yeah,
never heard anyone complain about Adam because he's peak, His perks are all Pebble might not be a good perk,
it's
but man,
fun.
is Pebble a fun perk,
It's
yeah, and
fun.
Autodidact is a cool perk, and Deliverance is a meta perk, and Adam himself is a very well thought out, well designed, well rounded character. His cosmetics sometimes can be a little, iffy for various reasons. The Rainbow Six Wamai, that promo art, oof.
Speaking of that collab, I am very disappointed that Rainbow Six didn't give the Trapper skin to Frost. I am
Yeah,
so mad at that. For she has a bear trap. That is her ability.
yeah, no, and
Uh,
also, the Rainbow Six collab, in my opinion, I know this is a bit of a hot take, so a lot of people say For Honor's the worst, but I think For Honor at least For Honor got something cool. Even though I never really played For Honor, I did, like, play the single player tutorial in For Honor, and I
right.
I liked the game, I think it was cool, and
Mhm.
the event that, like, For Honor got when DBD and For Honor collabed was awesome.
It was. Yeah.
DBD X, Rainbow Six, we got 2 skins in Rainbow that were, like, $35 each,
Mhm.
and, you know and on the Rainbow Six side, realistically, we got Ada 2.0, Blitz, and no one else,
I,
'cause
I didn't haven't really thought about this. I don't think I've seen those skins since
mhm.
like week one of them
The
coming
only
out.
one I see, like, ever is Tubarão because he's so quiet. Is it a he? I don't know.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm
it's a he.
I'm 90% sure.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. Good. Just had to check myself real quick.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I was talking about Rainbow Six and Dead by Daylight
hmm
the other day in a Kaiser video about uh and I mean it is Pride Month, so I guess it's fine to talk about, but
hmm
with the whole idea of diversity, because uh, or not diversity, but representation,
Right.
because I think Rainbow Six is in my opinion, the gold standard way of doing.
I'd say they were. Obviously we're getting to little controversial points, but
It.
I'd say they were. I think some entries you can tell that they just kind of tacked this onto the character last second. You know,
It,
but there are some others that they did very very well. So
yeah,
it's kind of a mixed bag.
my point with it has always been,
hmm
and I hate using this word because it makes it sound bad. It's the subtlety they did it with.
Yeah, and it can be done a lot of different ways, and it can be done well, or it can be done poorly and just kind of ham-fisted into
Yeah,
anything, right?
yeah, I'm not a big fan of how they did. So Pulse is bi, which
hmm
but the way they confirmed it was a dev. The writer of Pulse's story came out. I think it was like actually like 6 months ago. It was like, yeah, I wrote the story for Pulse. He's canonically bi.
hmm
Like I just wasn't a fan of them doing it that way. I like the way Kavera was revealed was it was through a cosmetic. The way
Wasn't it through a collab with Ghost Recon?
yes, I believe so.
Yeah,
Um,
that was neat. I know a lot of people had, like, pushback to it, but there's always gonna be pushback around that kinda
yeah,
thing. I think that
yeah,
was a good way of doing it. I think
yeah,
that was a genuinely kinda neat way to do it.
yeah, and then like Flores, the way they confirmed
Mhm.
he was gay and or bi, that's confirmed either or, but there's just a line in his lore that just mentions his husband.
Mhm.
That's it. They didn't talk about it on socials. They didn't like bring it up at all ever.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it
That
was
that's a good way to handle it, because when you promote it too much, that can give people the idea that you're doing it for some alternative reason, and I
right.
think a lot of people, like, will push back against that a lot more than, if it's done organically
Yeah,
and in a way that, like, makes sense either, like, for the character or for the narrative.
yeah, it's a nuanced topic. In
Exactly.
how to do it, quote correctly. I
Mhm.
really do think it is a nuanced topic, but but my point with that is like with like Dead by Daylight, I feel like they could learn a little bit from that. Um,
Well, I think, Dead by Daylight originally, just being completely, like, not talking about it, I think that was a fine way to handle it.
mhm,
If they wanna do more, they did the pride charms and everything, and even though I personally don't use charms, period,
mhm,
just because I don't like their addition to the game, because they were added to the game purely to fill out, like, battle passes,
mhm.
you know? I don't use charms particularly, like, just as a blanket, right? But I like that they gave out the pride charms, and let people choose if they wanted to, use them, and if they wanted to redeem them and all that. I think that was great too. And, I understand, not for, like, how do I say this? Like, the numbers, if you will, right? I think it makes sense to have, since Felix was confirmed to like have a wife and everything. I think it's totally okay if there was to have a confirmed character, right? But
Mhm.
I think, like, the subtlety of it and just not mentioning that part of the characters' lives at all was a good thing. And I think honestly, leaving a lot of the characters' backgrounds unknown is a good thing as well, like the survivors, because it keeps them more as, like, everymans, right? That you can relate to more and more. And I know a lot of people really like these characters and they want to learn more. But the more you learn about these characters, the more it might be harder for you personally to relate to them, you know?
Yeah, but I do think that there is a
Mhm.
degree at some point where it's like in one way I get what you're saying, but it's like I feel like there's also a discussion to be had
Mhm.
of it feels like behavior is kind of dodging the topic sometimes.
Oh, yeah, you can definitely say that. And, in some cases, it really might seem like that when there's, like, very heavily allusions to it and they just never actually, like, you know, they
Yeah.
never just kind of full hog it, and just say, "Yeah, this is what's going on."
Yeah, and once again, it comes down to that the with my point of
Mhm.
like subtlety versus making it blunt, because there is a problem with doing it subtly, and that is there's no confirmation. So
Mhm.
everyone's wrong and everyone's right, and it's like, well, okay. um, I'll get off the
Mhm.
I don't want to say controversial. I don't think it's controversial topic, but you know
I
what I
don't
mean.
think it is either.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, no,
but
no. We'll go back to funny game stuff and less stuff that's closer to real life stuff. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, I guess this does lead a bit into state of the game overall.
Mhm.
And you said how long were you taking a break for?
Uh, I don't remember for sure. I was kind of already really disillusioned with the game because before Unknown, right, and when I was still like really on that like DVD grind set and everything, I played a lot of like Nemesis, and Nemesis at the time had a one very obscure bug that would let him hit through things he should not have been able to hit through. The
Mhm.
thing that I always use it as an example is you could hit either through or under. I don't know how it worked. The Badham ambulance, right? If you did everything just right, you could hit a survivor through it, and it was so stupid. It needed to go away, but I looked into it and I really like figured out how it worked. It wasn't consistent, you know. It was never consistent. That's why I say it was a bug, right? But I looked into it a lot and I figured out how to like possibly do it somewhat fairly regularly. And then when I got to actually like come back and like make the video on it, I found that it had been patched in the time that I'd like been writing the script and like getting everything ready to go. And I just kind of like, well, there goes the last 6 months of my life, you know. And then I was already like really on the ropes with the game, and then I checked back in on it one day, and there's this cool new killer, the Singularity. That's pretty cool. You know, that's pretty fun. They look pretty cool. I play them a bit. It's like, oh, okay. Uh, I go to I go to play some Nemesis, you know, and not even drags are hitting anymore. I'm like, what's going on? And then I realize the blight that is MFT, and it's like, all right, I will see you when you're gone, and promptly close the game. I hear about Skull Merchant. It's like, oh, I'm going to play a single PTB game. I was miserable, and I'm just kind of done with this. And you know, once things started calming down, that's when I started like looking back into the game. I never fully like dropped it. Never like fully quit like watching stuff around it because I did like the game. I was just really frustrated with it, and I needed a break from it.
Right.
Hmm.
Uh, but as of now, coming back, state of the
Mm.
game in general. I mean, would you say the game is in a good spot?
Oh, absolutely. Are you kidding me? Especially compared to like the very old days. Like, I think it's in a much better spot. You know,
Even
there's a hmm?
I was gonna say, even compared to like a year ago.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's so much better. You know, Dead Hard alone, you know, makes Killer like so much better to play nowadays. And a lot of the like anti-camp, right? And
Mhm.
base kit BT and everything like that. It's really nice, you know.
Yeah, and
The game in general is in a good state, I think.
yeah, and and also, I mean, I think behavior is in a better state as far as
Mhm.
people can say what they want. Behavior's listening, okay? But
They're definitely doing better about listening, yeah. You can still argue how much they're listening, but you know, they
yeah,
are doing better,
yes.
I'd say.
I would argue if they got better at doing AMAs, that they would probably be one of the better developers about listening to their community.
Well, they used to. They used to do, like, dev streams and where they would just do AMAs on stream, and then somebody, I don't wanna say leaked the plague, but they kind of leaked that the next killer would be from, like, Babylonian era, right?
Hmm.
One of the devs said, "Well, our next killer is gonna be incredibly old," and Matthew McCote's like, "Wow, you did not just say that, not only on stream, but right in front of me," you know, and I think that was the last one. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that was the last, AMA thing they ever did.
Well, it's not even that they don't do AMAs. I think they do a decent amount because we get about two or three a
Mhm.
year. It's more so they seem pointless. It's always
Yeah, like,
like
we are aware of this issue, and we are looking into it.
don't get me wrong. I've said this before. It's like I get it. You don't want false promises. I understand that. But
Mhm.
man, when people are asking questions and you can't give any answers, what was the point?
Yeah, it was
And the thing is, like, if someone asks a question and you can't give specifics, fair enough.
Right.
I get that. You can at least be vague.
Yeah. It's something better than just a corporate, like, copy and paste, yeah. We know about this, we don't know what we're doing about it yet, so just please stop asking us, you know?
Yeah, yeah. If anything, like there was a thing with Helldivers.
Mhm.
That I'm sure you've heard of Helldivers.
Yeah, I
Um,
haven't played it, but I know a lot about it, yeah.
one of the devs like came out and was like, "Guys, stop asking us to buff and nerf stuff. We're not going to." Um, that they've gone back on that. But my point with that has always been like, sometimes game devs being like kind of like assholes is
A
refreshing.
good thing.
It's
Yeah.
refreshing. It's like, oh,
Like,
these are people.
yep.
um,
But just don't take it too far, or else you'll end up on the TCM side of things.
yeah. Don't get there is a line. I'm not saying there's not. It's just like
Mhm.
it's like as someone who works in customer service, it's like I get it.
Mhm.
Sometimes you do have to be that guy. Um, or
Yeah.
else you do come off disingenuous and just I think that's the proper word is disingenuous. And in corporate and just like you're not actually listening, you're just saying this because someone told you to say it.
Right, yeah.
Um, and a lot of the AMAs is like, I mean, like when people were asking for the UI to change, like in the lobby,
Mhm.
they were like, "Yeah, we're looking at this. It'll happen in years."
Oh, yeah.
Like, okay, like I said, be honest. I didn't mean that honest. Like that's one of those ones where you've been like, yeah, the dev team's actually looking at this. It should show up eventually. Like if that's what they said, you know what? Fine, whatever. Um, but
I
like,
do appreciate the honesty of them saying, "Yeah, these things aren't really a priority for us." I do appreciate that. If nothing else, I appreciate the honesty. That being said, hearing that they're not gonna, like, work on custom games at all,
mhm.
you know,
Yeah,
especially when custom games really need it. Oof, duh.
a simple change they could do to custom games. And
Mhm.
I know some people are going to say, well, people will exploit it. Just make it so you can earn blood points in customs. I don't see an issue with it. I legitimately don't.
Blood points are so, like, expendable nowadays once you get past the first 100 hours, right?
Mhm.
Like, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't.
Yeah, it's just for me. It's like a lot of times I'd be like, you know what, maybe I'll play a custom, and then I'm like, well, I kind of need or want some blood point. Like, I don't feel like I'm being rewarded. I guess is the right word, but it's like I just
Mhm.
like unless like I know I'm gonna have a good time with like a Discord group or something. It just feels like a waste of
Right.
time. That's
Yeah,
all.
absolutely.
Um, and this has been a trend in a lot of games over the past 10 years. Like, I mean, did you play Halo Reach when it was a thing back in the day?
Yeah, a little bit. Not too much, but I did play a bit of Halo Reach, yeah.
Yeah, you could earn like experience points offline.
Mhm, and
Just
in
for
Firefight too. That
yeah,
was honestly where most of my time in Halo Reach was,
yeah, and
is
it
in, like, the firefight stuff, because that was just what I found fun.
yeah, it didn't break the economy.
Mhm.
Yeah, like you could do it in custom games. You could do it anywhere. You could just do it messing around in Forge for a few hours. Um, it didn't break
Oh,
the
yeah, absolutely.
yeah, it didn't like break the economy or anything. Uh, things like Overwatch adding like the server browsers and stuff that didn't break the player numbers. If anything, it
Mhm.
increased them. Um,
Yeah.
because I feel like that's another fear with it. I mean, that's the fear with them like adding like new game modes. I hear all the time is, yeah, well, if they do that, then the player numbers drop and queue times would be super long.
We've had chaos for, like, what, almost a month now, and the queue times are still, like, really fast on either side for the most part. Like,
Yeah,
I think chaos single-handedly disproved that.
I
If
think
it's a good, well-designed mode, that's not going to be a concern.
yeah, and I think like it's. I think the other thing with it, and this kind of bleeds into MMR a bit, but
Mhm.
how long are people willing to wait in a lobby to get into a match? Because from what I understand from some people, if it's more than 30 seconds, they are just done. And that just blows my mind for some reason.
Yeah, no, they would not survive old DBD. I remember way back in the day, this was, like, when Pig came out or something. Uh, I was watching a video, of somebody, and this person in between games, they had time to order a pizza. The pizza got delivered, and they ate it, right? Before they got a second match for their video.
I streamed VHS. Trust me, I know. Um, um, But it's like one of those things, though. It's and I'm not saying log like matched or queue time should be that long. I'm
Mhm.
just saying it's like
No.
to me like a 5 minute queue is not that long.
5 minutes, I think for me personally, especially if I'm streaming it, like 5 minutes is the like uppermost. But if I'm just playing with some friends and we're all just talking in Discord, 5 minutes is nothing. I mean, really.
Maybe it's just because of the games I grew up on, but that was about the
Hmm.
average time of like matches or queue times back in the day for a lot of games. Especially ones that didn't have servers. Uh,
Yeah.
like I used to play Quake when I was a kid. It's like you didn't queue up in that game. It was just serverless, right? And then once we started going to like TF2 was kind of
Hmm.
another Valve game. Was like one of the first games to like really. Well, I mean, technically it was Halo, but even back in like Halo 2 and Modern Warfare days, it's like you would be waiting for matches to load for like 5 6 minutes. That was
Yeah,
just
it
just
was rough.
yeah, that was just the norm. That was just how it was. It didn't
Mhm.
it didn't even matter how many people were playing. It was just how it worked. Uh, and I only brought that up a bit because it's like with them adding new game modes and such, and like adding a server
Mhm.
browser, it's like I really think it wouldn't affect it to the immense degree people think it would. Few times would maybe double to like a minute or two, and I still think that's fine.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I absolutely agree. Like, I think a long queue isn't really that big of a problem to me because, I mean, push comes to shove. Everybody has a smartphone in their lap. I hate to say you guys don't have phones, but like genuinely, if it's a fun game, I don't mind waiting a little bit. It's the same as like dying in a game with limited respawns or no respawns, like Siege or something. I
Mhm.
don't mind. Obviously, in Siege, you should be on cams. You should not be on your phone. But like,
The fuck is a
it's still.
cam? Um, God, I used to give that advice to people all the time. Like, that's boring. What do you want to do?
What do you mean? FNAF was one of the top selling franchises. You get on those cameras right now and you tell me if you see Mr. Fazbear, okay?
But, that's ugh. um yeah. It's I don't know. Queue times are like a weird thing. I I don't know what the line is either. Honestly, because like I said, some people say 30 seconds. People like me are like, I don't care if I have to wait 8 minutes. Like
Hmm.
it's 8 minutes, sure, but it's fine. Uh, it's just I think like a server list alone, and also I feel like servers kind of some people might disagree with this. Back when games had and I'm gonna sound like old man yelling at
Hmm.
cloud here. Back when games had server lists and not like matchmaking, toxicity wasn't as much of a thing. Because if someone was being toxic or like
Hmm.
being that guy, they got kicked.
Right.
And there was like no consequences for anyone other than them.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um,
And that's also, vote to kick in general, I think is something that is kind of disappearing
I-
a lot.
Honestly, I think it's just because of
Hmm.
teams that would abuse or people that abuse it. That's
Absolutely.
that's that's really the and it's a shitty reason, but I mean it. I mean I
It's
know.
kind of valid, but I wish that they could find a way around it. A lot of games have like a reputation system now.
Mhm.
Okay, why isn't that a factor of like the reputation? Why isn't that like, oh, if you guys vote kick a lot of people, we might, you might get knocked down for that if you're constantly vote kicking people who aren't, like later revealed to be cheaters or whatnot.
Yeah, but the problem with that is then like you're getting
Mhm.
punished for technically speaking the actions of other people.
Well, yeah,
Because
obviously.
because what if legitimately you just are you're in a 4 man in siege and you're just very unlucky with that one person.
Yeah, but that's also kind of on like a moderation team to figure out, if somebody has a really awful username, right?
Hmm.
I think it's safe to say that person was probably not being the nicest person on the mic and they can look past that one.
Right.
And just that kind of deal.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is a whole other topic off of Dead by Daylight,
Mhm.
but I mean that comes into the idea of like anti-cheat and like anti-toxicity systems that people want in games, and then when you bring up like, well, like when Valorant did the thing where it's like, well, it'll record your conversations, and
Hmm.
people were like, well, we don't want that. How how else do you expect them to do it then?
Well, I think that's more of a Valorant issue than anything, because I mean, I've not played Valorant since the open beta, but from what I hear about what that game's about anymore, it might as well be Tender, you know?
Yeah, fair
At least
enough.
that's what I hear as an outsider.
It's just one of those things though, where it's like, okay,
Mhm,
you guys want people who like are toxic, like genuinely toxic in like
mhm.
voice chat to be banned from the game. Okay, fair enough, understandable. But you also don't want the devs to have recordings of this to go back and check to see if the people were actually toxic.
I think, if they announce it ahead of time, like, "Hey, this is something we're doing," that should be fine, because at least you're warned,
They did.
Okay, they did announce it ahead of time, and it wasn't, like, just a rug pull, like, "Oh, yeah, by the way, we've been doing this for the past 6 months," and
Yeah,
that's fine.
yeah.
That's completely within their right to do
Yeah,
so.
they got rid of it.
Really? Okay.
People didn't like it. People thought it was an
Wow.
invasion of privacy.
I mean, I can understand where they're coming from.
Yeah,
I can.
I mean, it's also the situation with Valorant's anti-cheat. People don't like that it has kernel level access. Which, don't get me wrong, I understand the implications of that. It's just
Mhm.
anti-cheat is a complicated thing.
Oh,
And
absolutely.
I'm not saying everyone should get kernel level access to your computers. I'm not saying that. That's
Mhm.
your right as a consumer to not play that game if it has that and you don't like it. But Valorant doesn't have that many cheaters because
Because
of
of these
that.
things. Yeah, absolutely.
Um, and not to say there's none, some still slip through the cracks, but they get
Mhm.
banned pretty fast. Uh,
Yeah, they get caught, yeah.
it's just, yeah, it's one of those things. It's like, I hate using the term the line needs to be drawn, but it's like, where do we draw that line, right?
Exactly, yeah.
Um, because it's like the way some people talk about it, it's like, well, we want the devs to just do better. Well, there's only but so many people who can go through these manually, you know?
Mhm. Yeah,
Um,
and what was it? It was Counter-Strike, right? That had the, what'd they call it? The Guardian system? The whatever it was, where they had players, like, review matches and
it,
rewarded them for doing it.
League had that with the tribunal.
Okay. I
I
think
don't.
that's a cool system.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if CS had it. Yeah, League got rid of that.
Really?
They got rid of that a long time ago.
Mhm.
I thought it was a very cool system too. The reason they got rid of it, for lack of a better word, was nepotism.
Ah.
Because people weren't like randomly selected to do it, and there was kind of like a clique going on with it.
Mhm.
So it kind of led to like abuse of the system, and
Yeah.
yeah, once again, no system's perfect. Even the kernel level access thing isn't perfect for obvious reasons. It's just, yeah, this is a weird tangent. It's
Hey.
it's just it's a situation where it's like I feel like there's no real way to win, and it's we have to pick the lesser of two evils at some point.
Yeah, we have to try and find a fun balance of it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah, and I feel like as long as the devs are committed to what they're doing, I'm fine with it.
Mhm. But they just
It's
need to kinda pick a direction and go with it.
Yeah, it's like with the whole filter debate.
Right.
It's like if the devs come out and they're like filters aren't cheating. I don't care
Mhm.
what side of the debate you're on. The devs
That
just
should
said
be
it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because like people, because I've talked about the whole filter thing, and some people have brought up Hunt Showdown as an example, where the
Mhm.
devs for that game have said filters are cheating.
But that's not DBD, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, yeah, that's a completely different game and a completely different set of devs.
With a completely different, like, style to it as well, you know?
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, that's fine. Those two things can exist.
Mhm.
It's like like some people think macros are cheating.
I think, macros are a bit iffy because some things I think are cheating, like, back in the day when Slinger first came out, if you set a wiggle macro, you were out in half a second or
Hmm.
something crazy like that.
Yeah,
But, you know, if it's like a macro to spend your blood points or something, yeah, sure, whatever, who cares?
Well, yeah, but it's like if you have to take it on a case by case basis like that, it's like
Mhm.
how
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 do you decide?
yeah,
Yeah,
and who decides?
exactly.
Because it's the same thing with like I think with because I when you were talking about the Pokemon Showdown system
Mhm,
for Dead by Daylight, I maybe I misunderstood how you were wording it, but I feel like a lot of people I watched react to it misunderstood it. And to be fair to a lot of those people, they
mhm.
a lot of people don't play competitive Pokemon. Even fewer play on Showdown. So I don't think people understood that it was determined purely by not purely by use rate, but mostly by
Mhm.
usage rate.
And there
Um,
were some times where, like, where, like, you know, I don't know enough to know an exact one other than the ostrich. You know, the ostrich got kicked out pretty quick, you know, I remember that.
yeah, Dracovic did. Cinderace was another good example of that.
Mhm.
And then I mean there was like Mega Rayquaza, who literally was so broken they made another tier. Um,
Yeah, that's it's
it,
not, like, 100%, but I do think it is a,
well,
mhm,
my point with that was like I saw reacts to it, where people were basically saying, "Well, I don't trust behavior to determine who's strong enough
mhm.
to be in this tier." And it's like I think you guys missed the point. It was based on
Honestly, I know we're talking about something different, I'm just surprised to learn that people reacted to that because I had no idea.
yeah. There's like I've seen like 6 or 7.
Really? I had no clue. That's news to me, sorry to derail it. I'm sitting here like, I thought you meant like, oh, the comment reactions, because yeah, there were some times where I had to clarify things in the comments. I Wow, okay, I know what I'm gonna go figure out tonight.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen like
I'm very
6.
curious to hear this.
Yeah, yeah. I've seen like 6 or 7. Bran the Mr. Headache did it.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the other. He's the one off the top of my head I know did.
Mhm.
I think Choi did too.
Yeah,
Um,
that's so yeah,
um,
I think Troy did something like a similar video, but I think it was a different because he was talking about, like, Call of Duty Pick 10. I remember that video because
yeah,
that was a good one,
yeah,
and that's another good suggestion.
yeah, and I think the Pick 10 system though runs into that issue more though, because at that point
Mhm.
it is the devs determining. Um,
Yeah, absolutely.
um,
And if we go by, like, the idea of how they used to do it, where the best perk was in the 40 like, the level 40 slot with old Teachables,
mm.
they definitely did not know what the best perk of a
Well,
survivor was.
the way do you play Warframe at all?
No, I'm vaguely familiar, but I don't really know about
I
it.
think I might have commented on your video about this. So Warframe
Mhm.
has these things called Riven mods.
Alright.
What Riven mods are, you basically every day you get like a mission to do, and it's a random roll, and
Okay.
they can have insane stats like plus 400% damage, plus 200% critical hit chance, and things like that. They're like insane buffs. But the way they balance those is, one, they're really hard to get and really random, but also every month, uh, so they have a slot counter on them, so it's like 5 slots, and it takes up 5 slots. But every month the weapons get rotated, where if a weapon is used a lot, that slot number goes down.
Oh, okay.
So it's their way of balancing them without actually balancing them. It lets them stay strong, but it's like, and you can still use them. The number never goes low enough to the point to where you can't use them. It's just,
Mhm.
well, now you have to use it and only it, or only with one other thing. Um,
That's interesting.
yeah, so it kind of takes that idea of does it by usage rate. But what's really cool about it is that, unlike like
Mhm.
Showdown does a lot of times, where the meta doesn't really change too much because of how it's kind of designed, um, because things kind of tend to stay in their own tiers for a long time. Because
Mhm.
uh, for those who don't know competitive Pokemon, basically if something's in OU, for the most part, it's staying there for years. Just because because since it's based on usage rate, if it's good in OU, it's going to keep getting used in OU. It's more a problem at the top end and low end of things, and not so much in the middle. The middle's weird. But
Mhm.
because Warframe does it every month, uh, and it's based on usage rate, if a gun becomes so used that the Riven mod system makes it so you can't put that many mods on it, less people start using the gun. So it
Oh.
inherently fixes itself.
That is such an interesting system. I think I'm following it. As someone who hasn't played the game, I'm having a little bit hard time conceptualizing it. But basically, these are attachments, right? And
Yeah.
each gun has like a shifting number of attachment slots, essentially, right?
Yeah. So they
Okay.
all have the same amount of slots, but there's also there's
Mhm.
you can every gun can put, I think it's 10. I haven't played in a while, but it's 10 slots. Um, but there's also a mod number for like power level. Like a damage mod will take off let's say 10, right?
Right.
And a Riven mod will take off, let's say 30, right? And then if that gun isn't used enough, the Riven mod for that gun is then lowered. So now you can put more on it.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. I think I'm following it as much as I can without
Yeah.
actually, sitting there and like looking at it in action.
I know
Okay.
people who played the game for years and still don't fully understand it. It's fine. It's yeah, and I might be butchering the exact way it works, but
hmm
in essence, it uses usage rates in a way that kind of makes it fix itself, while at the same time shifting the meta without actually shifting the meta.
Okay.
And
That is pretty cool.
yeah, and Warframe also has normal balance patches like every game.
Right.
So the meta does tend to shift in ways like that, but it's an interesting system, and I don't think Dead by Daylight should outright copy it, but
hmm
because there's also other problems with, especially in this game, of usage rates because of comfort perks.
Exactly.
Windows
Windows
are
of opportunity.
Windows of Opportunity, I think, was the one perk. I think I saw more people comment on your video about that one perk than I ever
Yes.
have. Um, because
Uh-huh. Windows.
it's a perk that is used like, I think it's the most used perk in the game now.
Oh, by a long shot. Yeah, it's like a solid 10% above it anything else, if I remember right.
Yeah, and it's not like it's super good. Look, let me rephrase. It is not OP or super powerful.
Yeah, and there are other perks that do its job better if you're willing to think about it and really like pay attention. Things like alert and fogwise can do similar things. Same with any means necessary
Right.
if you're a bit more experienced. But for the average player, they just want to run yellow, They want to run yellow, press spacebar, and like 360.
Yeah,
That's all they want to do.
yeah, and it's like, and at that point it's like Bond for me. I run Bond like every game.
hmm
Um, Not because it's necessarily the best perk in the world. It's just nice to have.
Yeah, Bond is a very nice perk.
Um,
It's not one of those perks where if I saw somebody like running it, I judge them for it because Bond is a very solid perk, especially if you're solo queuing. It might be arguably the best perk you can run.
that I never see.
And it's because it kind of fell off. It was really popular way back when, but nowadays, I think after the HUD, a lot of people just kind of started ignoring like fellow
Or
survivor and for
yeah,
like info perks.
yeah. I've been really enjoying is it Better Together? It's the Nancy perk, the one that shows you people's auras when you're on a gen.
Really,
Yeah, I've been really enjoying that perk. Uh,
the thing that I don't like about that perk, right, is when it reveals your gen to the other survivors, it's only within a 32-meter radius or something like that, right?
mm,
But Blast Mine and Wiretap, it's map wide.
it's
I don't know why those aren't swapped. I don't need to know if that generator across the map is Blast Mine, but I do need to know somebody's working on it.
um yeah, I mean, the solo queue experience. I think that's
Mhm.
honestly the biggest sticking point with the. I think on the killer side of things, I think perks need to be adjusted. I'm
Mhm.
I don't think perks need to be nerfed. I don't think, like, don't get me wrong, I understand the nerf they just did to Pop and Main Res. I know some people are
Right.
freaking out about it, but like I kind of understand it.
Mhm.
But I think we need to get out of the realm of nerfing the top and more buffing the bottom. Um,
I agree with that for the most part, except for Nurse and Blight. Honestly, take a 12 gauge to their kneecaps. I don't want to see them ever again.
they have been with Blight. I think I see.
Yeah, Blight, but there's another one we got to worry about.
Yeah, it's really funny. Like I saw Blight on this patch note, and I was like, "Why is he here again?" And I haven't seen Nurse once.
Exactly, yeah.
Um, I mean, if it's just kill rate, I guess that would be my guess. It's very strange. But there's a saying from a YouTuber I watch called White Light. He
Hmm.
does I don't know if you know who he is, but he does a lot of like long form video essays on games. And
Hmm.
he used to talk about Destiny expansions. Um,
Right.
and one of the things he said was we need to stop buffing and nerfing in and out of meta. We need to
Mm.
start buffing and nerfing into conversation.
Right.
Like a perk shouldn't be buffed or nerfed just because it's ran all the time or not ran at all. It should be buffed and nerfed to the point to where it's an option for people to use. Rather
Mhm.
than like I'm running this because it's the best thing in the game right now. It should be should I run this or should I run that? Right?
Exactly, yeah. That's kind of the whole I don't wanna call them universal perks, but, perks that are always available and always good, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean like I'm trying to think of a really I mean nowhere to hide I think is actually a good example.
Oh, yeah.
I can't think of a way for them to nerf nowhere to hide where it's not a good perk. And not I'm not even saying they need to.
Yeah.
I'm just saying like
No, 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 no. I agree. Nowhere to hide is like a dumb perk. It is just so much free info, but at the same time, it just feels so nice to run, especially on unknown.
mhm.
But like I could definitely see the argument that it can be a little unfair. I think something that Nowhere to Hide could do, right, is let survivors know that they've been revealed even if they don't have distortion, right?
Mhm.
I think that that would be an easy way to balance it a little bit because of what do you call it? I don't know. If you know that you're revealed, you're going to play differently than if you think that you're still completely hidden in that little bush of yours.
Yeah, but I mean there's also like this idea of how much info should we give about the killer's perks during a match?
I think there should be very little unless you have something that like deliberately exists to help you figure it out. But I think there are times where it's warranted to warn the survivors of what's happening. For example,
I mean,
unnerving and overwhelming presence, right?
yeah.
They warn survivors what they're going to do. Don't get
Yeah.
me wrong, they're both garbage,
Mhm.
but I think they need to, so people aren't randomly going, "Okay, why are my skill checks so weird? Why did my flashlight just die in, like, 2 seconds? What's going on? Why didn't my med kit finish?" You know?
Yeah. And I mean there's perks like retribution where it's
Mhm.
like the survivors know it's like because the moment they touch a totem, they or even a dull one, it's like they get oblivious and there's a hex symbol inside, right?
Exactly.
The survivors like know a hex is happening at almost all
Mhm.
times, um, especially if you run Undying. Which, by the way, I have been saying this for a while. I actually think Undying hurts you because the survivors immediately know that there's a hex in play.
Yeah, playing Chaos Shuffle, one of my favorite things to get was Undying by itself, because the
Oh
second the survivors realized there was a hex totem, it is a just an angry swarm of bees. They are breaking them bones, and they are not gonna stop till they do it, you know?
yeah, yeah. Undying by itself, I actually think is really underrated.
Mhm.
Um, the amount of times that there's a random totem at a loop and I get full wall hacks the entire time.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Or you just see, like, a glimpse of someone across the map so you know where they are.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, yeah. I would get it randomly in Chaos Shuffle, and I'd be like, "Why can I see?" Oh, because that only works on dull totems. Like it doesn't work on
Mhm.
hexes. So like it's it's a weird counterbalance thing with Undying. Um, like I don't think Undying needs a buff or anything. I think it does what it does fine. I think people like undervalue its use by itself. Um, I mean,
Yeah, absolutely. But, I mean,
yeah,
that's a lot of hexes. I think hexes in general are a little undervalued because they aren't what they were, and I think that goes for a lot of things in this game. It it's not the same as it used to be, therefore it's bad.
yeah. I mean, that brings in the whole idea of perception of
Mhm.
strength versus actual strength. There was a I always forget the game that did this. There was a game in the early 2000s. I want to say it was Quake, but I don't know. Um,
Mhm.
but anyways, there was a gun that no one used. It was the least used gun in the game. It was a Tommy gun, which leads me to believe it
Mhm.
wasn't Quake. But anyways, it was the least used gun in the game. It never got buffed. It never got changed. I mean, this is early 2000s. That wasn't as common as it is now. It still happened, but not as
Right.
often. But they released patch notes and it did a change to it. And it increased its pick rate by almost triple.
Even though they basically only changed the audio of it.
That's all they did.
Mhm.
That's it.
Yeah, I know what game you're talking about. I wanna say it was one of the Battlefields
Was it?
or something like that.
It might have been, but yeah, that's all they did. They just changed the audio of it to make it feel better to use, and it immediately. And I'm not kidding. It tripled its
Yep.
usage rate.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I can't remember it either, but I know exactly what you're talking about, yeah.
Like I said, it's just a perception thing.
And, you know, something similar to, you know, bring it back more towards Dead by Daylight, something similar happened with medkits where people thought medkits were kind of whatever and like self-healing with them wasn't that great. You know, it was just more of a nice thing to have, not like how strong it was for years in this game. And then especially after the insta heals went away, people were like, medkits really aren't that great anymore. Meanwhile, they could patch themselves up like 4 times in a row without even using a perk slot, you know?
Yeah.
And then once and then people started realizing, "Wait, hold on, this green med kit lets me self-care in 6 seconds. Hold on, there might be something here."
I mean, it's Pop is a good, or Pop Ruin was another good example of that. No one used Pop Ruin for about, if I remember correctly, it was like 6 months. And then Starva did that video. That's all it took for people to
Yeah.
realize that. Well, yeah, they don't synergize, but use Ruin for early game and Pop for the rest, and like they
Mhm.
kind of work off of each other that way. It's like, and then when they nerfed Pop, people said it was terrible, and then they kind of buffed it a little bit. I think it was actually a mistake on what happened, because
Mhm.
it went from current to something like that. I mean, even current Ruin's a good example. Like people like discount current Ruin a lot. It's
Oh, yeah,
fine.
current ruin's nice, especially if you're playing something that's, like, super high aggression in the early game,
Hmm.
or you're a very high mobility killer.
Yeah.
You
Or
know, it's nice.
yeah, or one who can just get people off of gens naturally somehow. Like I
Mhm.
think Nemesis is one of the best Ruin users in the game.
Yeah, Nemesis and Pinhead probably.
Yeah, and Pig's actually pretty decent with it too. Um,
I can
Chucky,
see that.
kinda, not really because of the footsteps, but it just depends on playing against, honestly. Um,
Yeah.
uh, yeah. Also, if you see the footsteps, just look at the HUD. If someone's being chased, he's not coming to you. Um,
Exactly, yeah.
uh, that's one of those things where it's like I feel like they threw that in there for like no reason, and then it really doesn't affect people who are paying attention, which I guess is the point. But I don't know. Stuff like that is very strange.
Yeah, the footsteps, like, the random footsteps have always felt weird to me with Chucky.
I think they're there, honestly, because they do something in Chase, and it's audio occlusion.
Okay.
Because when Chucky goes undetectable, he laughs. He does like a
A
little,
lot.
yeah, he does like a
Mhm.
little all the time. Um,
Yes, and I kind of when I'm playing him, it's, like, one of my least favorite things about him is just, "Chucky, let me listen to their footsteps, please, for the lo"
well, that's
you
why
know?
there's an add-on for him called Silk Pillow that a lot of Chucky players overlooked for the longest time and still
Mhm.
do. That lowers his terror radius permanently, but
Right.
it increases your charge time on slice and
Mhm.
dice. It's only by 0.25 seconds, by the way. Um,
Okay.
yeah,
Mhm.
you'll feel it, but it really doesn't matter. Um, anyways, and I've been experimenting with that and plaything on him, and honestly,
Right.
I think Oblivious and like lowering your terror radius is more powerful than Undetectable on Chucky because you
I
don't
could see that.
laugh. You don't
Yeah,
laugh.
exactly.
Um, yeah, because if you combine Silk Pillow with Monitor and Abuse, you're in range of your slice and dice before they hear the terror radius.
Would they still hear the, laugh, though? I guess
No,
only when you activate power, though,
yeah,
right?
well, right when you activate power. So the way the laugh works, I actually did a video on this 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think I saw it where it's like what is it, like an 18 or 24-meter radius
It,
around him?
it's 12.8 meters. It's this. It's
12.8.
the exact same distance as his Heidi or as Slice and Dice
Oh, okay, right.
without add-ons. It doesn't adding add-ons does not increase it. Which is part of why jump rope
Mhm.
is actually really good. But
I didn't know people thought jump rope was bad.
well, no. I mean, like that's like I'm saying, like that's
Oh,
another
that's just another
reason. Yeah.
benefit of it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. No. Jump rope's like his best, and still is his like one of his best add-ons. Um,
Mhm.
that and rat poison because God, it doesn't need nerf, but man, it makes the other add-ons look worse than they are.
I feel that entirely. That's my, stance on Vanishing Box, honestly.
Um, but yeah. Anyways, like it's just a perception. Back to the thing we were getting to with that. It's just perception is a huge. It's like 9/10 of a meta because
Yeah.
like league is another good example. There was a this is back in 2016. There was a the world esports tournament. Um, there was a meta in that game that stayed the meta for I think it was 8 months. It was the same 10 characters every single match.
Mhm.
There was some variation here and there because there always is. Um,
Right.
and people were like, okay, well, this is the meta now. And it never changed until one fucking insane team, the Coup Tigers, they brought out. If you know nothing about League, what I'm about to say is not as hype as it is.
Mhm.
They brought out Support Misfortune, which
Mhm.
they took a character that does that's a carry. It's a carry character.
Right.
Like they're designed to like be the character
Mhm.
that does all the damage and stuff. And they put them on support because her entire kit countered the meta that was happening at the time. It's just a matter of perception and time.
And, also creativity, having the
Yeah,
creativity and the foresight, if you will, to think of something like that. Yeah, absolutely.
yeah. There was another character that came out called Camille in League, who was a
Mhm.
top laner, and everyone would bring her top. But she had there was a character that clearly countered her. So whenever someone would pick Camille, the other player would pick the counter character. Just how it worked.
Right.
I when I first started playing the game, when she came out, I was like, oh, well, she does like a stun, and she like kind of does damage, and she can lock somebody down. You could probably run her support. I thought this, and this isn't me tooting my own horn. It's just making a point.
Mhm.
And then then a pro team did it, and that was the meta for the next 6 months. A character who was designed for one thing became something else, and she became a flex pick because if the enemy team picks it, what they would do is they would take her support, and the enemy team didn't know that, so they would bring her counter, and then the other team would bring the counter to her counter. So now the meta completely shifted to the point to where okay, are they taking her top? Should we bring her counter, or are they taking her support? So they're going to counter our counter with the counter.
And,
It's
those kind of mind games can always be a lot of fun when you're playing them, but it also makes the new player experience, it can be pretty rough sometimes.
yeah, and Dead by Daylight doesn't suffer from that as much
Too much, yeah.
because the meta is so well defined.
Mhm.
And even when you try to break from it, this is a game that has been figured out 6 ways and back. Like
Yeah.
there's no debating what the meta perks are at this point to a degree. Um,
Mhm.
and
You might
trying,
be able to argue about, like, the different placings, but odds are your top 10 is exactly the same as someone else's top 10.
yeah, and it's like trying to counter it. It's like, okay, what's the counter to Pop Goes the Weasel? There is a counter to it. There is a perk that counters it. It's just not
Mhm.
good. It's Repressed Alliance. But
Repressed Alliance, I think, is a genuinely good perk, and I think more people should run it. One of my friends that can't recently got back into the game,
mhm,
they've been absolutely loving Repressed Alliance, and we've been getting so much value out of it.
I've been running. I wasn't exploiting, but I've been running
Mhm.
potential energy
Right.
to counter pain res.
Potential energy is Potential energy is a perk that the only people who know how to use potential energy don't run potential energy. You know, that's
It's
my stance on it for the most part.
well, the reason why I've been using it to counter, because in my opinion, it doesn't
Mhm,
outright counter them, but it makes dealing with pain res and pop a little bit easier, because
mhm,
especially in solo queue, right? You
right.
get on the first gen and you start using potential energy, your gen isn't going to be the most progressed, so it's not going to be
Yeah.
the one hit with pain res. And even if it is, just release the charges,
Mhm.
and you just countered pain res.
There is obviously some concern about that, like, depending on how long you've been doing that, it might actually be more
Right,
time overall,
right.
but that's one of those things where you gotta really just think about it, and that's what makes the perk interesting. That's why, ever since the exploit's been fixed, I don't want them to change potential energy at all, because I think it's an interesting perk and it fills a unique niche, and I like that.
I have one change to potential energy I want them to do, and that's you don't lose the stacks till you go down. That's it. That's the
Mhm.
only change I would do to it. Um, and maybe that would be too much for what it does, but I would at least like to see them try it.
Mhm. They could
Um,
also do something like where you lose like 50% of whatever your current is whenever you get hit. So if you get downed, you lose it all, but if you only get tapped once, you don't lose everything.
yeah, yeah, I actually kind of like that. It's yeah, it's one of those things. It's like I don't like I'm there's a few different ways to balance things in my opinion,
Mhm.
and one of them is I call it people have different ways of calling it this. There's the throw shit at the wall way, which is how
Right.
I prefer to balance games in my opinion, because it I feel like if you throw enough shit at the wall, eventually something sticks, and you can kind of come back on the stuff that doesn't. There's
And
the
it's always more interesting, even if just as like a observer. It's always
yeah
more interesting to see like a bunch of crazy things.
yeah. A lot of people don't like that method though. A lot
Mhm.
of people don't. A lot of people don't like the other method I prefer, which is the horseshoe method. Um, I don't know if anyone's if you're versed in putting how horseshoes get put in. Um, but so I call it the horseshoe method because the way it works is you overbuff something, you then instead of bringing it slightly back, you completely revert it, but a little bit less,
Right.
and then you keep doing that until you find that perfect middle ground. It takes a long time, especially with how often this game gets updated, but uh, I think that's what they kind of did with Sadako.
Probably, yeah, that would make sense because I mean, those Zydeco changes kinda were crazy. I still don't know fully how she works anymore.
Um, and that's the other problem with the horseshoe method, is that
Mhm.
it's a lot of well they were here, now they're here, now they're here, now they're here, right? So if you're not paying attention all the time, it can be hard to keep up. Um, to me, those are the two best ways to do it, but behavior kind of like flip flops on the ways they do it, because sometimes they do that, sometimes they use stats, which is a way, but not always the best way.
Mhm.
Um,
I think the stats are important, don't get me wrong, but, they definitely don't tell the whole picture.
Yeah, I mean, any statistician or stats, I can say words. Any person who studies stats for a living will tell you that most of the time it's the numbers don't matter, the why matters way more.
Mhm.
Um, and I feel like a lot of game devs' behavior in particular don't really care about the why. It's like, okay, well, pop is ran in 90% of games, so clearly it must be good. Well, instead of looking at pop having a 90% pick rate, why are we not asking why does it have a 90%? Is it just because it's really good, or is it another underlying issue?
Yeah, absolutely, and, that's, my kind of take on a lot of things, like Ultimate Weapon. I think a lot of the problems with that are still like in the game. They've just been temporarily silenced because Ultimate Weapon was the best screen perk, and now that's not like in the game anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But using screen perks to force interactions is still in the game. Or like force interrupted actions for Dead Man Switch and whatever. Even earlier I talked about how Friends to the End is good because it does that, right? That's still a mechanic that I don't really I don't wanna say I don't like it in the game, but I think it can be too strong and it can be too oppressive at times, and they haven't fixed that. They haven't come up with a solution. They've just pushed it to the background for now because it's a lot harder to activate.
Yeah, and there's also the idea of the I think the Colubrine eruption
Mhm.
I almost said overcome. Overcharge meta is a good example. They didn't need to nerf all three of those perks.
Right.
They nerfed
Eruption really
eruption,
could have just been it.
yeah, and I think Colubrine overcharge being a thing would have been fine because yeah, some killers could quote abuse that, right? I
Mhm.
by abuse I mean they're really good at using it, um, like
Right.
Knight, like Old Skull Merchant, not current, but and yeah, that's a fair point. But it's like okay, well those two killers can get really good use out of these perks. The other ones really can't. Like I don't see that much of an issue with it, right? As long as eruption was nerfed like it was. Um,
Exactly.
so it's like at that point, it's like you're selling the truck to get gas money, right? It's like where and they're kind of doing the same thing with pop and pain res. I think honestly, if they only nerfed one of them, I don't think people would be complaining as much as they were or have been.
Yeah.
Because I've seen people freaking out over the change. Um,
Well, that's gonna happen no matter what.
yeah, yeah, but I think people are being way more dramatic than they would have been if it was just one of them.
Oh, absolutely,
Because
yeah.
I honestly don't think either of the perks on their own are that bad.
Yeah, on their own, they're both fine.
Yeah, even in their current state.
Mhm.
But combined, they can be a little bit oppressive. I won't disagree with that, especially on some killers.
Yeah, I think on some killers, the double up is fine too. Like, you know, pretty much anything that's like a low B tier, I don't mind seeing both of them. Like
Hmm.
if I see a nemesis running both of them, I'm not gonna complain too much. If I see a nurse running both of them, I might judge them a little bit silently for that.
Well, I mean that also comes into like I think a Deathslinger, for example. Like I wouldn't call Deathslinger
Mhm.
like a bad killer at all. I'd probably put him top of B, bottom of A ish.
Right.
Um, I mean there's map dependency and all that, but regardless, it's like he can't really make use out of pop.
Mhm.
So it's like if I saw a Deathslinger running pop pain res, like I wouldn't really think nothing of it, even if he is a good killer, right?
Yeah, because pop is like not something that synergizes too well with him.
Yeah. And I think that's it's the same thing with like Chucky can't really make good use out of pop goes the weasel. Um,
Mhm.
and once again, this comes back to the idea of pain res. Every killer is going to hook people. So pain res is good on virtually every killer, except maybe Pyramid Head. But even then, as I tell people this all the time, it's not like you're never hooking people when you're playing Pyramid Head.
Yeah, you're still gonna hook them from time to time because the best thing you can do really is just save your power until you hit the that second hand mark or whatever,
Yeah. Um,
or that second hook. There we go.
yeah. Uh, yeah. It's just and with your build on unknown, it's like you're playing to unknown strengths with the build you want. It's like when the new Chucky changes come out, my build is probably going to be bamboozle, whatever the new dark arrogance.
It's something like that.
Yeah, dark arrogance. The other vault perk, brutal strength, and maybe pain res.
I'm curious why dark arrogance over superior anatomy.
Dark arrogance is always active. I don't have to wait for someone to
Okay,
vault, so I can use it at most loops regardless of what the survivor does. And Chucky does not often, unless you're
get
playing
stunned.
really bad, get stunned. Um, I think because I've heard some people shit on the perk, like, oh, why not just bring Bamboozle? The
Hmm.
reason they can't buff the numbers to make it better than Bamboozle, like some people are suggesting, is because Bamboozle exists.
Exactly. Yeah, if they get doubled up, it's gonna be a
Um,
bloodbath for everyone involved.
yeah,
Yeah.
if they made it, I've heard some people suggest like 70%. Okay, well
Hmm.
now you combine that with Bamboozle, and now it's 100. And yeah, some killers are going to abuse the crap out of that. Um, and that's part of why I think they gave it the downside. I think it's one of those perks that they planned and anticipate being combined with
Other
Bamboozle.
things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Bamboozle or Superior Anatomy. Um, but yeah, the only killers I think that are going to make actually good use out of it are going to be Chucky and Xenomorph. And even
Yeah, I'm
Xenomorph, I think, is only going to make good use out of it with an add-on, self-destruct bolt.
right.
Um, and maybe it's my bias showing through, but I think Chucky is one of the few killers who doesn't mind vaulting because he naturally does it faster.
Right, with Scamper and all that.
Yeah. Um,
And also, if you're in your power, that doesn't that also activate the haste add-on, right?
yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, no,
Exactly.
no, 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 no. If you slice and dice through the window, no, it doesn't.
But like if you normal just like old Scamper.
Yeah, it
Okay.
does. Yeah, because the when you vaults while you're in hidey ho, it's technically still a scamper. Um,
Mm,
it does activate vaulting perk, but if you slice and dice through it, it doesn't. Because the first one isn't technically using your power, as far as the thing is concerned. It
okay, I see.
it's weird. It's like because like Legion,
Mhm.
especially after the change they're doing, can't activate bamboozle during feral anymore because technically that's part of their power. It's weird the way they're doing
That's
it.
such a weird change, yeah.
Yeah. Um, I think they're doing it specifically because of Vecna. I'm partially
Because
convinced.
of the new Vecna perk? Really?
Well, no, because of Vecna's fly.
Oh, okay.
Um, because he can go through windows with that and over pallets.
Mhm.
Um, so I'm mostly I think that's part of the. I mean, Vecna's the reason. Someone brought this up and I didn't even think about it. You know how they're adding like the item descriptions when like when you're in game and looking at an item.
Yeah, that Vecna was obviously the reason why they had to do that because his power has so many different items that all do different things. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. And then same thing. I thought about this with Made for This. Part of me thinks they nerfed Made for This when they did because Chucky was coming out.
Maybe, yeah, that's totally possible. I imagine Chucky with old Made for this would be miserable.
Oh, 100%.
You know, I mean, he made so many other killers miserable. Why wouldn't why what's one more, you know?
I was playing Clown during Made for This meta, like I was maining Clown.
Uh-huh.
But
No.
I didn't even notice.
Yeah, no.
uh,
Made for this, like I said, I was already on the ropes and I was playing a bit of Nemesis and I was missing every single drag and I was like, okay, this is not every single one obviously, but all of, like those really cool flashy like frame perfect around the edge of the long wall and all that, you know?
mm,
I was missing so many of those. I'm like, am I washed? Am I washed? What's happening here? And then, you know, I looked into it and I was like, oh, yeah, there's a perk that makes people 3% faster. I am suffering mentally. You
yeah,
know?
I'm more surprised I don't see Made for This that often. It's not.
It's still good.
Yeah, it's still good. Well, here's the thing. It's one of those perks I call existence perks. It's like
Mhm.
unbreakable. I have to assume it exists at all
Yeah.
times. Um, and maybe I'm a weirdo for this, but like if I hit someone and they're in deep wound, I just assume they have Made for This. All right. Unless I'm going out of my way to tunnel somebody, I am not chasing that person because they might have Made for This. Right.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Once again, it's Unbreakable and Decisive Strike are the other two. Um, and the only killer one, in my opinion, is Noed.
Yeah, Noed, you, like I hate facing Noed, and honestly, I hate playing with Noed too. It's such a I don't wanna say it's a cheap perk, but I feel like it takes a lot of excitement out of the end game. You know, there's a lot of exciting things you can do in the end game as a killer, especially, as the unknown. You know, the unknown is one of those killers where, you can make a survivor backflip with your power if you hit them from the exit gate side, right? Because the hit is technically coming from there. So they will backflip towards you, so
Mhm.
you can snipe people out of the exit gate. And that's something I enjoy, same with like Slinger and even Trickster, with Ricochet blades, you can do something similar with his Ricochet into a like the dramatic dying animation that they're locked in, right?
Mhm.
I think and also just I think endgame in general can be really interesting. Don't get me wrong. A lot of the time it's really boring, especially in the hatch race. I hate the hatch race, and uh where you're just kind of sitting there and like walking between two if you win the hatch race, right? As killer, your reward is sitting there for 2 minutes,
Yeah.
you know? and, and I don't like that, but like normal endgame with like all survivors still on their feet, or maybe like 2 or 3 survivors still up. I think it can be really interesting. I think it could be really fun. And Noah just kind of like, hee hee, I get this one kill, everyone leaves.
I think if I think if all 4 survivors are up, Noed can add like it depends on the
Mhm.
person playing the killer.
And
Like
what killer it is, yeah.
yeah. I feel like because there's also this because you said it makes the in game more exciting. To me, like if the killer is playing, I don't want to say right, but if the killer is playing in a fun way where like they're not trying to like I want to say win, but they're not trying to like amp at the end game. Which don't get me wrong, you
Right.
probably should, especially if
Yeah,
there's like
objectively you should, but a lot of the time I'll try and play for something more because that's what's more interesting to me. It's like, what does one more hook stage get me? Like what, 800 more blood points? I'm
mhm.
okay with that. That's not even a brown add-on. Let's go see if we can get something more.
Yeah. But and like with Noed, it's like if the killer is playing in a certain way, it can add suspense and excitement into the end game. Because
Hmm.
there's like the moment Noed pops. I mean, we all have this moment, and maybe it's not as dramatic, but we all have that oh shit moment, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's exciting. At least it can be. I think Devour did what Noed did better.
Oh, absolutely.
Um,
Devour is the complete opposite. The Devour is like the poster child of how Noed should work because Devour is like, okay, we are in danger now. We need to find this totem fast. And obviously, if they get a hook next to their totem, it's like, okay, sorry, buddy. We'll see you at the campfire.
yeah. I mean, I've said it before. I think Devour is like the best design perk. Not just killer perk. I think it's the best design perk in the game.
It's definitely interesting, and it's got its fair checks and balance system. And I do enjoy that. I think that's interesting.
Well, it also encourages you to um, split your hooks. It encourages you not to camp. Um,
Exactly. Yeah.
the survivors have plenty of time to. I mean, you could argue they don't notice it until the exposed hit, but like they have
Hmm.
plenty of time to go find it. And it's also one of the few hex perks where it kind of acts like its own different kind of slowdown because the
Or
moment
like its own objective. Yeah.
yeah, because the moment someone sees the exposed effect, because think about it, you're at 3 stacks when the exposed effect goes off. So that person you
Hmm.
just downed is now on hook. So technically speaking, you already have 4 stacks. So they have to find it before you get that next down. So like I said, it harkens in that oh shit moment without being too oppressive. Um,
Absolutely. Yeah.
and yes, I'm sure someone could bring it up. Well, what about Demogorgon and twins who just camp their or have ways to like guard the totem the whole time? Yeah, I guess, but like no. If twins is doing that, they don't have a power. It's just an M1 killer. If Demogorgon's doing it, it's a little different, but it's Demogorgon.
Yeah. Demo is not the same beast he used to be, unfortunately. I think the modern meta is not too favorable to Demo.
I mean,
I don't
Demo.
think they're bad by any means, but I think they are definitely a bit washed in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, Demo's still the barometer for
Mhm.
how a killer should be balanced. I don't want to say designed, balanced. Um,
Don't say design because 'cause they'll listen to you, and we'll get how many killers following the Demo formula have we gotten? I mean, you could even argue that Unknown is on that Demo formula, map control and, like, mid-tier anti-loop.
I mean, I might sound like a crazy person for saying this, and some people might might come for me for this. I think Wesker is better designed.
I'd honestly agree.
Um,
Like, I with the exception of the infection, I think Wesker would be fine without the infection. I know that's kind of a hot take, but
I
I think he'd be fine without it. I get why he has it, especially considering, like, Resident Evil and all that, right? But, like
yeah. Well, that's part of the reason why I think he's well designed because he has inherent slowdown in his kit.
mhm.
Because I've heard people say the infection should only let him grab people. Is that enough of an incentive for people to go out of their way to not be infected?
I think it would be enough for them to maybe keep a can in hand, but I don't think it's enough to keep them, like, from inf like, to keep them from wanting to be healthy, I guess is how I'd say it. I
Yeah.
think Whiskered is a bit much. I could if there's somebody wants to say that, I would agree even, you know? But at the same time, I think you can
I the only changes I would make to Wesker personally, I know they
mhm,
just did the thing where you're at 1% infection. Just get
yeah.
rid of the infection when they get unhooked. I don't like.
Yeah, that would also because that's my only problem with the infection. Yeah, it sucks having your chase put on a timer pretty much after you're, initially hit, I guess, but
Mhm.
also at the same time,
You're
it's
supposed.
kind of his reward for getting that hit with his power,
Yeah,
because his power is I don't wanna say it's hard to use because you can just, like, back rev it like every other power pretty much, but to, like, coordinate a really good hit with Wesker is something I think you should be rewarded for, especially when you look at all the things he does. I think Wesker is also just a better designed Blight, honestly. That's my opinion of
well,
it, at
the
least.
only other thing I would change with Wesker, and this is something that isn't really
Mhm.
talked about, I don't think you should get Killer Instinct when people spray themselves.
I don't think removing it would do much, but I don't think, I don't think that's a bad change. It's just kind of I think that I'd rather other changes happen, you know?
Yeah, well, 'cause my thing with Wesker is why I say he's perfectly designed, and I don't even mean this in the
Mhm.
sense of like going against, but like as a killer, he has mobility, anti loop, anti chase, slowdown, and information built into his kit with no add on requirements.
And it doesn't none of it feels super, super oppressive outside of that, off hook infection, yeah.
Yeah. Because that's kind of what Demo had. Demo has all that, technically speaking.
Mhm.
It's just the slowdown Demo has, no one really cares about. Um, to a degree, we could argue Unknown kind of has all those things.
Absolutely, yeah. Unknown follows that, like, demo formula, if you will. And I think the difference is the execution of the UVX more than anything.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean,
That's, like, the big thing.
when Xenomorph came out, because Xenomorph also has all of those things.
Yep.
And I've said this for a while. I think every killer. This is why I kind of want a hex that is base kit of some kind, because
Mhm.
I feel like every killer needs some kind of slowdown in their kit
Right.
base. Some would argue, well, they'll just run for slowdown anyways. Maybe, but at the same time, if you have slowdown in your kit, you might feel incentivized to run other stuff because you don't quote need it.
Exactly, yeah. The main reason I run pop on the unknown is it feels like, especially if you're using your power a lot, you're just slightly behind gens in terms of your, like, chases and stuff, right?
Right.
That's why I like pop so much on him. Not only does it synergize so well with unforeseen and nowhere to hide, right? Which are just two really good perks on him that fit his kit really well. It just helps you keep up with the gens against good survivors.
Mm-hmm.
And so if I had some kind of like base slow, like let's say it's I'd hope they wouldn't do something as lazy as this, but let's say it's like some kind of mini pain res, right? Where the most progressed gen regresses like 5% every single time I hook someone. I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't run pop. I wouldn't need pop. I'd run something else. I'd run I might even run furtive chase. I experimented with furtive chase a lot. I might run thwack. Thwack is not a bad perk on unknown, which is a crazy thing to say, but it's a bad perk, but unknown is probably its best user aside from nurse.
Mm-hmm. I run it a lot on Chucky actually.
Really?
Yeah, I like it on Chucky. Um,
Yeah, it's such a nice little info perk for mid chase, like catching people while they try and go to the next loop.
yeah, it's one of those perks. I talked about this a little bit earlier with like Monster Shrine. It's one of those perks where
Mhm.
it's like there's a lot of games I'll be playing and I'm like, damn, if I had Thwack,
Yeah, absolutely.
like or like Nowhere to Hide, I think is another good example. There's so many matches where I'm like, man, I wish I brought Nowhere to Hide.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Um,
You know, that's why nowhere to hide is like essential for me. Don't get me wrong, there are other builds you can run with it, but on nowhere to hide, like if you can run it, you should be running it. And it gets me into the bad habit of constantly kicking gens, but at the same time, if I can kick a gen and then get a really cool hit, even if it's completely impractical and they get rid of the weekend, right?
mhm.
I still in my brain, I have gotten that dopamine, I've gotten that positive reinforcement. I'm going to kick gens more.
I think that's why I don't really run Nowhere to Hide
Hmm.
or pop that much is because I am like allergic to kicking gens. I swear. I don't know
I
if
was
it's
for a long time too. I completely get it, but like recently, oof,
I don't know
nice.
if it's because like of those years ingrained in me of like people giving killer tips of
Hmm.
like never dry kick a gen, so like I just never do it. Um,
Yeah.
it's just I don't know. It's just strange. I've noticed it a lot in Chaos Shuffle because
Hmm.
I will see my build. I will notice I have like a gen kick build. Like somehow I'll get like overcharge, pop, and like Trail of Torment, and then I never kick a gen the entire match. And I'm like, why the fuck? I had an entire build for this. Um, it's also like I feel like it's also been ingrained in my head to not try to force value out of things, which I
Oh
know,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
which is
I
a bad habit. I know.
Chaos Shuffle. Oh boy, I've thrown some games trying to get some value. Don't worry, guys. I'll get some Will Make It value. It's okay. There's a Bubba right there, but we can finish this heal. It's Will Make It value, guys. Wait, what do you mean we're both dead? Why didn't the heal work?
If I will say one amazing thing about Chaos Shuffle, and the reason why I kind of hope it becomes permanent,
Hmm.
I kind of hope that people getting these random perks is going to kind of bleed into the normal game mode.
I hope so too. Absolutely. Although I
Because
don't know if permanent is the perfect solution for it, but I think once we get a couple more really good modifiers, I think having a permanent playlist that shuffles out every like 3 weeks or so would be great.
yeah, I mean, or just every week, honestly.
Every week would work too, yeah, just as long as there's a constant shuffle of, like, different kinds of modes that are all, like, equivalent to
Mhm.
Chaos Shuffle in terms of fun and quality, I'd have no complaint, but if it was, like, right now, if there was, like, every week it was Chaos Shuffle, My Little Oni, and Blackout, I'm playing Chaos Shuffle once a week, or whatever, and I'm not touching those other modes.
Yeah, My Little Oni was fun for like
2 games,
two
yeah.
games. Yeah, Lights Out. I said this before. There were things about Lights Out I love and hope
Mhm.
that they kind of add. I think one good thing about Lights Out, and this is a weird tangent or not tangent, a weird thing about it that I always bring up. The lack of an in-game collapse timer was one of my favorite things about the mode. Um,
I'm gonna be honest, when I played it, it never got to end game collapse. Either I was wiping the floor as survivors or I was getting wiped. I never noticed that there was no end game collapse.
yeah, so there's no timer like up on the top when it happens during Lights Out.
Oh, okay.
I thought that was one of the best things because
That is
there was
really
there
interesting.
was a couple matches where it would get to that and I would be chasing someone. And you know it's in-game chase, so all they're doing is dropping pallets, right? Which is fine.
Uh-huh.
But the thing is, neither of us knew how much time they had.
That is rather interesting, yeah.
So we were going off the visuals alone, which is like its own form of suspense. Like I'm kind of numb to the in-game visuals at this point because they're just kind of there. But like if
And
there was
honestly,
no
they're more annoying than anything because I see those little flickers and I think they're a crow?
yeah. But like if you got rid of the timer, it's like well that has a purpose now, and it kind of like
Mhm.
adds its own form of suspense. Like, do I have enough time? Like I don't know. It was very interesting. Also, like no progress bar on gens and stuff. I don't think that should be added. I liked it personally, but I understand why they wouldn't get rid of that. But yeah, like there was some stuff Lights Out did that I enjoyed. Um, I definitely also think it showed the imbalance of killers that have info in their kits and those that don't.
Legion, yeah.
Legion, Doctor, Xenomorph.
Pretty
Um,
much all of those guys, yeah, that was
it was yeah. I think it was the one biggest problem with that mode is that there were clearly killers that were better than others and not
Mhm.
the normal way. Um,
Yeah.
because like even in Chaos Shuffle, it's like, well, if you're playing Nurse and you get like crowd control, bamboozle, like you can get a build that just doesn't complement Nurse at all, and Nurse is still strong, but like I don't see a Nurse every match. Um, if anything, I see
Right.
Wesker every match. It's
But that's just Wesker doing Wesker things, honestly, with
yeah,
his what, 8% pick rate? No,
yeah,
that's Huntress. Wesker's like 5 if I remember right. I
yeah.
looked at him just this morning.
Yeah, he's up there. It's insane that he stayed at it. You know, most killers it's like 8% for the first month, and they fucking nosedive. Um, yeah, I mean, once again, Wesker's just a really well designed killer. At the end of the day,
hmm
um, as much as I hate Huntress, I mean, I can't argue. She's technically speaking well designed. Uh,
Yeah, she's definitely fun to play as and against. There was definitely a time where I played a lot of Huntress.
I hate playing. She's one of her and Trickster have slowly but surely become some of my most hated killers. Um,
I can understand why, especially with how wonky the hitboxes can get.
it, it's
Um,
it's not even the hitboxes. It's just like if the I've said this before. Like I bring up the discussion of is dodging counterplay.
hmm
Um, and if it is, then do we assume that a Huntress never misses when we're talking about balance? Like my point is like when I'm going against a Huntress, like I'll try to dodge a hatchet and they'll hit me, and then I'm questioning myself: did I dodge bad, or are they just so good that they predicted my dodge?
yeah.
So it's like like mind messes, but I don't know. I just don't like Huntress. I feel like I'm not gonna try to justify it. I just don't. And it's funny because I feel like Huntress has actually started to get more hate recently after the book.
Yeah, they really didn't need to do that. I get why they did that. I kind of wish they didn't because it can be kind of annoying to have to play against a 7 hatchet Huntress
Oh my
sometimes.
god. But I think the wind up was more with the thing that I have a problem with.
Yeah, the wind-up's rough, and combine that with that new skin, even after that volume increase, like, oof da.
Yeah.
Oof da. I
Um.
cannot hear that, man.
Yeah. So speaking of power levels, unknown.
Mm.
Um.
Oh, yeah, back to the
Yeah.
topic
Yeah. The
that we
topic.
haven't touched in the past 3 hours.
Yeah. The topic at hand. The unknown. I don't know if you pay attention a lot to killer
Mhm.
tier lists that some more popular creators make. Um.
Not really.
So typically speaking, people place
Mhm.
him. You know what? I'm not going to tell you where they place him. Where would you place him?
I'd put him somewhere in, like, low A to high B depending on the map. I
Okay.
think, the main problem with him really is some maps, like, he's not nearly as, like, screwed over by maps as people like Billy, right? Like, you get Billy on Larry's, just, like, disconnect, okay? No one's gonna blame you. Unknown never has that problem, but Unknown does have a couple things that are a bit rough about, his kit, and the main thing, honestly, is the buffer. I think the buffer I know why they have to have the buffer, I just wish it wasn't that long because it completely removes, like, any and all forms of, like, line of sight mind games.
Right.
But I'd say, like, I'd lock it in at, like, low A, high B, because once again, that discussion I had with someone the other day in the comments of one of my posts, they said the teleport is, like, S tier,
Mm.
but the UVX is, like, B tier,
Right.
and so it really depends on how you feel about that.
For the most part, most people are
Mhm.
putting him at like
Mid B? Okay,
from
I
what
could
I've
see that.
seen. I've seen some put him lower, um, because of how difficult the UVX can land.
Oh, yeah, the UVX is tough, when you're locked in, you feel like an absolute god with it, but the most matches, it's like, you're
Yeah,
just kind
well,
of
but once again, I think that because I have this discussion all the time about tier lists and stuff. It's like
mhm,
when we're discussing them, and you know, if someone makes it blatant, the point of like, well, I'm looking at this from like the top player's perspective, like Hens usually does. It's like, okay, all right, I can understand why you put this person here then. But a lot of people when they do tier lists, they don't mention stuff like that, right? Um,
yeah, and that's so important, especially if you are making a tier list.
yeah, because it's like with unknown, it's like, well, if we're assuming like, are we assuming average player,
Mhm.
new player, someone who mains them? Are we assuming someone who misses a lot, someone who hits all the time? And even then, are we assuming that because theory, in theory, you could hit your shots 100% of the time.
Oh,
In
absolutely,
in
in
theory.
theory.
Yeah. But
Mhm.
it's like how far do we spread that theory and how much and what buffer are we giving to that hit percentage, right? Do we just assume 70%, 40%? Um,
Mhm.
is it completely map dependent? Like, there's a lot of factors that go into that. So it's like when I see people like say, well, the UVX is hard to use, so he's actually C tier. Like, well, I mean, you get what I'm saying with that? Like,
Yeah, no, I get it. They're not factoring everything in because once again, the teleport is especially if you can't hit your UVX, and a lot of, like, the older games that I played when I was first learning him, I was pretty much getting carried by teleport or by this or that, and while I was just trying to make up for the time I lost, when I spent, like, 5 minutes at a loop just trying to hit a survivor with a
mhm,
UVX, when I first started out, and I don't know, it's hard to tell, and we don't have enough time to really know for sure. There's a lot of things that, people don't really think or talk about. Like a good example of that is I call it personally the disco tech, and that's where you detonate an orb on top of a loop and hit the survivor who's running around it because it is once again an orb,
mhm,
right? So it will hit. Not only will it go up above wherever it detonates, it'll also go below. And discos are probably one of the best things you have against strong survivors, but nobody, almost nobody knows about them, and that's probably one of the next things I'm going to talk about is the disco because I've never properly I've never talked about them and I've never seen anybody talk about anything like that either, so it's kind of and there's so many other things. There's we just have no way of knowing right now. And there's the pop-ups too where it's kind of like I don't know if you remember when I mentioned earlier, I mentioned how sometimes if you like face stuff, right?
mhm.
You face stuff something, your orb will bounce straight up or like just at a slight angle one way or another. The
Yeah,
same thing will happen if you shoot something that's kind of slanted. I don't know why it happens, but you can use that to your advantage. For example, on like Macmillan rock loops, right? A lot of them have like shapes and weird sizes and slants to them. You can hit an orb on like one of the slanted parts, and it will go up into the air and land and detonate on the other end of the loop and hitting someone who's like, if you're sitting on pallet side or and they're on the outside or vice versa, really. Either way, if you've got that slant, you can do that and you can get a hit like that. The only problem with that, that one's a little less reliable than the disco because the disco is typically done with like a 90-degree corner where it instantly pops, right?
mhm.
Pop ups, they can dodge a pop up very easily because of the how slow the orb is after it bounces,
Yeah,
And that's part of the strength of milk, taking it all the way back to the first thing we talked about. Milk is so good because it does speed up those things a little bit.
yeah,
And it makes it to where it's more you're more likely to actually be able to play against good survivors.
yeah. And I think it's once again. I mean, I have my other problems with tier lists.
Mhm.
For example, I maybe I'm the weirdo for this. I don't like that most tier lists don't take add-ons into account because I don't think it's realistic.
Yeah. I think assuming, like, a certain level of add-on is fine, because I understand why they don't consider add-ons, and that's because of Myers, right?
I am convinced he's the only reason people don't bring add-on because Myers goes from D tier or one of the worst killers in the game to like mid B because of two of his add-ons.
Exactly, yeah, or, maybe, like, old Alchemist Ring Blight being better than, like, a base Git Nurse or something, you know?
Yeah. Well, or like I've said this before with Clown. It's like Clown is a completely
Mhm.
different killer with Cigar Box.
Oh, absolutely, yeah, and even just having, like, the standard, like, Flask of Bleach can make Clown a lot better to play
Yeah.
and a lot
And
stronger.
but at the same time, it's like I said, it's like I don't think it's realistic to not assume people aren't
Mhm.
bringing these. And like people go, well, yeah, but people don't have like 100 tombstones lying around. I have almost 300 of both of Chucky's iridescent add-ons. People can stockpile them. It's not unheard of. Same with
I'm
like
at oh,
uh,
go on.
I was gonna say same with like Clown. Like I don't even play Clown
Mhm.
anymore. I have like I think like 60 cigar boxes just in backstock.
Yeah, it's wild. Unless you actively go out of your way to not buy Eries, like I have like almost no iridescent films because I just straight up do not buy them. I like hate the design of that add-on so much. But like OSS report, even though I use it pretty often, I've got like a good like 80, 90 of those guys, I think.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying it's like I just don't think it's realistic to not at least account a little bit for add-ons.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Um, and just like with unknown, it's like when we're talking about unknown on a tier list, are we mentioning blurry photo and vanishing box, or do we just take those out of the equation?
Yeah, absolutely. Because like blurry alone is such a difference maker,
Hmm.
and
Um,
it's
you
it's
know,
it's wild. I'm sorry. It's just there's no other way of saying it. Like, there's nothing else to say about blurry photo other than it is just wild that a brown add-on is that good.
yeah.
I'm not gonna complain. I love blurry photo. We stand it in this house, as the kids would say, but I just
Person
objectively, it probably should not be that good because it is a brown, but it just feels so good and it makes so much of his kit like feel better to play.
Personally, just I think they should just I don't understand.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Perk tiers should also go. They serve no purpose in the game anymore. Like back in the day, yeah, sure, but like now,
Like I just said, it's like I have 300 of Chucky's ears. They're very
mhm.
rare, but I have 300 of them.
And how rare can it be? Can a perk be if it's permanent and you always have it?
Yeah, it's it's a weird thing. It's just like with perk tiers. It's like they should go to honestly. It
Yeah.
just bloats the game and it puts them in boxes where they have to add numbers to something for when it levels up. Tom Spirit. Uh, so this is probably going to be
Yeah.
the most interesting part of this.
Okay.
Tips for new unknown players.
Ooh, yeah. There is a lot. I talked about that earlier, right? Number one tip. Write this on your hand if you have to. Throw your games. Throw your games. Learn UVX. Throw your games. I don't care if you get 4-man outed. If you get a crazy hit and you learn how UVX works a little bit better, that's worth it. Because realistically, a win in Dead by Daylight only punishes you with like the soft MMR system that you have. What do you get if you win? You get an even harder match and you get like an extra like 2,000 blood points for your troubles, right? Who cares? Go have fun, learn UVX. Second thing, 90 degrees, it's a breeze. Write that down on your hand too. First one on the index, that one's on the middle finger. 90 degrees, it's a breeze. Always, always, always
Making
look
that a
for those
T-shirt, by the
90-degree
way.
corners. If I ever do merch, that's going on one. Absolutely. That's absolutely because I am going to beat that into the head of anyone I can because that is so important. Because like we talked about earlier, yes, it's the key for hitting through like floors and ceilings, but it's also the key for discos, right? And a lot of really crazy hits you can do because you can just instantly pop it. Once again, trapping someone at a pallet, they die in 14 seconds unless they realize what you're doing. You know, um, Other than that, always, the other one, be creative by all means. Like, this is not a killer that you can just kind of autopilot on. You do kind of need to be thinking about what you're doing to some degree and where you're aiming and what you're trying to do with your power because, you know, Dead by Daylight, like I said earlier, it's a lot of very formal, it's almost like that formal dance, everyone it has this flow to it. And everyone kind of has this almost not social contract, but everybody kind of has a general idea of how it's to be played and what's going to go what and who's going to do what when, right? Obviously, it's not 100%, otherwise the game would be incredibly boring, but Dead by Daylight does typically have that kind of flow to it. And Unknown, when you play it right, he takes that jackhammer, breaks it apart. Absolutely, just shatters it. You know, you get to play like an absolute lunatic as this killer. Take advantage of that. Have fun. Be wild. Try dumb things. It is just, I really nailed it out of like I nailed it first try when I said the key to being, a good unknown is just to constantly keep asking yourself, wouldn't it be funny if, and then do that. Because that's how pretty much every good hit starts somewhere. Wouldn't it be funny if I hit them off the ceiling lamp? And you know what? It was funny when I hit them off that ceiling lamp. You know, it took me 10 tries, but eventually I got it, and I had myself a little chuckle that that actually worked because it was so stupid. And, you know, those are the big things. You gotta just be willing to think outside the box, and I'm not trying to make it sound like it's some, you know, Giga Brain thing, because it is a lot easier than you think it is once you break that initial seal, if you will. Once you get that door open, it kind of will just kinda come to you over time, you know? Like I said, you know, when I first, like, got into the unknown, it was because the guy missed entirely. The other guy, the guy who was playing unknown, he missed entirely and hit me while through a wall. And then for the rest of the night, we were running around maps, seeing what we could do and how far we could, you know, like, break it. And, I mean, it was like, you know, it was like I wrote a post at, like, 6 in the morning because that's how long we just completely lost track of time. We were just in a private match running around, and obviously not everyone's gonna have access to that. So
Mm,
if you're just playing through normal matches, just, you know, once again, just have fun, do crazy things, right? Uh, and that is really just the basics of it, you know? Look for 90-degree corners, try and be creative about it, and don't play things super routinely because unknown's best thing is being unpredictable. Another thing, you know, if you're having to find yourself rely on teleporting in M1s a lot, something you can do, this is kind of more of an intermediate tip, I guess. You can I guess, like, overwhelm the survivors is the way that I'd put it. While you're playing the unknown, you can very easily visually overwhelm the survivors to the point where they don't really know what's going on anymore. Like, for example, if you fake your power into a molt, into a swing, right? That's like 4 different actions that they have to worry about. If
mm,
you put on top of that the fact that they're already weakened, now there's a whole 'nother dimension to it. You can very easily, like, completely overwhelm them, like, mentally with how much they're having to think about and worry about you doing. And that's another thing that I find so fun about it is, like, those mind games of, like, teleporting across the map, coming from an unexpected angle to try and get a grab with unforeseen, or, like, waiting until you molt to do a swing because they see the aura, they think, "Okay, they're molting right now." Maybe they won't realize that you're also swinging, or maybe they're too focused on trying to figure out where you've molted to realize that you're swinging.
mm,
You know, and there's so many things about this kit that you can all combo together, and you'll get it with time. But taking advantage of those combos and everything is such like a big part of what makes him fun to play.
mm. I got you. I mean
Mm, any
that
Mhm.
all made sense to me. Um,
Yeah, there's a and there, you know, there's always obviously, you know, learn the basics as well, you know, 2 bounces, then it explodes, or 1 bounce, then it explodes, depending on how you wanna word it. All those kind of things. It's, you know, there's just so much to it.
yeah, and
Hard to give just, like, beginner stuff, you know?
yeah, and this isn't really talking about unknown, but one of the points you brought up there, just go for the fun stuff because you don't really get anything for winning.
Exactly, yeah.
Um, I really think people do that more in this game in general. What,
Hey, trying to be a positive influence and all that.
like, what do you, honestly speaking, what do you get for winning in this game?
I
Uh,
think
other
I did the
than
math at some point. It was genuinely like 2 to 5,000 blood points difference between, like, an 8 hook and and, like, a win with only, like, 7 hook actions, you know?
yeah, and I mean, we talked about it earlier with like incentives. It's like
Mhm.
if you're someone like me, and I assume you, where you own every perk in the game,
Pretty much, yeah.
you know, and you have all the add-ons you would ever need for the killer you play,
Mhm.
what do you get from winning? You don't need the blood points. You don't need anything anymore. So, like, it always baffles me that people. I hate using this as an insult, but it baffles me
Mhm.
that people try hard so much.
Yeah, no, I kinda get that, you know, and personally, I've kind of there was a time where I was in that super, like, competitive mindset, if you will, where I was, like, you know, really, really trying to win. You know, this is back when I was playing a lot of Nemesis. I was really trying to win because I was playing, you know, what was kind of a weaker killer and all that, and I was really trying to win, really trying to make, just make the most of every match, and like I was trying to learn but also win, and that kind of I was walking both roads, and I kind of wasn't getting either result as much as I
Mhm.
wanted to. And and that kind of mentality of like being super competitive and everything. I can tell you the exact moment I died, but it had absolutely nothing to do with Dead by Daylight. If you're okay with a little bit of a tangent on why I just kind of don't
A
look at like
tangent
leaderboards and all that. A
on
tangent
my
on top of the other
podcast?
tangents.
On my podcast? Never. Yeah, go ahead.
Uh, Basically, there was, like, not quite during the break, but kind of, like, a little before I took my break from Dead by Daylight, I ended up getting a Rift S VR headset, right?
Mhm.
And I got really into a game called Guardians Frontline VR. It was a little, like, sci-fi game, and it's got a public leaderboard system, and I was really into, like, continuously, like, pushing the leaderboards, and I was like there was me and, like, 3 other guys, right? I assume they're guys, I don't know. That we were all, like, constantly fighting each other for the leaderboards over the first world, right? And
Mhm.
there was one level in particular where the leader to make it very simple, there were a bunch of nests that would like, infinitely spawn enemies, right?
Mhm.
And the mission was to go in and clear out these nests as fast as possible. But someone eventually realized that it would be way more like you got way more points if you killed all of the nests except for one, and you sat there in a sniper tower and just killed things as they spawned, right? For the next like however long you could. And I wanted obviously and they ended up setting a crazy score like this of like I think the for reference the max score beforehand was like 35,000 points, and once they were done it was at 100,000. And obviously being like in that super competitive mindset, I was like, "Oh, I gotta figure out how they did this," and they beat that, and eventually I realized, wait, these enemies actually still give you points after they respawn.
Mhm.
So I called one of my friends over, I'm like, "Hey, I'm gonna be doing something for the next, like, 5 hours, you wanna come over and just talk for a bit?" And they're like, "Yeah, sure, why not?" So we sat there in my living room, I was in the headset, right? I had it mirrored up on my TV so they could watch. I was just sitting there, like, plinking off bugs for about 4.5 hours, you know? And I ended up getting a super crazy score of, like, 500,000 points or so. And I never wanted to do it again. I had a blast. I never wanted to do it again. And that was like the moment that I stopped caring about leaderboards and stats and even just winning in general because it was more about having fun. And yes, I did have fun, but did I have as much fun as if I had done something, else, like just play, like try to speed run levels or something?
Yeah. I
And that's kind of what just killed it for me.
yeah, I have uh do you know what alexithymia is?
No, not off the top of my head.
Every time I say that, people are like, I had to Google that. Basically, it's I have a problem with regulating. In short, it means I have a problem regulating my emotions. But
Okay.
in more specific, the major issue with it is the way my brain chemistry works. I cannot set goals for myself.
Ah.
So when a game does it, uh, which is why you may have noticed by my repertoire of games that I was saying earlier, um,
Hmm.
I kind of really enjoy looter shooters and grindy games. Um,
Right.
the reason for that is because any game that can directly give me an objective and I don't have to
Hmm.
think about the games I hate the most. I'm gonna get some shit for saying this. I did not like Breath of the Wild.
Hmm.
I don't like open sandbox games.
Right.
I can't make my own fun. It's just something I can't do. Also, Paul,
Hmm.
thank you for the raid.
Hello, hello.
Hello,
Hello,
motherfucker.
everyone.
Why does some sound alerts work and some don't? Um, what was it? What was it? Yeah, so a lot of it is like, like I said with Dead by Daylight, it's like the incentive to win just isn't there for me, so I don't really care to. There's no, my only incentive, honestly, is just the kind of the personal satisfaction of being better. But I
Hmm.
don't think win rate is the only thing that determines that, especially in a game like that.
Oh yeah, no. Win rate. Win rate, yeah, no. And Dead by Daylight.
Well,
Win rate is a measurement of how much you care about winning. That's not a how good are you, that's how much you care about winning. Because let's face it, you know, what was it? Like 2,300 something blight streak?
mhm.
I choose
Obviously not
you.
everyone could hit that kind of levels, but I think a person with enough dedication could probably start hitting triple-digit win streaks on Blight, on Nurse, if they really, really want
Sorry about that. Thank you guys for the follows. I don't know why. The joys of doing this live. Thank you guys for the follows, for real. I'm sorry if I'm not talking to
I'm
chat as
looking at
much.
the stream now, and I'm just seeing, like, this black screen every 5 seconds. I'm like, "Oh, no, what is going on?"
No. I had to, because the alerts are on a different scene.
Oh,
So in
yeah.
order to stop the sound from constantly going, I have to switch scenes.
Ah.
But no, for real
No.
though, guys, thank y'all for the follows. I'm sorry if I'm not as talking to the chat. I did forget to put the page up, but we are recording a podcast, which is why I'm
Mhm.
not.
I'm totally down to, like, do a bit more chat interaction whenever, because we were earlier when we were talking about, they had some really good suggestions with, like, bringing up machine learning when we were talking about the worst design perk and all that.
Yeah, I brought it up, but like I saw it. I just
Mhm.
yeah. Hey, what were we just talking? Oh yeah, SBM.
Uh,
I was going to
well,
bring up SBMM.
yeah, alright, yeah.
Yeah, so MMR, and this is the problem. Almost every video game that has a MMR, which is all of them now,
Mhm.
because I ran into this problem with Rainbow Six Siege with a
Oof.
lot of people saying like, you know, all your MMR is how much you win, because it
Mhm.
doesn't take anything else into account. Even if you're
Right.
playing ranked in any game, that's all it really cares about is how much can you win. It's not how good you are. And people could argue day and night. Well, if you're good, shouldn't you be winning more?
The infamous hockey argument, yes.
Yeah, listen, it was dumb what he said, but it had some truth to it.
Mhm.
Um, as with everything like that. But it's like Rainbow Six Siege is a good example. I
Mhm.
I almost never shoot my gun when I play that game.
Really?
I am the cam guy.
Yeah,
I
that's fair.
I give callouts. My main
Mhm.
characters are Valkyrie, Echo, Maestro, Twitch, Brava. You see a theme here?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. All the little drones, yeah.
Yeah. And whenever I play with my friends, that's what I do. I drone them in. I give them callouts.
Mhm.
I usually don't get that many kills. So anyone looking at my stats, which is the only thing you can really look at, would say, "Oh, you're just bad at the game." No, I'm just bad at this one aspect of the game. I'm good at the
Absolutely, yeah.
rest, right?
Mhm.
Um, and it's like at that point, especially with a skill like that, it's like if the thing I'm good at is giving callouts, making plans, and doing the executions and whatnot, I'm probably not winning a lot unless my teammates are good at the other stuff. So
Yeah, exactly.
does that mean I'm bad at the game?
Mhm. Yeah, no, a long time. I played a lot of Siege before, Dead by Daylight. My main game was Siege, so I totally get it.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of I was on kind of more of the other end of the spectrum. I was one of those crackheads that was pretty much running out of ammo every round because I was shooting so much. But you know, uh, I totally get what you're saying, and there is a lot of fun, especially with the little. I call them the little gremlin characters of like Echo, Twitch, with all that,
Mm-hmm.
with those characters that have little garbage things to do just
Mm-hmm.
for like harass people and be silly about it. Those guys are fun. I can't fault you for playing those a lot, and they can genuinely like help the team a lot if they really want to.
Yeah, I mean it's
Mhm.
I mean especially in that game, it's like information is key. Like
Oh,
they're
absolutely.
king. It's like the amount of matches I've won by telling someone where someone else is,
Mhm.
like it happens a lot. But bringing it back to DBD, it's like just because like that person in specific went on a, what was it again? Was it 1500?
Uh, what are you trying to ask?
The
Sorry.
the blight win streak.
Oh, yeah, it was something absurd. Yeah, it was 1,500 or 2,300. It was one of those was Blight and one of those was Nurse. I don't remember which was which.
Yeah, and this isn't to discredit their skill at all, but
Mhm.
at some point you have to ask: is it them, the killer, the perks, the people they're going against, the maps?
Mhm.
Like, there's so many factors that go into it. You could be the best killer player in the world, or I'm sorry, you could be the best Billy player in the world and get Larry's 6 times in a row. Does that mean you're bad at Billy? No, you just got effed. That's all that happened. Like, or like I said with Chucky, it's like I could be the best Chucky in the world. But if I got the old Haddon, and I mean like the pre-reworked Haddonfield,
Mhm.
if I get that map 3 times or 6 times in a row, yeah, I'm probably losing all of those matches. If I get Toba, I'm probably losing that match. It doesn't matter how good at Chucky I am. I'm a
Yeah,
one.
Toba's such a weird map. I
Yeah,
I love it, but it's such a weird map. Earlier, I think I said this earlier, that alone is going to take such a long time to learn for Unknown because of how weird it is,
yeah. I mean,
and I like that.
there's a bunch of random collision everywhere. I mostly don't like that map because of the noise, but it's just me.
Yes, that I will say that the amount of, like, rattlesnakes and spiders and the giant flower pot and everything, it's like, "Oh my goodness, guys, I'm trying to listen here."
I've said this before. I hate playing Legion
Mhm.
specifically because of their breathing.
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm totally with you on that.
The
It's awful.
I played a match the other day on stream where I was playing. Someone wanted me to play Legion, which is fine,
Mhm.
whatever. And I lost a survivor. No, no, no. I was looking for a survivor for like a minute because I heard my breathing and a barrel crackling. So I was like, "Oh, someone's here." Like, there's no
Uh,
way they're not.
yeah, when I first started playing Unknown, I guess this would be another kind of beginner tip, right? When I first started playing Unknown, whenever they would molt, with like the default with the guy, right?
Mm.
Um, there's like a loud exhale sound that sounds totally different than everything else, right? And I always thought, "Oh, there's a survivor right behind me. What?" And I'd spend like 30 seconds like, "They're in the walls, god damn it, let me find them." And they're just, you know?
It's a Dead Dog too. Oh my god. I swear
Yeah,
I'm
it's
the only
awful.
person who complains about Dead Dog.
I like Dead Dog as, like, a map, but some of the noises, like the vultures, can sometimes be a little distracting.
It's just and I have been told that I rely on sound too much.
Uh-huh.
Listen.
I don't think there's such a thing. I mean,
Well,
against a killer that doesn't require you to look at them, you could probably do very well in chase based off of sound alone if you have a good pair of headphones and a good pair of ears.
it's I play a killer who is short and I need to hear because a lot of times I'm listening for if someone's behind a wall before I turn my camera. Um
Mhm.
or like that's why Chucky has a add-on called mirror shards.
The fake footsteps. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
I have said it before. Would the add-on be good if they did this? No, but the reason I don't use that add-on is because of you hear the footsteps too.
Mm, yeah, no. Mirror shards, when I first, like, read them, I thought, "Oh, this might be pretty nice." I played one game with them, it's like, "Oh, I'm never touching that again."
You can track with it. There's a logic to them.
Oh, I'm sure you can, but is it worth the,
No,
like, insanity?
no, it's not. If you're curious on the logic, it's the footsteps appear when a survivor is within 16 meters of them.
Mhm.
So
Right.
if you see them, a survivor is at least 16 meters away from you, or at
Oh,
max. I'm
absolutely, yeah.
sorry. And they also they when they hit that 16-meter ring, they dart back the other direction, so you know the max 16 meters.
Okay, I didn't know that part, but I did know the first part. That's really interesting.
Yeah, no, no. There's ways to track with it. Someone in my
Mhm.
Discord, Yoshi, uh, he did like a whole like testing of it, and has gone through the logic and stuff. And I've seen him use it to good effect. But even he agrees it's not amazing,
A
and it's
great
probably
add-on, yeah.
not worth your time. You could just run rat
Mhm.
poison and get the aura reading around you.
Yeah.
um, The situations where it's really useful is the survivors are hiding in lockers. That's where it's
Oh,
really
does it still appear even if they're in lockers? Oh, yeah,
yes.
I could see that being real nice.
Yes, it's really, really useful for that. It doesn't get countered by distortion. Um, but I still don't think it's worth it. It's
Yeah,
such a
no.
bad add-on.
With all the yeah, no, with all the noise and all the garbage on your screen, it's like, "Oh, no."
Well, yeah, like I said, because the way I'm doing a whole video on this on how to use the third
Uh-huh.
person camera, and the way I position it to make it the most useful, a lot of times I can't look over the loops I'm at. So if
Mhm.
I'm running mirror shards, I'll be hearing footsteps, and I'm using that to track them, and I can't because now there's 3 sets of footsteps I'm hearing. Four if you count me, but it's
Mhm.
yeah, it's such a weird thing with some game for that. Um, it's not even counting the fact that like seeing them doesn't really even help you that much in general, other than those very specific tracking situations. Um,
Right.
it's like the plastic bag add-on that gives them exhausted if they touch them. Um,
Yeah, that one's always seemed a little goofy to me too.
it works on people who
Mhm.
are doing gens that you're not chasing.
Yet another add-on that does something you don't care about when you don't care if it does it or not,
They're
yeah.
both purples, by the way.
Yeah, no, I feel that, Oni's mask or not Oni's mask, the murder mask or whatever it is for unknown, the blindness after they dispel a hallucination, like, okay, cool.
Okay,
Why do I care?
listen. Okay. Blindness is not a bad stat. I don't think blindness is as bad as people make it out to be. Why is it
Uh-huh.
on a purple?
Exactly. Yeah, like blindness is a good stat. Like blindness is what made Mindbreaker such a good perk. You know, blindness can be good when it's applied well. The problem is there is only one perk that applies it well,
Well,
and
yeah,
that is Mindbreaker.
yeah. And the other problem with it, and I've said this for a while, is it's the problem a lot of perks run into where it's you don't know it did anything.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. Some people have said, well, if you're good, you can pay attention and see that it did something. Yeah, or they could just be bad.
Exactly. Yeah. There's no way for you to tell. It's not like this game has like a match replay or something, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Where you can take advantage of that
mm-hmm. And
or and like take a look at that. But no.
yeah,
Yeah.
and we mentioned it a little bit earlier with like the whole like all they did was change the sound on a gun.
Yep.
And part of the reason for that is the feedback. It's like if a perk doesn't give you feedback that it did anything, even if it did it, um, you're not going to feel satisfied using it. Like, why would you use it? Like, once again, I think Knockout is a good example. I think it's part of the reason why people don't run it that much. Is because if they're in a Swift, it doesn't do anything. If they're in solo queue, if they get picked up immediately, you feel like it didn't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That there's a lot of factors into that. Or something like Blood Echo. Like Blood Echo isn't bad, but what if they don't have exhaustion perk? What if they're
Exactly. Yeah.
what if they're all healed? Like there's so many factors that go into it that you just don't see the effect of, even if it is doing something. Like if the entire team has windows of opportunity and you're able to constantly blind them, yeah, you're probably nicking them in the butt a little bit, but you don't know.
Yeah, exactly, and I feel the same way about, like, most oblivious effects. Sometimes it's really obvious, right?
Mm-hmm.
But, Sketch Attempt, if I remember the name correctly, which is Unknown's Brown add-on, which I think is probably it might be his 2nd best. After Blurry, it's hard to tell because it's an oblivious add-on, and it's only for 20 seconds, so it's really hard to tell unless you have a lot of, like, time to really test it out and like you do some massive like 200 game, test on it, see if it's any good or not. It's just
Right.
so hard to tell if it's done anything for you that I can't, I can't talk about Sketch Attempt beyond saying I don't know where to put this one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, even like little stuff
Mhm.
like recovery add-ons that like Chucky has a couple where it's like you recover from slice and dice if you miss like 10%. Not the
Right.
cooldown, like the actual the actual hit recovery. Um,
Mhm.
I've said it before. Does that 10% matter? Most of the time, no. but there are situations where it does. But even when it does, you're not really gonna notice. So it's like I just tell people to avoid it. Don't run it. There's no reason. Mangled and Hemorrhage were that's the weird thing with the Mangled and Hemorrhage changes they did too. It's like now that it's on a timer, because Sloppy Butcher before it's like, okay, well I know I got slowdown on this. If they heal, even if it's subconsciously, it's like, okay, that took them a few extra seconds. Now that it's on a
Mhm.
timer, it's like, okay, well I don't know
Yeah.
because it's not like I'm.
I get why they wanted it to be on a timer,
Mhm.
but that timer is just not it.
Yeah, I did hear someone say, I forgot who it was, but they said like the devs said that they did it because they wanted it to be more of a decision making thing.
Mhm.
Wait, and I've heard some people say, well, it's not. You just wait it out. Well, no, that's not true. If if you're in a situation where like, okay, I need to heal now, but I have mangled, do I wait it out or do I just heal through it? I mean, so it is doing what they wanted it to do. I just don't think it was a good. Um,
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I think the idea is good. I think the execution was a bit off, especially considering how important Sloppy Butcher is to so many killers who aren't like top tiers. Like Blight and Nurse, they don't care about Sloppy Butcher.
mhm.
But Ghostface cares about Sloppy Butcher a little bit. Same with Wraith, same with everyone else.
Yeah. It's a weird thing with perks like that. Like I said, because those
Hmm.
perks need to exist. I feel um perks that like status effects like blindness. I think they
Right.
need to exist and they do their job. It's just we talked about it earlier where it's like what if you get like a score event when someone's blinded and it's like
Hmm.
yeah, but then that's giving killer info that they probably wouldn't get otherwise, and it could get a little tricky. Same with like Oblivious and like because Blight had an add-on. They've patched this, but Blight had that aura reading add-on. I think he still does. Uh,
Yep.
yeah, and the way it used to work was you would get a score event. Um,
Anytime a survivor was revealed, yep, I
yeah,
hated that so much.
yeah. So in theory, even if you were hiding in a locker, you would still get the score event. So Blight could just be bumping around, waiting to see that to know if you were hiding in a locker.
Hmm.
So it's like, okay, well, clearly in a situation like that, yeah, giving them info, um, like that probably isn't the best thing. But for like I said, for perks, it's just it's like retribution is a good example. Um,
Hmm.
like, will you objectively notice when the oblivious like lands you like a grab on a totem? Sure, but you won't notice when like it made a survivor want to leave like 5 seconds later.
Yeah, absolutely.
Things like that. Like I said with Chucky, it's like with the silk pillow because it lowers your tear radius. Will you notice that effect? Yeah, probably if you're paying attention. But inherently speaking, no, you're probably not going to notice that your tear radius being smaller matters. Um, it's more of a feeling than an actual like actually seeing it happen.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Um,
You just kind of gotta try and intuit it, I guess,
yeah,
is the way
which
to say it.
yeah, which for some people just isn't satisfying at all. I'd argue most people.
Mhm.
They want that instant dopamine hit of when you kick a gen, you see everyone around you.
Oh, absolutely.
Um, I mean, it's just like with like something like Gearhead. I've said this before. That I would do one change to Gearhead now.
Mhm.
Give it a sound notification.
Absolutely, yes, absolutely. 100%, that's all it needs. With the new change where it's like, time-based, I kinda don't care for it as much as it used to be with, like, that one-time guaranteed where now it's, like, for 30 seconds.
Mhm.
I kinda wish they combined those 2 and then made a sound notification whenever it actually, like, activated.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I like even back when Gearhead wasn't considered good. Even in
Mhm.
because it's changed a lot over the years. Back in its original iteration, I actually didn't think it was that bad of a perk. I think the problem with it was still that though. Was like a
Yeah, that
lot
it
of
didn't tell you that it had worked, absolutely.
yeah, a lot of times because like I'll be chasing someone and I look to the left for whatever reason and I happen to see their aura up and then I look down at my perks and like oh Gearhead went off. I didn't know. Like like I said, it doesn't have to be super loud or super dramatic. Just like a tiny like little bing or something, right? Um,
Mhm.
just to like, and not only would that like help with the dopamine hit, it would also just make the perk better and more reliable, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm totally with you on that. That's
Um,
all Gearhead's needed for a long time.
yeah,
And it could
and
be such like,
go.
I don't wanna, like, do backseat gaming, but, like, the sound for it, literally just grab a ratchet out of your grandfather's tool, and you're good to go. That's the sound.
Okay, just take the soundbite from Chucky when his Heidi Ho is about to end. Just take that and add it.
Whatever it takes, yeah, just give us the little sound bite, please.
Or like the Death Slinger notification sound when he's aiming at somebody. Just fucking
Or,
do
like, the
that.
ringing sound. Oh, something like that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Also, I'm not ashamed to admit I didn't know that was a thing for 6 months of me maining Death Slinger. Why would I think that's a thing?
Oh, absolutely. No, no, there's no reason for you to know. That's like me not knowing that the teleport sound isn't global, because there's no way to know that from a killer side, because 'cause
Yeah,
you're always gonna hear that teleport sound,
yeah,
or you're never gonna hear that ringing, so why would you know it existed?
yeah. Well, with Death Slinger, I kind of understood why it was there. But
Mhm.
when they did the change to his ADS, I've talked to other Death Slingers about or other Death Slinger players about this. Why
Yep.
is it still there if he can't quickscope?
I don't know.
Back when he could quickscope, it made sense because
Mhm.
it's like, okay, they have half a second to react. We got to give them something. Um, but now they have plenty of time, and also, they still have to look behind them for Huntress. I don't know. It's a weird design philosophy. Even with
Mhm.
unknown, there's a sound effect for when you pull out the UVX, right?
Yeah, and it's global for some reason. I don't get why that's the global one and the, other one isn't. It feels really backwards to me, but don't get me wrong, the UVX sound is very, very quiet. It's, like, just a low, like, almost, like, crackling sound
Yeah,
that
it's like
plays that all survivors can hear. But
um
it's still weird that it exists, for everyone on the map, especially because he's not like Huntress. He can't hit people from 80 trillion miles away. There is a hard limit to his power.
mhm. It's very strange. Also, this is a weird thing. We didn't really go over this with changes. Um,
Mhm.
maybe this is a personal thing. I don't think when they have the UVX primes. Now there is the sound effect, but
Mhm.
from like looking at them, I don't think it's enough.
It is very hard to tell. Yeah, because it's just like the head goes back and there's a little, like, almost little floodling from Halo sticking out of his neck?
Yeah. Um, maybe once again, maybe it's just a me thing, but like I
Mhm.
feel like it could be more pronounced. I
It
don't.
probably could be. There are some maps where, yes, it can be very hard to, tell, especially if it's in, like, a darker map, like, oh, any of them really, or it's just even just in a dark spot of a map, anything that isn't just like a farm map, it can be kinda hard to tell sometimes, and also, you could I don't know this for sure, you could probably fake it. This is something I've been, like, toying around with, I haven't had time to test it. I wonder if, like, looking straight up could make you, like, almost fake your power in a sense. If you tap it and look straight up, it might make it more convincing because when he's fully charged, his head goes fully back, but when you tap it, it just, like, starts going back. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I
That's
got you.
something I wanna try and, like, make work, but I don't know if it's practical or realistic at all.
I mean, maybe, but they would. Well, I mean that plays into a lot of factors because it would be:
Mhm.
do they know about the sound effect? Did they see your red stain kind of move back a little bit? Like
Yeah.
there'd be a lot of factors in, but I mean it'd be interesting. Uh, which I think this kind of segues into the next thing.
Mhm.
Tips for playing against unknown. Uh, they are a very new killer, and most of the tips I've seen are pretty generic tips. Have
I
any?
mean,
Do you
what
have?
the okay, go on, sorry.
I was gonna say, do you have anything more specific than dodge their attack?
Uh, you want to treat if you really wanna play against unknown, the number one thing you can do is you treat it like you're playing against a hag or a trapper. Use if you're in a designated four-man, you have one survivor who just harasses the hallucinations all game. Obviously, you need to be a bit more, careful about it, then maybe you do need to be with like a trapper, because with the trapper you can kind of disarm the traps like 5 seconds after he places them. He can't pop back at them, But with unknown he can. So you need to be careful about it, but you always want to be on that like hallucination grind set. You always want to be trying to get rid of those, because without those, things get real hard for the unknown on certain maps.
Mhm.
And something how do I when it comes to dodging in particular, the best thing you can do is obviously just kind of leave a loop if it's someone who's very clearly trying to hit you around or over the loop or with whatever. The best thing you can do is in like the 1v1, because the first thing was like a 4v1 thing, like have someone harass the hallucinations. But in the 1v1, when it comes to dodging specifically, the best thing you can do is make sure that you don't get cornered and don't be afraid to be weakened. So many survivors will throw their life away because they're afraid of being weakened. So they'll just like vault back into you and give you a grab or something, you know? And they're not even like in danger of being injured. It's weakened is a dangerous state to be in, don't get me wrong. But it's better than being hit in a lot of situations. There are times obviously where you do just want to take you do want to avoid getting weakened, but there are other times where it's not that big of a deal, and people like panic so much when they see the power, and I don't really know why that is. I think it's because they've got like playing against a nemesis mindset where once you're infected, you're at a big risk until you cleanse yourself, right? You can cleanse yourself a lot easier against the unknown than pretty much any other killer with like some kind of special effect to it. With Plague, you got to go to the fountains. Nemesis and Wesker, you got to go get the supply crates, all that kind of thing. But with unknown, you just got to look at the guy long enough. So as long as you're positioning yourself well and you're being aggressive about breaking yourself out of weakness and breaking the hallucinations and everything, you'll do fine.
Mhm.
That's the number one thing that I could say against unknown. And like the two big things that I notice about playing against good survivors is that they'll be aggressive about breaking my hallucinations and breaking out of any weakness that I give them, but they won't be stupid about it. They won't stand out in the middle of nowhere. They'll be behind an object trying to conceal the fact that they're breaking out currently. Or once they see that I drop a hallucination at a loop, they'll get out of there the first chance they get, because once that hallucination's down, that loop is a whole lot worse,
Right.
because basically, once again, it's like the hag kind of thing. Another thing that's very important is trying to figure out what add-ons he has. That's another really big thing, because it's not like Spirit, right? Like, I think Spirit has the add-ons that change the killer the most, but it is important to know what add-ons they have, because once again, like earlier when I mentioned, like, there is some kind of counterplay to Vanishing Box. Don't get me wrong, it's not enough to warrant how strong the add-on is, but you can, if you really want to, like 99 most of the gens on the map, and then have one designated popper go around and pop like 2 or 3 or 4 of them, and as long as nobody gets downed with like Grim Embrace or something like that, you can do that and you've negated like Vanishing Box. Or with game cartridge, you know that you really need to be, if they're running game cartridge, which is like the 80% speed up whenever they have, what do you call it? Or not the 80%, it's like a 20%, 20 or 30, I don't remember, increase to breakable actions and vaulting and all that.
Mhm.
You really need to be on that hallucination, like getting rid of them. And once again, Eerie Film, if you can all break out without them getting too many hits, they have just like kneecapped themselves for the rest of the game, because that -1 hallucination really, really hurts. It really does. I don't know how else to explain it. It is just oof, it feels awful to play again, or like
Yeah,
play as sometimes after that initial
it's a
surge.
yeah, it's a whole 1/4 of your map pressure gone. Entire
Exactly, yeah.
game.
And there's also some other things where, hold on, give me a second. They also, obviously, you don't group up and you don't farm in front of the face, right?
Mm.
That's just a death sentence. And obviously, I think this is another one of those more generic ones, but don't hold your check spots close. Shack, for example, if you hold that counter, like that corner check spot, like kissing the wall like you do against any other killer, you're getting hit. That is like the number one unknown hit that people know about. You need to be not doing that because even like beginner unknowns will go for that hit. So you need to run loops at least a little bit wide, but not always. You hold your check spots wide, but you don't, and you run the loops wide when they have their power out. But otherwise, you can run it normally. And that's where listening comes into a lot of play and like looking at them a lot. You've got to try and figure out when it's safe to run close and tight to the loop, when you need to leave the loop, and when it's okay or when you need to run it wide.
Right.
And if you're good at that, unknown the UVX is going to be so much worse.
Mhm.
Uh, there's so many other little things that they can do, uh, like the double back. Obviously, if you like doubling back on somebody who uses their power, that can work. But you can also just get like mollywopped, by their normal M1 attack if they fake it. And you've got to be really careful with how you do that and how much. It's really, I'm trying to give specifics, but it can be very hard to without like backseating. Another thing is you want to try and be aware of what they're going to use against you, right? You want to know what objects they can pop their power on. You don't need to know like the full like doctorate, if you will, of what you can pop or what they can pop a power on, but you want to know at least the basics of like, okay, if I'm going to try and spin their power in the open or dodge their power in the open, I need to not be like right next to a pile of rocks or tires or anything else. And that little bit of awareness will save you and it does make the difference. Another thing is just as the unknown's going to try and play unpredictable, you
I
need
choose
to
you!
also be playing a little bit weird and unpredictable because a lot of these hits with how slow the UVX is after a bounce,
Mhm.
a lot of it is just trying to predict where the survivor is going to be. There's very few reactive hits you can get, especially on tall loops that aren't like jungle gyms that have really thin walls. In here,
Yeah.
let me see. I've got a couple other things. If you want to comment on something, that's okay. I know that was kind
No,
of
no,
just
no,
like an
no, no.
immediate
I'm just
attack.
trying to process it all. That's all. um, trying to see if there's anything I can really add to any of that. Like you're going very in depth. Um,
Oh, absolutely. I know it's kind of iffy, talking about the unknown on this kind of thing to such a level like this early after the release. But I'm here to show, this was, you know, for lack of a better term, I know my stuff, and I'm here to make a good show of it and try and help people because
yeah,
there is
yeah,
a lot
yeah. Of course, of
about this
course.
killer.
Yeah, yeah, of course, and I appreciate it. I say this all the time. Doing these as much as I have, it really is. I don't want to say astounding. That's the wrong word, but
Hmm.
it's it's refreshing to hear the genuine passion in people when they talk about the killers they make.
Oh, absolutely. Unknown is just such like realistically, right? If Unknown wasn't around, I still probably wouldn't be playing DBD nearly as much as I am. As cool as Vecna is, if Unknown was like just kind of another, like M2 dash whatever, uh I wouldn't be playing them. I had a whole like other thing I was gonna go into, and because one of the big things I like is, I like having the discussion on like YouTube, for example, and I like making the videos and kind of going crazy with them and trying to learn new stuff I can make and also like informing people about stuff. I was just kind of done doing, Dead by Daylight stuff. That Pokemon one was actually going to be like my final like Dead by Daylight video. Then I was going to move on, make a new channel, and just kind of move on from everything. And I actually put out a poll, to my community because I noticed, of after that, like, this was that 6 a.m. like post I was talking about. I found so much about the unknown, right?
Mhm.
And nobody had really found it yet, and I was talking about it. And I put out a poll. It's like, hey, should I make a guide on this or should I finish the video I've been working on? And that poll was a genuine 50-50. Every time I checked it, it was like 51% for either yes or no and 49 for the other, and it flopped like switched every single time.
Mm.
And eventually I'm like, okay, I'm not seeing anybody else do this. I'm gonna make this video and I'm going to make this guide. And thankfully, I was kind of worried that the unknown would be like kind of that would be it, right? And I'm so glad to be wrong. There's so many more things you can do with this power and this killer. If there wasn't as much, I probably wouldn't have, done as much as I have with the killer and in general. And, that I made that guide and I while I was making that guide and while I was looking at more of it, I was finding more and more and I was finding more things. I was finding things faster than I could actually like make videos about them because my videos are like pretty heavily edited and I make a lot of like just kind of all over the place and I research and I, script everything ahead of time. And I
Mhm,
really just kind of process my videos a lot because I like to that's what I find that's what I find fun about the YouTube is that and like the discussion with people after the video and everything.
mhm.
Those are like my favorite two things about it. And the unknown is just been he's been so much fun to like break into and there's so much here to talk about and to find out. And I'm sure there's still a couple things that I've yet to find out. And I can't wait for when I eventually do.
Yeah, and here's hoping there's no major changes anytime. Listen, I was when Chucky came out and I started making him. I'm a fan of the franchise. That's where
Right.
Chucky came from. But a lot of it, even if I wasn't, I'd probably still find Chucky super. But the
Mhm.
thing with it was I was gonna do a guide on Chucky because no one really did, other than like the generic ones.
Yeah, the
None of,
first you always see a couple, like, beginner ones when the killer first comes out,
yeah,
but some killers, they still don't have super, like, in-depth guides.
yeah. I mean, Reaper just did that one on Field Agent Reaper did that one on Pinhead recently.
Yep.
Um,
I saw that. I haven't watched it yet, but I did see it.
yeah, Pixel did the one on Skull Merchants.
Mhm.
Um, we've the Chucky one I plan on putting out probably in the next 2 or 3 months. It depends. Um,
Yeah, those things take ages to make.
well, it's not even just that. What I was saying with that was like I told people I was like I'm not gonna work on the guide yet, and people were like,
Mhm.
why? He's going to get changed. I
Absolutely, yeah.
know he's going to get changed, and I was like I'm gonna give them 6 months, and if I don't see any changes, I'll start working on it. Um, lo and behold, I was right. Not only
Yeah.
was it a change, it was a massively fundamental change. Uh, because
I'm hoping that nothing like sorry to cut you off real quick. I'm really hoping that nothing like that happens, but I can't think of what they could do realistically that would change him that much. But sorry to take it away from you. I just kinda
no, no,
blurted that out.
you're good. The only thing I can think of is, and I'm going to use this term in
Mhm.
very heavy air quotes, fix the collision.
Oh, with, like, fixing the 90-degree thing? Yeah, that would be such an awful change, I feel,
Hmm.
because I think the 90-degree thing is a lot of the skill ceiling of the killer. I know they want it to be more of a bounce thing, but that is being able to negate the bounce is not something you can do anywhere at all times. You can kind of squeeze it out some places, anywhere that anything that hits the ground you can use like that, but you can also just bounce it normally off the ground. But yeah, I'd hope to never see that. That is like the one thing I think that would genuinely like just
I mean,
kneecap the unknown
I
a
mean,
lot.
we saw it with Blight and Hug Tex. A lot of people stopped playing
Mhm.
him because of that. We saw it with Chucky in 180s. A lot of people stopped playing him because of that. Um,
Right.
and with Wesker, I hate to they're gonna get rid of the sliding stuff. I already know they're going.
Eventually, yeah. I don't mind it on Wesker though.
Neither
I
do
would get
I.
annoyed by Blight Hug Tech every now and then, but I think Wesker's techs, I don't mind them mainly because if the Wesker messes up, he pretty much loses his power.
Hmm.
Whereas with Blight, you've got a couple more tries to try and hit that.
Yeah,
You're still punished for messing it up, but it's nowhere near as severe as someone like Wesker.
yeah, and the argument of is it balanced comes up a lot. And it's like, I mean,
Absolutely, yeah.
technically no, but like, I would rather Weskers be trying to do that crap than just zoning me with their power. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. And
Um,
that's why I don't really yeah, I don't think zoning is a killer specific thing. That's why I haven't talked about it on with Unknown, even though Unknown is really good at like zoning.
mhm.
I don't talk about it, and I try not to do it because anyone if you wanna zone, Go play Slinger, go play Huntress, go play Nemesis, go play there's like 40 trillion killers that can zone right now.
Mhm.
I don't think that's a killer specific thing. That's something in general. And while it is an important part of some of their kits, I kind of just like don't want it to be what unknown becomes known for, like Slinger and like Pyramid Head kind of have been.
No, I zone with Chucky.
Hmm.
'Cause-
Exactly.
and they tried to nerf it, and it didn't work. I by the way, the reason why it didn't work. Do you know how they nerfed it?
How did they nerf it? No,
So
I'm not too up to date on the changes
when you
recently.
charge the slice and dice, there's a one
Hmm.
second buffer before you can activate it again.
Right.
So the reason why that didn't work is because most of the time when I would fake my slice and dice because Chucky will go which makes the survivors try to dodge. I'm
Hmm.
doing that because I'm close enough to hit. I'm almost close enough to hit them with an M1, but not close enough to do it. So I'm trying to get them to dodge so I can catch up. So most of the times when people were doing it, they weren't doing it to then slice and dice. They're doing it to then M1. So
Right.
it doesn't stop that. It fixed a problem that wasn't a problem.
And they probably just wanted to avoid another pig situation where people go around and ask for boops and all that. That would be my guess. I don't know why they would, but they seem to have really not liked that because they keep trying to remove that, and people keep getting angry at them, so they keep like keeping it in the game.
Yeah. I mean, with the new loot perk. I mean, we just saw that discourse. Um, yeah, people are very mad about that one.
Yeah, I don't.
Just add emotes. Just add emotes at this. But like, I don't even care. Just add emotes.
I wouldn't mind emotes personally as long as they are somewhat, I guess, grounded. I think if they start adding like the Fortnite default dance, yeah, that'd make them a lot of money, and yeah, that would be objectively funny. But at the same time, that would like I don't want to say it would kill the atmosphere because let's face it, that stuff's already dead and buried. But it's like it might disrupt the feel of the game a little bit, and so they have to be
Maybe
careful with that.
at the same
Like
time.
standard emotes, like more points, like variations of the point. The come here, maybe like like a halt. Like a halt, like stop moving.
The
There's
lethal,
tons of things they could add without like destroying the atmosphere. So I'm totally with adding emotes as long as they do it well.
the lethal company stop. um, it's yeah. Like I think that there's a fine line, but at the end of the day, as we all know, business is business.
Hmm. Absolutely, yeah.
And if the like dancy, not serious emotes sell,
Hmm.
I mean, capitalism
They're gonna
works.
make more,
Yeah.
and there's not much that we as that we can do about that. We just gotta kind of ah okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's like I wouldn't really care that much. I mean,
Hmm.
I'm not one of those people who's like, oh well, DBT just isn't horror anymore. No, it's still mostly horror. There's a few things that you could argue aren't. You could like I mean, like Attack on Titan's a good one. Like that's a horror series. Like
Hmm.
I don't care what anyone says. That anime was horrific as fuck. It's giant 100-foot tall people eating people. That's terrifying. Um, it's same with this is the one that always irks me is Trickster. People
Hmm.
will die on the hill that Trickster isn't horror. Really?
The store is horror, like the story is horror, but I just don't like his visual design because of how out of like place it was when he first came out. Nowadays, it doesn't matter,
Mm-hmm.
like everything that's changed. But at the time, he was like a sore thumb, kind of.
Yeah. And I mean, it's one of those things where I feel like to a degree, it's kind of a kind of subjective because
Hmm.
I've said it before. Like Trickster is, in my opinion, if the killer roster was like real and not real life, Trickster's probably
Hmm.
the most terrifying out of all of them.
Oh yeah, because he'd never be stopped. Without the magical entity to come and like pull him away. Trickster is probably the guy who's least likely to ever get stopped.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean, I talk about it. The idea of a celebrity that
Mhm.
abuses their power to murder people, even if he got caught, let's not sit here and pretend.
Mhm.
We all know how the world works.
Yep.
Um, he would probably get away with it.
Oh, yeah,
Um,
most probably, yeah.
yeah, and then there's like Clown. Like Clown is based off of real serial killers. A few.
Yes,
I won't name them, but
yeah, I was about to say, I don't know if we should name them, but there is a real person behind that story, yeah.
yeah, there's like three. Well, I studied I studied psychology in college.
Mhm.
And I'm also a big true crime person that was. Um, it's like three he's based off of that are just combined into one, really. But the
Mhm.
thing is, like, he would have like if Clown was a real person, he would have got caught eventually. All of them did,
Mhm.
right? Um,
Yeah.
for various reasons. But like Trickster, no. Like, and I know there's like the supernatural ones, like
Mhm.
unknown. I mean, even in their lore, which we'll get into here in a minute. Like, I mean, technically speaking, they've never been caught and they never will, but it's a little
Right.
different. Dredge is a little different, but they're like so
Mhm.
supernatural to me. It's like even if that was real, like I wouldn't like I
Yeah.
yeah. That's the thing. It would be like how it is now, right? It's just a wise tale, even if it's
Mhm.
real, right? Um,
Absolutely, yeah. I think one other character that's worth mentioning in, like, the close to real life category is the Doctor,
mm, mm,
because, that was a literal real person that they translated one to one, and then they realized, "Oh, we might get in trouble for this," so then they changed it enough to where it was no longer resembled the person who is still alive today.
yeah, yeah, and I think that's the way that because you know, the people who I've seen suggest like killers in this game and bring up real life serial
Mhm.
killers. Listen, I understand why people want that. That is disrespectful in. I'm going to say this in the kindest possible way. That is
Mhm.
extremely disrespectful to anyone involved in those people in real life and their families. It just
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
listen. I'm not going to be on my high horse and say I didn't watch you know, a
Mhm.
specific film that came out a few years ago or a TV
Yeah.
series, but at the end of the day, it was still extremely disrespectful, and the only thing it did was there's a way to do
Yep.
it, and the one series, in my opinion, that did it well was the Ted Bundy one. That's the one I think did it right, and that's the one I will name
Mhm.
because that one I feel has been handled in a way over the years with the respect towards the victims it deserves. Um,
Yeah, absolutely. And that's also just kind of, you could argue that's a problem in general right now, is like how much attention these people who do horrible things get.
right.
I get the idea of wanting, like, quote unquote realistic horror and, like, people things based off of real atrocities, and there is a way to do that and do it well.
Hmm.
I just like, once again, Trickster's story is great. It's just the visual design is the only thing I've ever had issues with him.
Right.
The story itself is wonderful and it's well done. It's realistic enough to happen, but it's also so disconnected from anything that has happened that it doesn't come across as insensitive or, maybe intentionally kind of baity.
Yeah, there's they have never stated this, but
Mhm.
there is a movie. It's obvious he's obviously based off of, which is I'm gonna get so much crap for not remembering the name of the movie. Um, it's Patrick Bateman.
Oh, I know the one you're
Son of
talking
a
about, yeah.
bitch.
Yeah, now I've got the bug. Hold
Yeah,
on. Let me
but you know the movie I'm talking about, though, right?
Yeah, yeah, it's, is it American Psycho? Is that
Yes,
it?
American Psycho. Yes, Trickster
Okay, there we go.
is heavily based off that kind of horror, not that character specifically. As
Yeah,
far
but, like,
as
that kind of vibe, yeah, I
yeah,
could see that.
as far as real life serial killers, once again, won't name them, but there is
Mhm.
a particular one he is heavily based off of.
Mhm.
Um, but it's yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like they allude to it without directly referencing it in a way where it gets the job done without being disrespectful. Um,
Yeah.
because and I don't envy behavior when they have to do stuff like that because people have tried and failed at that over the years.
Oh, absolutely.
Whether intentionally or not. But it's a fine line to walk. Once again, I think Clown rides that line fine too.
Absolutely, yeah.
Mostly because of how ridiculous Clown is. In a good way. In a good way. I need to say that in a good way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Clown is probably some of my favorite skins in the game, honestly.
Yeah, and the narcissism they give him in his tome is the best way they could have done it. Because it just, he thinks he's this hot shit super genius, and it's amazing. Because once again, as someone who used to study serial killers when I was in college, that's almost 1-to-1. To the point to where if we heard some of these people's inner monologues, they would sound ridiculous. It's in once again, and I'm trying to make this not just, but they would sound ridiculous in like an insane kind of way. It's
right,
not in a funny kind of way. But Clown, I think, rides that line, which is I think what they were going for. I hope it is.
Yeah, and behavior is very clearly trying to not do that too much. I think they learned their lesson from the Doctor when they literally just made totally not that guy,
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you remember when the Unknown first got teased, a lot of people were saying that he was some kind of Wendigo or Skinwalker or whatever, and a lot of people there were some people, I won't say a lot of people, there were some people that were concerned because those things are kind of like
taboo.
How do I like I don't want to say like sacred, but they were no topics in some cultures, right? And people were like, this might be a little weird to see. And the behavior basically like immediately on the spot is like, nope, that's not what this is. Don't listen to the crazy people. That's not what this is. We're not doing that. No.
Yeah, I think once again, I won't say I'm very qualified to talk on this. I talk on the topic too much, but my thing with it was always like once again, it's a fine line, right? It's like if they added, I've said this before, if they added Mothman, like I could see some people actually getting upset with that.
Yeah, same with Mr. Slendy Boy. Even though he's one of the top requested ones, I could see why people would be upset about that. And unfortunately, as a business, they do have the right to choose, if this would make enough money to where they would be okay with it, them personally.
Yeah.
It's not the moral thing, but it is their right to choose to do it.
Right, and then even the moral implication, it's like not to say I'm on either side of this. I'm just saying that is also dependent on a lot of factors as far as your specific audience, who you're trying to reach, who is in your team, who is playing the game, who is actually buying these things, who is doing the discussion. But there's a lot of factors into it. And I'm not saying either side is necessarily right or wrong either there. It's just, of course, there are some that should never come to the game. None that I can name off the top of my head or will, but
right.
It's just like, it's a fine line with that kind of stuff. And cryptids and folklore are definitely a very big fine line with that. I think the boogeyman is one I bring up a lot. We got the boogeyman
with Dredge, yeah.
With Dredge, it's not,
and they did it very well.
Yeah, I feel like that's the way they would have to do this kind of thing. At least if they want to keep their if they want to feel like they're actually doing the respectful thing, when and where they can. Because don't get me wrong, I turned 30 2 hours ago. Happy birthday to me.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that dates.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, that dates this video. I've lived, I've learned, I've seen a lot. And it's just, it's always complicated, and I don't mean that in a disrespectful way. It's just people make mistakes. People, just because I get it, it's a whole team of people. It's like, oh, they should have consulted somebody. Things like
Rex, we are the Rex. So let's get another one of birthday bash. Michael, it's your birthday today.
Rather fitting time for that.
Michael, boy this year. Forward up your hips while we all cheer.
Why do they make this song so long? Ghost, thank you so much.
That was very cool, Ghost. That was really funny. I like that one.
um, but yeah, like I said, there's just a way to do it, and I feel like Dredge being alluding to the boogeyman was a very good way to do it. And you know, the other problem with it is I think the boogeyman is a good example. Because maybe I'm ignorant to this fact. Is the boogeyman considered like a sacred folklore in any cultures? I'm really not.
I'm the wrong guy to ask that. I'm gonna
Yeah,
be real.
yeah, I really don't know. Regardless, it's a moot point. My thing with that
Mhm.
is the boogeyman is part of a lot of cultures.
Right.
Almost every culture has some version of it.
Mhm.
Um, you could argue the chupacabra. You could argue the Baba Yaga. You could argue um, just the how you could argue the Mothman.
Mhm.
Almost every culture has some form of a creature that haunts children under their beds. Uh, so there's like they would have to pull from all of these and which one is quote the one. And I feel like they found a way to make the one for their game.
Yeah, absolutely. The Dredge, my only complaint about the Dredge is what he did to Maurice. That was not cool. That was uncalled for. Yeah, that felt like a violation, but other than that, we're all chill.
Look at it this way. Dredge gave us one of the coolest skins ever doing that.
Oh, absolutely.
And
It still feels wrong, but it was really
Maurice is
cool.
back. Maurice is back. All right.
And
Um,
that's what matters.
the memes after that were the best.
Absolutely.
Uh,
Typically, Dead by Daylight community, they can be a little off the mark with a lot of the memes, but those were good.
oh my god! I still remember the one of Clown just sitting there like super drunk with like a missing poster. It's just, have you seen my horse? It's so good. Uh, um, Speaking of Dredge, and this kind of go or
Mhm.
now that we kind of gotten a little off topic with that, but I think this leads a lot into uh with Unknown their lore. So
Right.
Dredge's lore, I don't know how much of a lore head you are. Um,
I know the vague strokes of most characters.
right. But I feel like the Unknown is the prime example of how to do a thematic lore
Mhm.
of a eldritch beast. Because as much as I enjoy Dredge's lore and think it is good, um,
Mhm.
the idea of Dredge is supposedly it's very hard to like pin it down. Dredge is supposed to be like this. It's a concept.
Right.
It's supposed to be a concept of. It's supposed to be an event given shape, right?
Right.
But the lore kind of doesn't do that justice, in my opinion, unless you read in between the
Mhm.
lines. With the unknown, I feel they did that idea of an unknown entity being given
Mhm.
life, um, because the idea is supposed to be it's a all of these stories of it, all of these accounts are all true at the same time, even the
Mhm.
ones that contradict each other.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's a very interesting idea, and from the little I read of it, they pulled it off pretty well. Um, but I haven't really dedicated a whole lot of time to that aspect of the character.
mhm.
I know the vague idea of like it being a monster that comes and kills people who think about it too much or who try and look into it
Yeah,
too much, and I think that's a pretty neat idea.
yeah,
That's
it's
pretty spooky, you know.
very Lovecraftian.
That's really cool. Beyond that, I kind of just shrug as like, it's Dead by Daylight lore. I
Yeah,
stopped.
fair enough. I mean, I enjoy it for what it is, but I'm sure I'll get a DM from Pixel later about this. I don't. I'm not like the biggest like. Yeah, the lore. I'm so happy. You know, I'm cool that it's there. I'm glad that it's
Uh-huh.
there. I'm just not like reading in between the lines on everything. Um, I
Yeah, it's cool that they do put the thought into it. Sometimes I think they go a bit too far and it kind of removes the relatability of some characters, right?
mhm.
But the fact that they are trying now and they're not completely, totally just, I mean, making every character a soap opera, kind of like what Siege started doing, you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of because I mean, the difference in word count alone between like Lion's initial story in Siege and uh someone else like Lion, I'm pretty sure somebody was watching a bunch of French soap operas while they were writing that because wow.
I haven't read Lion Lore at all, but I wouldn't.
I don't know about the new lore. I'm just talking about what he came out with. You know, everybody else is like,
Oh,
talking about like Pulse's original lore. It's like, yeah, this guy's a soldier. He's pretty good at his job. Nerd came up to him, was like, "Hey, I've got a camera that can see people's heartbeats." He's like, "Aight," and that's it. And then Lion, it's like, at a young age, he always suffered from several mental inhabilitations, and
it
he has a weak pullout game, and he's a devout
so
Christian.
like
It's all there.
like
It's all there.
the thing is though that stuff like we're kind of shitting on that kind of stuff, but
Mhm.
it's I don't want to
It's good that
say
it's there.
yeah, like I don't want to say it's unnecessary because it's not because it does help people connect with characters. I play a
Mhm.
licensed character, so fuck me, but I know some people who play killers specifically because of their lore.
Mhm.
Um,
Like, I
s-
will say one that I absolutely love is Ghostface. I think they handled Ghostface
oh,
amazingly.
oh
Like that,
yeah,
like half license, half original. They right out the park.
yeah, and we were talking about the whole serial killer thing earlier. I think Ghostface is a very good example of like they did the research in the tome.
Mhm.
Almost everything in it. Once again, as someone who studied a lot of psychology, they nailed it. Um, Everything from the narcissism to the perfectionism to why he is the way he is, because they never explicitly state it,
Mhm.
it's that's how it is. Um, as terrifying as a thought of as some people think that is, it's most serial killers are kind of just born that way, unfortunately.
Mhm.
At least from most of the research we've done on it. The only real determining factor we know is that a lot of them, and once again, this isn't even all of them, but a lot of them just have oversized amygdalas. That's it. That's the only thing we know, like for a fact. The rest of it is just it's just how they are. Um, Danny Johnson pulled that off to a T. Uh, and I think with the fact that they made sure that it did all that, and then they even found a way to bring the what's up mask in through the
Mhm.
lore. Like that's like yeah, Danny Johnson Ghostface is one of Behavior's biggest accomplishments.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
I wish
They had what I think a lot of people would call a bad hand, and they pulled it out, like, perfectly. They got that royal flush out of it somehow, you know?
I wish they he was better in game, but
Mhm.
um, even then though, him kind of being bad is actually kind of fine to me because he's like I don't know. It just when someone plays him well, like people underestimate him, and I kind of think that's what they were. I don't want to say on purpose going for, but it feels like it
Mhm.
fits. It's like Waluigi not being in Smash. Like him not being in kind of makes sense because everyone wants him to be in. Um,
Yeah.
it's yeah, Unknown's lore though. I think that my only criticism towards it, and this is more if it happens, I
Mhm.
hope they don't explain more.
Yeah, I think that's a big draw of the character. I think anything explaining more about them would remove a lot of the intrigue around it,
Yeah,
because they've set themselves up for kind of like 4 or 5 different possibilities of what's real and what's not, and, they all try and act as if they're all real, and maybe they all are, but they've set this up in such a way where any further explanation will kind of hinder the character and their lore presence.
yeah, because there's a lot of because when you're reading it, it's like there's there's hints that unknown is alien or an alien.
Mhm.
There's hints that unknown is a failed government experiment because there's actually a lot of MK Ultra stuff in there that I was
Yes.
very surprised to see. I didn't think Behavior would
Mhm.
touch that again with like a 10-foot pole. But good
They
on
did
them.
it well, though.
Yeah,
Yeah, they did it well.
they did it well. It's a terrible thing that happened in history, but like
Mhm.
it once again it actually did happen. So I feel like it should still be brought up a little bit. Um,
Mhm.
there's even like some speculation that Unknown isn't even real and the people just go insane. Um, which once
Mhm.
again, I don't know how that would work logistically speaking, but it kind of makes sense. Um, and then once again, like, and that's the same thing with like the character design, because I know some people aren't the biggest fan of Unknown's design. Um,
Mhm.
in general, I still have the devs ever confirmed if it's supposed to look like Dwight.
I don't think so, and once again, I don't think they should. I think it should just, drop it, don't touch it. We'll
Mm.
take the anniversary skin. We'll take a couple more maybe in a couple years. Don't touch it again. We're good. We're good. You know?
Yeah, yeah. Well, no, I don't think they should confirm it either. I was just curious if they did, but once again, it's this idea: is it mimicking the other survivors in the trial, like things like that? It's
Mhm.
it's it's yeah, it's an interesting prospect that I think they've done a good job with. Um,
I think if it was completely intentional for that to be the case, they would have said that so people would stop asking them for some kind of, like, disguise as a survivor killer, you know?
yeah, maybe. It could also be like I mean, I've said it before. I don't think I played VHS. We had a disguised
Mhm.
character in that game. It was
Right.
not fun to play against, um, or play as
Wait,
sometimes.
was there a whole character around that? I thought it was just, like, at the beginning of the match you were hidden for a couple
No, no,
seconds,
no.
or
They
did I
made a
miss
whole
something?
character right before it
Oh, wow.
died. Yeah,
The
yeah,
last character I heard about from that game was, Totally Not Doctor, the
yeah,
robot
yeah.
guy.
Yeah. So after that was Deathwire. After Deathwire, they made a
Mhm.
character called the Anomaly.
Mm.
And their powers were one of their powers was they could turn into the teens.
Ah.
Yeah. Their terror radius, quote unquote, whatever it's called in that game, I forget. Their terror radius, I think it's tension track.
Yeah.
It was suppressed. The only difference between them and a normals and one of the teens in the match was they didn't leave footsteps behind.
Mm.
Um, that was legitimately the only difference. At the same time, uh, as someone who played that game a lot, most people could figure out when you transform.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. That's why and VHS had the luxury of their killers or monsters or whatever you want to call them, trademark, uh, they all had three powers,
Right.
so they could give one of them that power plus two other ones. In Dead by
Mhm.
Daylight, if they did that, it's like, well, can't really do that. Um,
Yeah, they'd have to probably do another Vecna character that's like a stance character of some kind,
yeah,
and, like, that would just be one of their stances, so to speak.
yeah. It was an interesting concept, but the thing is, most people would use it just to hide their terror radius. They wouldn't even
Mhm.
use it to actually like sneak up on people in the proper way, quote unquote. It also gave you the third person camera, so you could use it to like look around.
Chuck spots it here again, I
He was my favorite, and then the game died like 2 weeks later, and I was like, fuck.
Ah, yeah.
Um, yeah, he was in development hell for like 6 months too. That was a sad thing.
Yeah,
Uh,
VHS in general, I think, is the epitome of development hell.
yeah, I really wish they would have sold the IP.
Yeah,
I really
I think,
wish.
they tried their best. I think there was a point where a lot of people kinda realized that, it wasn't gonna last, there were
I
a lot of issues with VHS.
I was in the community at the end. That's when I joined
Mhm.
January of last year. I don't even remember. Whatever. I joined in January. The game died in June. So I was with the game for 6 months. I was in the discords. I talked to the devs. I talked to people, big streamers of the game. Um,
Mhm.
at the time, a lot of us saw it coming. We didn't know. We weren't told. At least most of us weren't told um, that it was going to die. But a lot of us
Mhm.
saw the writing on the wall. We were well aware. Um, but copium's a hell of a drug. Um, it
Yeah.
really is. We all like. I said it so many times while I was playing it. If the game went to console at any point, I
It might have been okay.
I think it would have been fine. Um, I don't think it would have completely saved it or made it like some revolutionary game, but I think it would have saved it. Uh, at
Mhm.
least put it on life support for a little while. But I mean, that game had
Yeah.
so many issues. And I wasn't blind to them. Most of us weren't, but it is just
Mhm.
yeah. It dying killed morale for a lot of us. I didn't mind too much because I was still playing Dead by Daylight at the same time.
Right.
And it was also when I took a break from DBD for a little
Mhm.
bit. So like I wasn't like completely taken aback. But I don't know.
Yeah.
The other thing I said this about VHS. One of my favorite things about that game was something that just can't exist, and that was how small the community was actually one of my favorite things.
Mhm.
Because I would play for like 4 hours a night, and I would be matching against like the same 3 or 4 people all night. We all knew
Mhm.
each other. We all knew how we played. It was fun. But, like none of us were. We were all trying, but like we weren't like you know going out of our way to be mean to each other. Kind of nice. But a game can't sustain itself like that, unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately not. This is kind of yeah, I don't wanna say weird, but, the best ASIM I ever played was actually a Roblox game I played back in, early like, late middle school, early high school, I think. It was called it was Before the Dawn Redux or something like that, and it was unironically the best ASIM I've ever played, and it had a really archetypical, breakdown, if you will. There was one survivor power class, right, if you will, who was the hero, and there was all different characters you did, and they all had different abilities and everything. Then every survivor had a perk, an ability, and a whatever, and you could just mix and match them as you wanted.
Mhm.
And then there was the killers who were just obviously the killers, right? It was very similar to DBD, except for it was like a 1v7, I want to say. It
Like,
was a 1v7, like, 1 killer, and then 7 survivors,
mhm,
and one of those 7s would randomly be appointed as the hero, and that was another thing that the game had going for it was all random what role you played, a bit like, Friday the 13th. I know a lot of people don't like that idea, but it did really help, prevent the game from being, too awful one way or another,
mhm,
and eventually it had a small community, kinda like what you said, but it was a lot of people who really liked the game and who all, played the game. I don't wanna say a lot, but it was a very active community despite the game being a very small game on, Roblox of all things,
mhm.
and it was a fun time, it was, there was a lot of it had a lot more depth than you'd probably expect when you hear the words Roblox game, you know? I think there were at the end, there was something like 50 killers in it and, 12 heroes and, 40 perks and gadgets for the, survivors and all that. It was crazy, and it was one of the best games I ever played, and the devs just took it down one day. It's like, "Oh, sorry, folks, show's over. We're rebranding into Skibidi Toilet Defense Tycoon." Not actually, but
Those damn kids and their skibbity toilets. Uh,
Wha
such a um. Yeah, it's I don't know. Well, like it just the way I said it when I was playing it is like when I was a kid and I used to play games with my friends. We would
Mhm.
have LAN parties, like 10 of us in a room. We all knew each
Right.
other. We would do that like every other weekend. And being in a game with a small knit community like VHS took me back to that feeling. I don't
Oh,
know.
I know what you mean. Way back in the day, Dead by Daylight was like that, especially on Xbox servers, because it wasn't crossplay, it was just Xbox.
Hmm.
Especially because I played with, one of my first friends that I played with it a lot was an online friend who lived down in, the Oceania region, so we played on Oceania Dead by Daylight servers or, just in that, server grouping, if you will. And that was genuinely like a 13 player pool. You knew just by the cosmetic of the killer, you knew who it was. You knew what build they were probably running, et cetera, et cetera. And it was kind of cool. It was a very different experience. I kind of prefer the more chaotic, all over the place nature of the game currently,
Hmm.
but there was still a lot of fun to be had with that I guess, way of gameplay.
Yeah, it's I don't want to get too into like the sociology here, but it's like
Mhm.
you know, people talk nowadays how like no one feels like part of anything anymore
Mhm.
because of just how things are, but um it's just small little nuggets like that just kind of bring that feeling back, and it's small and it's to a degree unimportant, but it's still very important, especially for like I said for gaming growing up. That was just how it was. You if you owned
Mhm.
Halo and you wanted to play the multiplayer, you better have some friends, and you better have some Ethernet cables, and you better have 4 TV.
Mhm.
And once again, I don't want to sound like old man yelling at cloud, but the idea of being in a room of 12 other people playing a game, eating pizza, yelling at
Mhm.
each other, like I don't get that anymore. Um,
Yeah, and, part of that is because, realistically, when was the last time you did that?
yeah, exactly. And I mean, it also doesn't help that I mean real life friends, but um, the other problems with it is just like it's just it's so much easier for me to turn on Dead by Daylight, hit matchmake, and just kind of go on my way. Um,
Mhm.
it's one thing I like about stream. Honestly, if I didn't stream this game, I probably wouldn't play Killer as much as I do. Uh,
Yeah, that's
I'm
fair.
I am not afraid to admit that. Not to say I hate playing Killer. It's a very lonely experience. Um,
It can be, yeah, but that's also can be a lot of the, yeah, appeal of it, if you will. It's just,
mhm.
like, going into the game and just kind of, it really helps you just kinda close in and, like, just focus on the game, and it's a nice little distraction, but I can totally see, like, playing a lot of Killer back to back. It can sometimes just be, I don't wanna say, like, isolating, right? But it is kind of just you're by yourself, you know?
Yeah. Also,
Mhm.
people often say Killer is more stressful. I disagree with that sentiment. If you're going for 4Ks all the time, yeah, Killer
Mhm.
is probably more stressful. If you're just playing the game, I think Killer is the least stressful of the two. Um,
Part of that depends on what killer you're playing, we both play pretty solid killers, right?
mhm.
But if you're playing someone who just kinda gets bodied every game, I could see it being stressful even just trying to have fun with it. There's a
Yeah,
reason I don't play Trapper.
yeah, fair enough. Even then, though, like Trapper, like I don't know, I have fun when I put a random trap that happens to get somebody somehow.
Yeah.
But yeah, we you mentioned it a bit ago.
Mhm.
Unknown is getting the anniversary skin. Um,
Yes.
Sable isn't
And
getting a
so is Bill, so that's
yeah.
my 2 mains right there. I
Sable
am
Sable isn't getting a mask by the
hallelujah.
when I saw that and someone mentioned it to me, I smiled. It's a tiny bit. Yes.
Yeah, obviously, they're not gonna give away anything for free for her
Oh man.
because, like, why would they do that when people would or would, like, gladly pay, like, $20 because Goth Girl, you know?
um. Anyway, the question for this though, Unknown
Mhm.
has what 4 skins other that aren't reskin or recolors right now.
Uh, kind of. He's got the granny skin, then he's got the 2, like, cheerleader
Cheerleader
skins,
skins. Yeah.
and then he's got a bunch of mishmash, pieces, and I think they all look great, honestly, they're, I normally just run, like, the standard, like, Bloody Prestige or the pink cheerleader one, just mainly because I like the weapon of the, cheerleader a lot.
Hmm. Is it a set?
Um, it's not a set, no,
Oh,
I just brain go click set, and, I like being able to switch between the voice lines,
yeah. Fair enough.
like the more masculine and feminine voice lines.
Right.
I like having that option. I just picked up the outfit with shards because I had enough to do that, and I was like, "Yeah, might as well." It's not
You know.
like we're getting any original chapters this year.
Well, we're getting one. All right. I am surprised. I thought we were going to start getting less licensed. I
Me
thought
too.
who's left.
Exactly, yeah, I'm a bit hesitant, but also, I'm a bit hesitant, there's obviously, like, the big, like, 3 or 4 left that people really want of, like, Jason, Predator. Springtrap, and then one other guy, I'm forgetting the name.
Candyman.
Candyman. Yeah, Candyman. Those are the big 4 that people want, but I think most people, they wouldn't turn up their nose to something like a Dead Space, right? Like a Dead
Yeah.
Space 1 or
Well, I mean,
oh, any
Last
of
of
those kinda
Us.
licenses.
Yeah. Well,
Last of Us, yeah?
I mean, the thing with a lot of those that I've said before,
Mhm.
I like Last of Us is a good example. I don't think Last of Us would work as a full chapter. Um,
No, there's a lot
but
of that wouldn't. Mhm.
but a hag skin as a clicker,
That might be pretty neat, yeah.
a Joel skin for Bill. That probably would never happen for him specifically, but my point is,
Yeah, mhm.
same with Scooby Doo. It's like I don't think we could do a full Scooby Doo chapter. I would love to see it, but I don't think it'll ever happen. A set of skins though, I could see that. I could totally
That would
see
be
it.
pretty neat. I'd love to see a Scooby-Doo inspired Dredge.
My suggestion has just been Demogorgon and Scooby.
Demo Doggy to the real stage.
Someone also suggested just give Dwight a Scooby Doo onesie, and I was like, you know what, I'll take it.
That seems
um,
to be their solution nowadays.
it's like there's so many like licenses I just don't feel like Dead Space is another good example. I don't think it would work as
Mhm.
a full chapter. However, I could see a necromorph skin for Unknown.
I'm gonna be honest, I've never actually played Dead Space. I just know people really want it, and I know, like, the basics of, like, who Isaac Clarke is.
Yeah. Oh, and that's the other thing. Isaac Clarke is a survivor.
Mhm.
Yeah, maybe. It would be very strange. Also, I'm not the biggest fan, I'm not a fan of the idea of an engineer being a
Mhm.
survivor because
The Perks would be absolute cancer.
don't get me wrong, I still think it's an archetype we haven't touched, but I think there's a reason we haven't touched it.
Yeah.
The closest we got was Gabe. Um,
What about Felix? Wasn't No, Felix was an architect.
he's an architect. That's all I know about his
Yeah,
lore. He's an architect. It's a
yeah.
running joke in my Discord server. So
Felix is an architect?
yeah,
Alright.
yeah, that's his whole personality. Yeah, it's Felix is an architect and Zarina is a reporter. I was Zarina main. Don't worry, I know her lore. It's just it's always
I mean,
funny.
you're not right. I mean, personally, I don't know. I don't know who Elodie is. She's one of the few characters I don't know. I feel like those, like, 3 characters that all released in a row,
I
you
actually,
know
the more I think about it, I don't know shit about Elodie's lore.
Exactly, yeah.
I've
At least
never
those other
thought
2 have
about
a
that.
tagline.
Wow.
Exactly, nobody thinks about Elodie. She's just there, exactly.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Like obviously I know she exists. I see her from time. I've never really thought about her lore. Something to do with a
All I
black
know
veil. That's all I know.
Yeah, it's like Black Veil, but Felix also has that, and, it's like, okay.
Oh, yeah. Also, another killer archetype I really want is it's a killer survivor combo I talk about all the time, and we
Mhm,
kind of got it, not really, with Gabe and Singularity and Yoon Jin and Trickster. I really want a killer survivor combo where the survivor is very, very aware of the killer.
mhm,
Like intimately is the closest word, but not the correct one.
mhm.
Someone who admires the killer.
Oh, so, like, at first I thought you were talking like a shrink in their, patient or whatnot, but now you're talking like a serial killer and, like, their fangirl or something.
Yeah,
That would be
yeah,
interesting.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And maybe that one's a bit too close to being problematic, but I don't know. I think it's an interesting idea. Because
I
Pixelbus,
think Oh, sorry, go on.
I was gonna say Pixelbus had the idea for like if we got a second Saw chapter, bring
Right.
in the girl from Jigsaw, because that was like her whole shtick was she was intimately familiar with John Kramer's work. Like she owned all of like his ex traps. She made them.
Mhm.
She knew about all the crime scenes, all the victims. Um, like
Interesting. That is a pretty cool idea, yeah.
yeah, like we haven't really had that. We've had things come close, like I said, Gabe and
Mhm.
especially Yoon Jin. Um, but like Yoon Jin's doing it because she's uh, what's the nice
She
word?
doesn't have a choice much.
Yeah,
Gotta keep your head down, stay in line, or lose your livelihood.
yeah. But like someone who's genuinely like interested in the killer in like a fanatic kind of way. Um, especially if it was original killer, obviously. But I think that would be a very interesting thing we haven't done yet. Because like Survivor archetypes, like we've basically done them all. At least
I
it
mean, we could
seems
do
like.
more, but yeah, they've done a lot of like the big, like broad stroke ones.
Yeah.
Uh,
And
they could do more with there's a lot of little tiny ones that they could have possibly do, but I guess I can agree with that. The more I think about it, the more it's like, yeah, we've got somebody who's a broad stroke of most everyone nowadays, and I guess that's why they're going into more specifics because they don't need to leave that room for interpretation as
yeah,
much as they need to anymore.
yeah, because it's like the jock character. Well, we got David. The artsy
Hmm.
character, we got Jeff. Technically speaking, but Jeff also fills the metalhead role and
Right.
um a few other archetypes. Which I mean, someone could argue, well, if they fill a bunch of archetypes, they're not an archetype. It's just, yeah, I'm just talking shorthand. Like Dwight's like the nerd, even though he's not.
Yeah.
um, he's a guy with glasses, so it counts. Technically, the nerdiest character in the game is ironically Felix. The more I think about it.
Really? Why Felix? Because Fang would have been my guess.
Well, Fang is the workaholic. She's the gamer girl workaholic. That's the archetype she's supposed to fill.
Okay.
Felix is like I said, he's an architect,
Hmm.
and like he actually goes on like a journey of like figuring something out. I mean, I guess you could argue Hattie too. I guess, but
Why?
okay,
Because she's a podcaster and
you know,
podcaster for nerds, or what?
you
What are
know
we
what,
getting at here?
you know what, you know how I said there's a killer that we need a survivor that's more intimately into the killer. I
Hmm.
didn't even think about it. I guess Hattie and Dredge. I don't know if that
I
really.
guess I could see that. Yeah, that's not quite the dynamic you were explaining, but yeah, they are probably the closest to it.
Yeah, yeah. Also, listen, I'm not going to shit on. I already feel a stereotype. I'm a military veteran who has a podcast now. I didn't know that was a stereotype until someone told me. Um,
Oh, that's a new one for me too.
yeah, I looked into it. No, it's a genuine stereotype. I was like, okay. I this is completely off topic, but like I was I used to identify as bisexual, and one of the
Hmm.
funny things about that was I was always like, I never really get stereotyped that much, and I was like, are there bi stereotypes? And I looked into it, and I was like, none of these work, but sure. Did you know putting your hands in your pockets is a bisexual stereotype?
Oh, uh-oh.
Yeah, or not knowing what to do with your hands. That's also another one. Or tucking your shirt in. That is I'm not kidding. It is a very commonly held one too. And I was like, what? I do that, but what? It's
Oh man.
it's really funny. Some of those though. Um, but yeah. Last thing before we go, because we've been going for
Hmm.
almost 5.5 hours. And I'm sure
Yep.
you have shit to do, and it's very late in the
Hmm.
morning. But do you have do you play on Steam?
I do, yeah.
Do
I do
you
play on Steam for the most part.
have stats at all of I don't know what Unknown's track stat is.
Nope, I couldn't tell you either. Like I said earlier, that whole thing, nada,
Oh,
no, that's not
right.
like
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah.
no, no, you're good. It's not like some like something that I'm crazy about. It's just like that's not something I track. The best I can give you is like a rough estimation of my hours across all what do you call it? Here, let me get my Steam up.
I am what is Unknown's achievement?
It's like downing survivors with the UVX. I'm
Okay,
pretty sure.
so that would be the track.
Probably, yeah. I'm just barely over 2,000 hours on PC, then add another like 500 on Xbox. I'm in at 2,500,
Uh,
roughly.
I hate saying this, but it's Dead by
Mhm.
Daylight, so I'll get shocked. That is a surprisingly low amount of hours. Not gonna lie to you.
Yeah,
Um,
no, 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 no. A-okay with
well, no,
that.
I mean when I tell people I only have 1,500 hours in this game, it blows their
Mhm.
mind.
Yeah, no, and that's I kind of don't like the hours culture. That's something I want to talk about eventually. But I think that we need the hours culture because we don't have any better metrics for it. It's not like we can see MMR. Not that MMR matters,
Mhm.
Um, you know, but like it's not like we can see it. If we could see it, then maybe it would matter. But that's a whole different discussion.
Th-
It's kind of like how do I?
There's
Oh,
a,
sorry, go on.
I was gonna say there's a video, but I don't know if you know them. There's a video by Lucid. Um,
Hmm.
did a video very recently talking about how the hours argument is really, really dumb in most gaming discourse. Um,
Right.
and watching that video, I'm like, I think Dead by Daylight is the one exception to that because there
Hmm.
really isn't anything to go off of. Most even like track stats, like Twins is a good example. Twins track stat is downs while Victor is on the survivor.
Ah, wow.
Yeah, yeah. So, playing them quote wrong. Chucky's, which to my knowledge isn't being changed, is it's it's injuring a survivor 3 seconds after a scam. Um,
Ooh.
yeah. From once again, as most Chucky mains who tracked it would always say, yeah, I don't feel proud that this is as high as it is. Um, but it's also one of those things. Like I said, I don't know if they're changing that because now it's going to be much harder than it was.
No, I doubt they're going to change that. They try and avoid changing achievements when possible.
Yeah, I think
They've made that very clear.
yeah, it's a very hard thing to do with mostly Microsoft, from what I understand. Sony doesn't care about trophies,
Hmm.
but Microsoft is very, very, very adamant about their achievements, and they have to keep them the same across the board. So,
Yeah, it's because of way back in the day, if I remember right. Microsoft had some like there were some games that would give you like 40 trillion gamer score just for opening it
yeah,
as a way of trying to drive sales for their game, and eventually Microsoft had to cut down on that.
yeah. I mean, Avatar, Avatar was the game back in the day. If you wanted 1,000 gamer score, you just open the game and play it for 2 minutes, and you get 1,000.
Yeah.
Um,
There was another one. What was the other one? Was it Lego Pirates? It was
I,
something like that. Lego Pirates. There was another one like that.
yeah, I think it was. Also, one I used to do back in the day a lot was
Mhm.
the Saw video game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you get all of the achievements just for playing the game, except for all of the ones that require you to get one kill with every weapon. That was it, and you could do that easily in
Wow.
like one playthrough. And the game is like 5 hours long. I miss caring about my gamer score, kind of.
I will always die on the hill that gamer score was a brilliant idea.
It's
Even if I'm kind of like at the point where I wouldn't participate with it anymore, I genuinely look fondly upon that.
it's one of those things. It's that I feel like Microsoft kind of like killed with the Xbox One. I don't even
Hmm.
know how they did. It's just like no one cared anymore.
Yeah, I kind of wish Steam had something like it,
It
or
it
even
does.
Epic Games. I know it's got achievements like and percentages and all that, but they don't have like different point values and everything.
No, but you get like banners and stuff sometimes.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, if you
Uh,
get like a certain amount of achievements, yeah.
yeah, and then you get like those Steam cards you can sell that no one buys. Um, that's an era from fucking Team when Team Fortress 2 was the only thing on Steam. Uh,
Hmm.
it's yeah, gamer score is. I mean, that's another incentive though, is achievements. I know people who play Dead by Daylight and that's all they do is achieve.
I
Um,
mean, they got plenty to hunt after. I mean, how many achievements are in this game now? It's like
a
it's something
lot,
crazy.
and most of them
Um,
suck.
oh, absolutely, yeah.
Escape RPD 21 times. I know. Please, God, no.
249 are in the game. At
When
least
it,
it's not as bad as Payday 2. Because,
whenever
oh my.
whenever I bring up, whenever I actually, it's not even just me. Whenever someone brings up getting rid of map offerings, that is the
Mhm.
one argument I hear constantly.
Is
What
that one
about
challenge?
what about achievements? Tough shit. that's my
Yeah.
response. I'm sorry, tough shit. That's my response. Hey, Halo 3 had achievements based on maps back in the day. No one
Mhm.
complained back then.
Yeah, no. Map
Um,
offerings are goofy. I'm glad they're in the game partially. Like, on one hand, I'm glad because it lets you do dumb things like Shark Known, right? But on the other hand, like, they do realistically, looking at it objectively and not doing some silly meme build, they kinda need to go.
Even I've said it before, in a game like this where randomness is kind of part of it, I hate
Mhm.
the idea of being able, and if it, like I said, like add-ons and stuff and perks are a little different. The map is like the fundamental part of the game that determines a lot.
Yeah.
So like being able to in any way control that is just, I don't like it. I
Mhm.
mean, I like, even when I was playing Siege, map bans are probably the worst thing they ever added.
Oh, yeah, I hated that whole, like, map ban, pick and ban system. I hated that. It's like, "Bro, I'm trying to spawn peek here. Let me let me go just insta-lock Vigil Boss G, you know, because 'cause I'm an absolute casual at the game.
Like,
Let me go throw myself out a window 5 seconds in the round."
well, no, I mean the other thing with it was like, we talked about Siege a lot. So,
Mhm.
the other thing with Siege was like, because when it was a 3 map ban system, it was to a point where the enemy team would ask you to ban the other map both sides hated.
Yeah.
So everyone would end up playing on the same 3 maps. It was
Yeah, what was it? Clubhouse,
Clubhouse, Oregon,
Oregon.
oh my god,
Oh,
what
what's
was
the
the
last one?
third? Coastline.
Coastline. Yeah,
Yeah,
Coastline.
yeah. And then, like, God forbid if a new or reworked map was in it,
Oh,
no
no.
one wanted to play on
Dude,
those.
you say, "Yeah, bro, we'll ban Canal," and then you ban Clubhouse. That was an easy way to get them to forfeit.
Me and my group of friends learned Outback in and out on
Uh-huh.
purpose, just
Just to mess
so,
with
yeah,
people?
just to mess with people. And then, like, meanwhile, these guys have no idea how to play the map, and we know like where every single hole is. It's it was a funny thing, and
Yeah.
that was kind of probably the point of map bans, but it didn't work
Yeah.
that way, because it's the
Nope.
same thing with agent ban. Just didn't work the way I think they wanted to. Like, I mean, Jackal is still the most banned character in that game. Like, I honestly don't know what they could do to. They could probably nerf the man into the ground, and it wouldn't matter.
Mhm.
I know.
Honestly, they could remove the scanning and, like, revert some of the old footprint changes. Because when I played a lot of Jackal, and that was my favorite thing to do.
Mhm.
Because I was the level of Jackal main where I knew, like, "Okay, I know what operator this is just by looking at the footsteps," because they all were in, like, one of 3 different groups. I could look at the list and say, "Okay, it's most likely this guy because he's the only one in the group of, like, the footprint group that's on their team currently."
Yeah.
Or, "There's 2 of them, but, you know, good old Rook is still on site, so this is probably Doc coming back from a spawn peak. I know where he's going," you know?
Mhm.
You could probably, like, realistically, if he never had the scan, he would still be very good, I think.
I
He
think
would just be a lot harder.
I think, yeah, I think the whole point of the scan was to help with the fact of
Mhm.
solo queue and such. And to make it feel like you're actually contributing to your team without having to say something.
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's definitely part of it. Because it's like, if he didn't have the scan, what does he, without voice comms? What does he provide the team?
Not much unless you're just a crazy solo carry.
Yeah. What that was the other thing. It's like, from the pro scene perspective, I understood the point of bans. From the casual
Mhm.
perspective, it's like people are just banning comfort bans. Like, no one's
Yeah.
banning because, oh, the enemy team has a mirror or a Nook main. Let's ban Nook. No one does that.
No,
Almost.
we did counter ban a couple times, like, me and my stack. We would absolutely ban Ashe. If we saw 3 Ashe mains, she's going out the window.
I would. That was the other thing. Me and my friend, me and my friends, we wouldn't ban the traditionals. We would always go for like the populars.
Mhm.
We'd always be like, okay, all right, ban Jaeger and Ashe, and watch the enemy team's head explode. It was the funniest. Once again, we're doing this on top of going to Outback. It's always just so funny, and the responses from the enemy team. Well, I'm not your friend. We're your enemies. We're not working with you. Like, it's always just so funny. And then, like we would also do strategic bans too. It's like, oh, I'm
Mhm.
playing Montaigne, and my plan is to go through this door and have someone plant behind me on a second floor. Oh, I'm gonna ban Pulse because I know that's the one and only counter to it. Why wouldn't I ban it? Oh well, no one plays Pulse. Well, they might,
They might. You never know.
but once again, in like a solo queue environment, you can't really coordinate that. So
Yeah.
ban Mira because it's Mira. All right,
I can't help but, just bring this back to Dead by Daylight just a little bit,
Mhm.
Uh, it really just, like, with the solo queue thing, and, like, this just kind of all reminded me about the debate around solo queue and possibly adding voice chat natively into the game, and I'm just curious as to what your thoughts on that are.
So would I like it? Yes.
Mhm.
However, um, I think it's too late to. League of Legends has been going on for 10 years, over
Mhm.
over 10 years. I'm like 15 now. 12, whatever. It's been going on for 12 years. That game doesn't have voice chat, and it never will. Not integrated into the game anyway.
Mhm.
For solo queue or otherwise. However, it has its ping system. Adding a voice chat system to that game this late into its life, or a game like Dead by Daylight, that's the thing. If the game started with voice chat, I think it would have been great and would have been the
Yep.
play. It's you can't just add that fundamental thing into the game. Um,
Yeah.
there,
Maybe as a modifier with prox chat, it might work, but other than that, I don't know.
I think there are some things though with voice. This is just a personal thing, and I don't know if there's research to it or not. When
Mhm.
I used with Siege, for example, I didn't get that much toxicity from voice chat. In League, though,
Yeah.
with text chat and Dead by Daylight with text chat and in game, I get more toxicity per match than I ever did in Siege. Not to say
Because
it,
it's, like, anonymous,
yeah,
with
yeah, it's anonymous and it's more personal, right? With text chat, it's
Mhm.
like, especially when people are using anonymous mode, it's like I don't even see the other. Not to say I don't, but
Mhm.
essentially, I don't see them as a person. I'm seeing them as just the text on the screen.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think you should be able to text in anonymous mode. That's my personal take on that. I think anonymous mode should hide the text box automatically when you get out of a match, and you can't type in it. You can physically open it and see what's being said if you really want to,
Mhm.
but you can't type back because I think that that's like the most like low level, if you will, thing you can do is just start talking trash while you're in anonymous mode because there's like
Virtually,
no
virtually nothing
there's
you can
no
do.
way for them to know. They can
Yeah,
report you, right? But it's Dead by Daylight reporting, like,
yeah.
it's
But
not gonna do much.
that leading into the whole solo queue problem, I don't think voice
Mhm,
chat would fix the problems at
mhm.
all for a lot of reasons. Once again, I played a lot of Siege solo queue. That's a game that's voice chat is almost essential in that game. And
And people never used it. Yeah,
yeah,
absolutely.
yeah. Well, that's the other problem I have with voice chat. You know what's more frustrating than not having voice chat to tell your teammates what to do? Thinking you can and they have you muted.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Um, or the opposite. You're like your one of your teammates is actually giving you good information, and for whatever reason you have them muted. Um,
Yeah.
which don't get me wrong, people should be allowed to do that. I'm just saying.
Mhm.
Me and Kaiser talked about this a little bit. Like, did did people not do group projects in schools? Like there is no fixing in any video game solo queue's inherent problem.
Yeah.
You can try, you can alleviate it, which I feel like behavior has done to a degree. There is more they can do. Showing perks would be the first step to that. Uh, just let me know if my teammate has unbreakable. Just or deliverance, please. Uh, but it's like if you the way I always describe it as an adult, go get $100. In this economy, it's a hard ask, but so go get $100. Get it in 20s. Go find 5 people and tell them, hey, I need you to do this job, and give them all $20. Don't tell them how to do it. Don't tell them like a deadline or anything. Just give them the $20 each and tell them, hey, I need you to do this job. and see what happens. I guarantee you one of them is going to do it. Two of them aren't going to do anything. One of them is going to be telling the one person doing it how to do it, and one of them just stole your money and walked off. Humans have lasted as long as we have because of our ability to build communities and adapt. That is how we have lasted. However, we are also very stupid creatures. we surprisingly work well together, but also we don't, especially with strangers.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the inherent problem of online games in general now. It's like I said, I've always wanted to ask, but I know I'll never get a good response, is what game has a good solo queue system?
Ooh, that is a wonderful question. And I think the only proper answer to that is anything that's a single player game.
Well, no, there's I can think of one answer, but it's not it's not PvP.
Oh, what is it?
Deep Rock Galactic.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I haven't played too much Deep Rock, but I know enough. Yeah, that's a valid answer.
I think Deep Rock Galactic is one of the best solo queue experiences I've ever had in any video game in existence. And no one uses voice chat in that game. No one. They don't need to. People barely talk, like in text chat. There's no need. The way the game is designed, you kind of not forced, but it encourages you to work together. Like,
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what a good, co-op game should do. Is it should encourage you to work as a team, but it shouldn't make that a requirement in case, maybe you're playing with your friends who are new to the game or whatever reason.
yeah, there's a video game donkey said it in the Overwatch 2 video years ago. A good co-op game tricks you to working with your teammates.
Yeah.
And some people might find that harsh, but it's true. Like, humans are inherently selfish creatures, even though, well, like I said earlier, it kind of contradicts the whole community aspect. But no, humans are inherently selfish creatures at the end of the day. And we're always looking out for ourselves, and some of us are a little bit more empathetic than others, and even then though, it's like when I'm playing Dead by Daylight and it's 3 of us left and 1 person on hook and it's in game and the gates are open. Bye. like sometimes I'll go back and try to go for the save, right? Because I think it's more exciting. But like from an optimization standpoint, that's a 2 out.
You should just be leaving. 3 out is better than like a 4 on the ground,
Yeah. I mean, how many games have you played what's the saying? Altruism kills? Like like a lot of killers prey on survivors getting too altruistic and doing that kind of thing. But it's like once again, it's just a complicated thing to fix. And I don't know any PvP game that ever has. In a co-op setting, it's kind of easier because you're all working towards the same goal, right? You're inherently working together. In a PvP game, it's like you have an enemy, and especially in an asymmetrical one, it's like, well, the power imbalance there, if they do all work together properly at all times, which I think the game should be in a way that becomes the norm, so we can balance from that perspective. But it's just a very difficult thing to do for the pendulum to swing that far. It's just, and I don't think voice chat is the answer. Back to the original question.
I do think when it comes to solo queue, I think the UI did a lot. I think it is a bit lacking though, and I think showing perks would also be a massive help as well. One thing that I don't know why they don't have in the UI is the self unhook. Like, I really think that should be on there because a lot of people still don't even know that that's a mechanic, right? And they'll just sit there like barely within the range where they're blocking your unhook, and you'd be off like 10 minutes ago. But you gotta like sit there and watch the bar, and you're just screeching at yourself because you can't screech at them, and you wouldn't even if you could, but you're just sitting there and you're just like,
well, I mean,
tearing out your hair.
I mean, it's like with the whole thing, like Kindred becoming base kit. Like even
Mhm.
with the UI changes, I still think Kindred should be base kit. I legitimately do. Behavior's reason for not adding it was so stupid. Um,
It's too complicated.
too much information. How dumb do you think we are, Behavior? Jesus. Um, but like, yeah, like I think the UI could use some improvements like that. I think like, um, but, I heard a suggestion for like a perk like head on. Like that's another thing. You don't
Mhm.
even necessarily have to make it like inherent to everything. But I heard a an idea to change head on. So when you have head on in you're in a locker, it glows yellow.
Oh, that's a sick change. Yeah, that's an awesome idea. I love that idea.
Yeah, because once again, I mean, it would become a problem if more perks did that specifically. Because then, oh, do they have head on or do they have like flashbang? But no, I think if only head on did it, I think it would be a great change, right? It,
Oh,
it's
absolutely, yeah.
it's like we talked about uh situational awareness earlier, or better together, or
Mhm.
whatever it's called these days. Um, but like we talked about how that has the problems of the range. Like, yeah, get rid of the range requirement. And also behavior. There are more than like 6 colors. Y'all know that, right? Like, like I'm just
Oh.
saying, like the fact that I can't technically run Call of Brine and Surveillance at the same time, really frustrating.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely.
because
I
they both make the
Mhm.
gen yellow. Why? Why couldn't one make it blue? Like,
Oh, yeah, don't forget, machine learning and Trail of Torment in that
oh
too.
yeah,
You could have a full yellow gen build.
yeah, or like with like I don't know. Like I said, it's like there's like 5 or 6 perks that make the gen yellow even for the survivors, and it's like okay,
Mhm.
is it blast mine? No, the funny thing about that though is like you don't know if it's blast mine or if the killer brought Trail of Torment.
Y The words, "Hey, is that your blast mine?" I have said probably more than any other sentence while playing this game.
Even
Granted,
like
'cause a lot of people I play with like Wiretap and blast mine, but still.
yeah, it's like with wiretap. Why not make it so it makes the gen white? And
Mhm.
here's the thing, I know they can change the colors because Rookie Spirit makes the gens white.
Yep.
You know, that perk
Uh,
that no one knows exists except for me
yeah.
because I will die on the hill that it's a really, really good information perk in solo queue.
Oh,
Um,
it's solid. Don't get me wrong. Rookie Spirit is solid. It's just not enough over a lot of the other options right now,
oh no,
unfortunately.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah, I will agree. I mean, just bring deja vu at the end of the day, but um,
Yeah.
if you really want to know where gens are, but I'm just saying, like I think it's an okay perk that people I don't want to say overlook because it really isn't that good, but I mean, knowing that a gen just got popped, it's not a bad thing to know, you know?
Absolutely not. And, for Rookie Spirit, you know, specifically, I wonder if, my always kind of I wonder if this would work for that would be, what if they gave it, I forget the Wraiths add-on, but it's like the iridescent
The
add-on that shows gen progress. I
gen,
think
yeah.
Rookie Spirit might, like, benefit from getting that.
Yeah, I could see something like that. That'd be interesting.
Like,
Survivor
that's
version
the
of it.
only way I can think of, like, making it better without completely changing it or giving it a gen speed boost, you know?
Yeah, and we didn't really. Speaking of that, we didn't really get into this with the unknowns perks as far as how one of them is really the only good one.
Oh, we talked about that a little bit with Unforeseen being the only good one, yeah.
Yeah, well, no, no, no. I meant like in the case of like behavior when they design perks because they've said it. They design
Mhm.
when they make perks, especially for killers. It's one perk for experienced players, one funny perk, and one perk for newer players. And
The worst part is I can't tell which is which for Unknown.
I think the funny perk is unbound. I think the
Is that the funny perk? I think that they were intending that to be the good one for,
new players.
experienced players, and I think Unforeseen is supposed to be the funny perk, and no, it's the good one.
You know what? Now that you say it, like yeah, I honestly can't tell. I mean, it's
'Cause, Dark Devotion, people like, Dark Devotion isn't that good unless you're doing UAV Doctor, which is probably my favorite way to play Doctor, even if it's super impractical, but,
mhm.
um,
Corrupt
you know
intervention is one of the best perks in the game.
Yeah, exactly,
And
but
then
also, people lost their mind over 3% haste for MFT, so surely 5% every time they vault a window is gonna be crazy, right? I think that's their train of thought there, if I had
un
to guess.
that's saying Undone's the funny.
Undone? Yeah. Oh, it could be, yeah, it
But
could
I
be.
don't know. To me, it's like that's the new player perk because they're the only ones
Yeah,
missing
because,
skill
like
checks.
yeah, then what would be the new yeah, it's so weird, they could all fit into all of them, which is so weird.
um, yeah, but my point is like I feel like they should switch that philosophy though a bit
Mhm.
because what that ends up doing is kind of making every time a killer comes out, two perks are just never used and one is kind of used. I mean, even with Vecna, it's like of his three
Mhm.
perks, one of them is good on like two killers. One of them
Right.
I think is actually being really underrated. That would be the crow one.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely.
I think
For
people,
obvious reasons,
I
we
think,
love crows in this house.
I think people are crapping on that perk way too much, way too early. Um,
Yeah, no, crows in general, I think, is a mechanic that people have lost respect for in a way, because a lot of people don't really track with crows too much, and they don't really pay attention to them because they're so like passive and they're always there. But you scare a lot of crows at chase against any killer that doesn't scare them with their power, like Death Slinger.
I was able to convince DM Pixie, who's one of the best night
Hmm.
players in the game, to use Spies from the Shadows on Night because he's one of the few killers where it actually has some synergy.
Hmm.
She has barely taken it off since.
you
Once again,
know,
I
I
say
think
this.
spies in general is a kind of underrated perk. Because, yeah, you can watch for crows by yourself, but you don't have 360 vision, but
Mhm.
that perk does.
It's also like I think the only problem with it recently has been because here it is a my internet.
I can still hear you.
Oh, okay. YouTube buffered. Um, yeah. Calm Spirit is like a part of the reason why I think Crows hasn't been used as much as it was.
Mhm.
I think Spies is actually genuinely a okay tracking perk. Um,
I don't think it's better than Whispers, but I think for the average player, it will be better than Whispers because Whispers is kind of a, hard to use perk.
yeah, yeah, for sure. Um,
Mhm.
it's also Whispers has a lot of problems that I wish they would fix with it. I still will die on the hill. It should not work on people on the hook. Um,
Yeah, no. That's the one thing they need to do to make Whispers, like, top tier again.
I'm fine with it working on slugged people. Fine, whatever. I
Mhm.
still don't want it, but fine. Um, but yeah, people on the hook, no, it should not. It's so. Um, but back to Vecna's perks. The last one, the item one, that is one I think people are writing off way more than the crow one.
Mhm.
And people are like, oh, it's only good with Franklin's. No. Here is what this perk is going to be used for, and I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to become meta in like 2 months.
Mhm.
Beginning of the match, survivors bring toolboxes.
Right.
They go up to a gen, they use their toolbox. They drop the toolbox, you get the aura read on them immediately. I forget the other part of the perk offhand.
It's like some aura. It's aura, and then like, isn't there an oblivious whenever they pick up an item? Am I
Yeah,
right about that?
yeah. But my point is, it's a good counter to using those kinds of items early into the match.
Hmm.
On top of that,
And
it's a
it'll be a nice deterrent. It might become one of those. We talked about how there's not many of those. What do you call it? Universal perks or like perks that always you have to consider the fact that they might be there. Right.
yeah.
That might become a new one where people, the 99 meta comes back. From back when your items like destroyed themselves when they were fully depleted, so you
Mhm.
had to 99 your items.
Yeah, and it's like I think the other things it has is like people don't like med kits.
Hmm.
That perk kind of counters them. Like, I mean, they're going to use it, and you're going to know exactly where they are now. I mean, how many people run away from a chase with a med kit, hide in a corner, and heal there, and then you never see him for
Absolutely.
the rest of the match. Um, the one counter to this would be distortion of the discussion.
That's distortion. All right, what doesn't it counter at this point? Come on.
Killers shouldn't rely on aura. We're not relying on it. We just would like to use it. That's all. Um, survivors should stop relying on ratting in a corner. There, I said it. um,
Yeah. And since we're back on the distortion thing, my concern, right, is if we nerf distortion, if we don't buff up other perks like we talked about earlier,
uh-huh.
you know what's gonna happen?
Only
Survivors are gonna start getting like chained to their little boon shadow step, like a little terrier in a front yard. You know, it's just they're not gonna leave that totem ever.
Yeah, I'm fine with that though, because I mean they have to set the boon up. You can hear it.
But as a survivor,
Oh,
that's gonna be miserable. You know, once they do that gin that's near that totem, nah, they're not doing anything else. They're a heal station and nothing else if you can convince them to do that.
like I don't know. It's weird. Or a blocking. Like I mean,
Mhm.
we mentioned it earlier. It's like I just wish that a lot of it was more conditional. Um,
Yeah, absolutely.
my problem with distortion, and I've made this very clear, it's not distortion itself. I think people stealthing is perfectly fine. I just don't think
Oh
they
yeah,
should
it's
be able to
fun.
do it the entire time.
Mhm.
My suggestion for changing it has always been, you start the match with 4 stacks, and you get all 4 stacks backed when you're unhooked. That's always been my suggestion.
Maybe. Mhm.
I've heard suggestions of you get the stacks back from doing gens. I've heard you only get them back in chase, which actually I don't agree with that one, because it
Mhm.
still messes up a few add-ons and perks. Um,
Right.
I mean, distortion outright counters cigar box. Like, and I don't even mean like it kind of no, like it outright
No, it's an
counters it.
outright. Yeah,
Yeah,
because of the scratch marks. Yeah.
yeah. But the other thing is you only see them in 16 meters, so they're in your terror radius, so they're just getting the
Mhm.
stacks back. Um, and I don't know. Once again, it's another thing. It's a give and take. It's like if survivors bring distortion as much as they do, like they were, killers have no reason to bring aura reading perks because distortion exists, right? Why would they risk it?
Yeah.
Um, and the other, my other, this is a small one with distortion. I don't think distortion should counter lethal pursuer.
You know, I think it should be I think it right now it is kind of the other way around, but something I want to, cuz I'm working on something about distortion right now. And something I want to bring up cuz I did the math about it. If distortion's duration was to be lowered to 6 seconds specifically, it would still block almost every aura perk in the game with a single stack,
Yeah,
unless lethal pursuer was involved and then it would take 2 stacks to block it.
yeah, yeah. I think lowering it to six, yeah, that would kind of work.
And that way, Lethal Pursuer would become a counter pick perk to Distortion.
Mm-hmm.
And Distortion is a counter pick perk to other aura perks. So you've got this whole like multi-layered thing going on, and I think that's kind of neat.
Yeah, yeah, and I mean, like, I have a build on Singularity that
Hmm.
chews through distortion stacks, um, and I love it. But the thing is, I feel like I shouldn't have to chew through them just to get
Hmm.
general use out of my. I don't know. It's a weird thing, and like I said, once again, I have no problem with survivors wanting to hide. I am
Hmm.
not in that camp of oh they're just hiding the whole game. Like most people who use distortion are not just hiding in a corner. Some people are, and those people, yeah, those people I genuinely hate on both sides.
Hmm.
And I think most people would agree with that sentiment. But you know, the people who like kind of just use distortion as like it's a just there perk, like if it gets use, it gets use kind
Yeah,
of thing.
exactly.
They're
Hmm.
fine, but like that's not the people who are making it a problem.
Hmm.
Um, Once again, it's mostly just the people hiding in a corner or literally chasing the killer to try to get their stacks back. I've seen that happen a few times, which is the most like when I say it out loud, it sounds oxymoronic because it's like, well, they don't want to be chased. Why are they chasing the killer? Well, you know.
But no, 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 I get it. That's that's the counterplay to unknown. I get it. Survivors love to run behind you for whatever reason, whether it be background player, whether it be, you know, breaking out a weekend, whatever it may be. The amount of times I turn around and someone is just there is absurd.
It's once again, I mean, perk design in this game isn't perfect, but like
Hmm.
I do think a lot of it comes down to I don't like using the term power creep because a lot of it isn't necessarily power creep. The term I use a lot is feature creep.
Right.
Because it's not necessarily that a perk is better; it's that a
Hmm.
perk does more things, and that's at that point it's honestly semantics. But I think like unforeseen and Trail of Torment are a good example that we brought up earlier, where it's like I don't think unforeseen was a power creep of Trail of Torment. I just think it's a different thing that does a very very similar effect.
Yeah.
And
They both have their own like pros and cons depending on the situation.
yeah,
Like for example, and like once again going back to Shark Known, if you're doing a Shark Known, Trail of Torment, you can make a good case for Trail of Torment being a lot better.
mhm,
And you can make a good case for Unforeseen being better. Even though I personally lean towards Unforeseen, I have used Trail and I've gotten a lot of nice value out of it.
yeah. There's also a whole kind of perk that we haven't seen
Hmm.
that I really wish they would do more of. Uh, we have no perks, almost like really no add-ons, no items, no nothing that have anything to do with Killer Instinct.
I
And
think that's intentional though.
well, yeah, I don't mean to hide it necessarily.
Hmm.
That I get because I think that was the point. But like nothing that interacts with it in any way just seems very strange to me.
I think Killer Instinct is a type of information that is reserved purely to killer powers and nothing else. I think that is an intentional uh, design choice of theirs.
And Freddy, does he?
Does he have an add-on for it
Yeah,
now?
he does.
Okay, I had no clue.
Yeah, you know how Xenomorph by base kit can come out of a tunnel and gets Killer Instinct if someone's nearby?
Hmm.
Yeah, Freddy has an add-on that does that when he does it to a gen.
Oh, when he pops out of a gen,
Yeah,
you could argue that's still his power, but yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah,
yeah. Well, my point is like, why is it an add-on? Why don't they just add it to the base kit? is it
that is a wonderful question.
is that really is that really like the tipping point that would make Freddy S tier? Because I don't think it is.
It'd be nice though. It'd be super nice, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, once again, like I said, Xenomorph not
Hmm.
only sees footsteps, when she comes out of a tunnel, she gets Killer Instinct of anyone nearby for any reason. Like Dredge gets it during Nightfall. Um, I mean, there's a whole playstyle for twins where you kind of just set Victor up as a radar. I use that one all the time. I mean, Legion exists. Like,
They sure do. For better or worse, Legion is a character in this video game.
there's I don't know. Killer Instinct just seems like a very unexplored thing, and also I feel like a lot of killers that didn't have it before should probably get it in some way. Um,
Hmm.
like I feel like does Trapper get Killer Instinct if someone dies in a trap?
No, but he does get the snapshot aura.
Man, I feel like they could just make it Killer Instinct.
They could honestly. Okay. Yeah, go on.
No, I was gonna say, and then like characters like Hag probably couldn't get it, but like
Mm.
I'm trying to think of other characters, like older characters that could maybe get it. I really can't.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think. How could Wraith get Killer Instinct? I don't. In like a fair way, I have no clue.
Change the aura add-on, but buff it again.
Oh no.
You know, I God, before they nerfed it, that was like my favorite add-on. Um, it was so much fun just running around the map, seeing everybody.
Hmm.
And then I found Clown in Cigar Box. I got that thrill again. The Killer Instinct is a weird thing. Like once again, like every new killer kind of has it, don't they?
Most of them do.
Unknown has a superfluous one, but it's there.
It's there. Yeah, I already know that I'm in right in their face. Yeah, but
I'm
thanks,
looking at
game.
them, but yeah.
It's nice to be sure. With mirrored illusion around the corner, it's nice to have that little bit
It's
of
so
certainty.
so weird that it gets it. You know what? I just thought of a change they could do to the portals that would make them kind of more bearable as killer.
Oh, let's hear it.
Killer instinct when you come out of it.
In a small range, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, just that way, there's no one trying to do the little hide and you thing that you
Yeah.
mentioned earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, boom. There you go. Fix the entire problem I have with it. They'll never do it, but
It would be kind of neat. Yeah.
Uh, Vecna does have killer instinct. Vecna has killer instinct from the orb. Doesn't he? Or is it
I think so. Yeah, he's also got that weird status effect that I honestly don't even know what it does.
what on the orb?
Yeah, when he hits someone with an orb.
It stops the magical items from working.
Oh, is that what it does? Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah. It's supposed to be his counter to it. Which I mean, sure.
All right, yeah.
It's a very slow moving ball, but sure. But
Mm-hmm.
there's a he has an add-on that gives him aura reading with it instead. But honestly, I think the killer instinct's better on it.
It
Because
could be. Yeah, I could totally agree with that.
well, because a lot of times you're throwing it far away. You're not really using it where you are. Yeah, Chucky doesn't have killer instinct. That is true. Yes, he does not. And he probably shouldn't get it. The more I think about it, I was trying to think of
No,
a
he
way they
should
could
not.
add it, but no, yeah, I don't think he should get it. I mean, rat poison is enough.
Yeah, we don't need anything else even remotely close to that.
The sad thing about rat poison, it's not even that OP. It's just a lot of his other add-ons are so underwhelming. It just makes it seem better than it is.
Yeah, it's. I honestly wonder if that's intentional because it's got to be like a pattern, right? Where there's always like one brown, one green, and one iridescent that's really, really good, right? Like,
Mhm.
I can't be the only one that's noticing that pattern.
I mean,
Like, it almost feels intentional nowadays.
both of Chucky's iridescents aren't even that good.
Hmm.
I mean, some could argue Amulet. I'd put it maybe like here. It's like middle of the road for him. Um, but well, actually, Hard Hat is about to actually be. By the way, get ready to see Chucky's running Hard Hat a lot because all of the problems it had are basically fixed with this change.
Yeah, I heard about that with like how it doesn't end your power after the slice and dice. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it always did that. Like but the thing is,
Hmm.
it's on you're on a 12-second cooldown now. That
Wait,
was
does it still kick you out if you slice and dice scamper under it?
so if you
I thought it didn't.
if you slice and dice scamper, no, it does not. But it didn't do that.
Okay, then yeah.
Like even right now, it doesn't do that.
It
The
just like ends the power if you scamper under the pallet, right?
Yeah, if you do a manual scamper. The problem with it though
Mhm.
now is just the cooldown. But now that the cooldown's like 10 seconds, I mean now you get pallet control, a mobility tool, a possible injury, and it's only on a 12-second cooldown. So like now it's actually pretty good. It's
Yeah,
not
no,
nothing.
I'm worried about new Chucky a little bit, because I play a decent amount of Survivor. I'm a little worried about it. I'm just glad that the hubris enduring build is gone.
There was a me. I call it the I don't have a name for it. Probably come up with it. Well, it doesn't matter now. It's gone. It's
Mhm.
Hubris, Enduring, Spirit Fury, X2 can play, Hard Hat, Running Shoes. Running Shoes is the one that gives you movement speed when you scamper.
Right.
And then Gideon's Offering.
Oh no, I know exactly where that. Oh, that's awful.
That Chad used to get me to play it all the time. It's I don't like doing it because it's miserable to play against. Hard Hat is a bad add-on except in that specific situation. It's just really funny. Yeah, Hubris is another perk that's very interesting because you think of like 2 killers who can kind of make use out of it now.
I tried experimenting with hubris on unknown, and it wasn't terrible, right? But
Mhm.
there was just so many like, if you want to run hubris enduring on unknown, you need footprint cast. Let me make sure I get that name right. The one that gives you like more things back whenever you have the or whenever you infect someone. It gives you like more progress. Uh, I think it's Footprint. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Footprint. We'll go with Footprint.
Mm.
The one that gives you hallucination progress. You kind of need that one because you need to be constantly dropping your hallucinations at loops, right? And Footprint isn't bad, but it's not, Vanishing Box, and it's not Hypno's Watch, the
Yeah.
exhaustion add-on. Which, I don't know if I'm the only one who's noticed this, but there was a time when Behavior said they're not doing not they're not doing exhaustion add-ons anymore. And then they immediately turned around and gave every new killer an exhaustion add-on, if
Yeah,
not multiple.
and most of them are bad.
Mhm.
um,
Hypnos is the first, like, good one, but, Skull Merchants was not terrible either, if I remember right. You just get scanned by a drone, it's like, "Oh, you're exhausted now."
yeah, Chucky's is bad. Xenos is bad. Xenos is so bad people forget it exists.
That's where where they get exhausted while carrying the turret,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, it, like I get the idea. It's just
Mhm.
so bad. Um, but like the only killers I can think of that can use hubris well, quote unquote, are Spirit and Clown. I'm
Mhm.
sure someone will name another one, but those are the two that come to mind. Spirit because your spirit. You get hit with a pallet and you just go run at them at Mach 10 anyways.
Mhm.
And it's kind of similar with Clown, except Clown has a little bit more steps to that. Uh, if
Yeah.
you, Aaroned's done the math. I've done the math too. If you know you're gonna get stunned by a pallet, throw a yellow bottle at the pallet. Right before the stun goes through, chuck a purple bottle in front of you, and by the time you break the pallet, even if it's a god pallet, you will catch up to the survivor in 6 seconds.
That's just clown things though, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I said this before in the clown interview I did with HP Phoenix.
Mhm.
If you want math from Dead by Daylight, go to the clown main Discord server.
There's a clown main Discord server.
There's a
This is
Discord
news
server
to
for
me.
every main. What do you mean?
Dude,
Um,
I that is just such a revelation for me. I had no clue that that was like I it makes sense now that you say it, right? But I would have never thought about that. I would have never thought, yeah, let me make a Discord server for for my Dead by Daylight main. I would have never thought of that.
yeah, people do that all the time in a lot of games, in like every game. There's a Discord server for every Overwatch character, every League character. Um, I used to be part of the Zoe. Yeah, I used to be part of the Zoe main Discord server. Still am, but I used to be like a mod and stuff there. We would like set up
Mhm.
events and stuff with other servers. It was really cool actually. Kind of miss
Wow,
this.
that is actually, yeah, that's really interesting.
We
That's just news to me. I would have never thought about that, but it makes total sense and now that you've said it.
Yeah, it was really funny too because we had like I don't know if it's still going on, but like we had like a history book for like events that would happen. Like there was like the Draven main raid like that happened once. Like it's in a document in one of the channels.
Oh,
Um,
that's incredible.
it's different than don't get me wrong, I love my community server, but like it's a
Mhm.
different kind of experience. Um,
Yeah, no, I can understand that entirely.
yeah,
No.
and it's like there's like history and like there's memes that pop up from it, and um like I still have memes from that channel from years ago, like from that were like about the mods in the channel and stuff. Um, and like we would like hold art contests with like up. Like I remember very distinctly, I was very in charge of this. This is actually how I got into Dead by Daylight. We did an art contest where the I don't know what the word is. The parameters of the art was Zoe with one of the newer characters who was the cat Yumi. Um,
Mhm.
and one of the people who did it, who won, um, it just so happened to be a Dead by Daylight streamer, and that's how I got into Dead by Daylight was from that actually. Um,
Oh, that's sick.
yeah, yeah, it's degrees of separation are always fun when you go down the
Mhm.
line. In fact, I've talked about this before. The person who got me into that, who won that contest, is the wife of Gummy Peach Rings,
Mhm.
who was the first thing of this.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're I don't want to say we're really good friends. Seems weird to say.
Mhm.
Yeah, myths here. But yeah, like I know of like that's how I met Gummy, and it's like and that's basically what started this whole thing. It's once again degrees of separation are very very strange that way when you really like get down to it. Um,
Oh, that's so fascinating. I never I would've that's so that entire, like, past 5 minutes, that is just that's so cool. I don't know why, but that's just really neat to, to hear the lore behind it all. 'Cause, I found your channel, a little before the first Kaiser interview, I wanna say. I just
what was the video?
I don't remember what the video
I'm
was,
genuinely
but
curious, and it better not have been my Unbreakable base kit video.
no, but I did see that one. I did see that one. I wasn't
Don't
gonna mention it, but I did see that one.
don't look at the dislikes on that. Don't read the comment section on that. Jesus, that was that. I don't have many regrets of my YouTube career, if I can even call it that at this point. But that is the one. That is a video I have, and I'm not gonna take it down because I want it to be a
Mhm,
reminder, um, to everyone, not just me, not just me. Listen,
mhm.
some of us say some stupid stuff. And defend our stupid stuff. I defended that video for like 2 weeks. Then I did some
Mhm,
introspection and I worded it badly. There's a lot wrong with that video. Um,
mhm.
I was half asleep when I made it. Uh,
Oh, yeah, don't worry. I've been there with the half asleep one. Oh, yeah, no, one video that I leave up for, like, a similar reason of just kind of like a for me, it's more of a look how far I've come as a creator kind of leave up, right?
mhm.
But one of the first videos I did that gained a lot of traction that wasn't, like, around Nemesis specifically, was I made a video talking about, like, if Springtrap would actually be a fit for Dead by Daylight, like, thematically and everything, right? And
Yeah.
it's a great video. The only problem is I kinda did, like, this ASMR, like, whisper thing, and I totally thought it was okay, because while I was editing it, I was literally micro sleeping because 'cause I'd been up for 18 hours at that point. I was like,
There is some
"Oh."
things with the editing process I think people tend to like my first few videos, the music is way too fucking loud. Um,
I still struggle with audio, man.
Audio mixing is so hard because the thing is, it's very difficult to understand how it's going to sound on the YouTube side.
And on other people, yeah, like, my headset, I've got a volume, and I've also got a, a chat, game auto balancer thing on my
Mhm.
headset, and it's really convenient, right? But if I bump that without realizing, I'm not gonna know how that sounds, like, I'm not gonna notice that, and so I'll think, "Oh, man, my video is a little quiet. Let me up the gain a little bit," and then I'll
Yeah,
come back, like, 3 days later, it's like, "My ears are bleeding."
yeah. Like for me, like I have actually a very cheap set of headphones, but they
Mhm,
have a volume setting on the headphones, not on the desktop separately. So like when I'm watching YouTube and stuff, I'll like have it on max volume and I'll lower that instead. But like when I go to edit and I hear the music, I'm like, wow, that sounds really quiet. So I like crank it up. And luckily I have someone who looks over my stuff sometimes, so
mhm.
I'll catch it. But if I didn't, no, I would never catch this crap. Sometimes
Oh,
it's
yeah, absolutely.
audio mixing is just so because there's no normalization of it, and it's there's no real way to know without just doing it.
Yeah,
Um,
absolutely. Another thing I have with that is the text in my videos sometimes is absolutely massive because in Premiere, I'm
yeah,
editing like my chat, like my window is like it's like a sixth of my screen. It's like, okay, yeah, that looks fine. That's just barely readable. And then I watch the video, it's like, oh dear lord, that's a third of the screen.
I do I do that whenever I add animations sometimes. I'm like, man, that frame looks really bad. Meanwhile, someone's gonna watch it and no one's going frame by frame in a video,
Hmm.
you know?
Yeah.
I'll spend 2 hours fixing one frame for no reason. Or like when I add assets, I'm like, oh, that looks fine. Meanwhile, it's like you have to squint to see it. I do that with thumbnails all the time. Uh,
Oh yeah.
that
Thumbnails are real rough sometimes, yeah.
yeah, and once again, I'm not sitting. My thumbnails kind of suck, which I've said this so many
Hmm.
times. It's on purpose, guys. Um, trust me, if I wanted to put more effort in my thumbnails, I would. But it. Let me rephrase that. If I wanted to make my thumbnails these Mr. Beast looking thumbnails, I could, but I make them look bad for two reasons. One, I think it's more authentic, and two, I
Hmm.
think it actually stands out more because it looks bad.
You
Um,
definitely I could actually vouch for that a bit, because you're I'm not trying to be rude, but you're thumbnails have like a distinctive style to it. So when I'm just kind of like scrolling by and I see one of your videos, I immediately know whose it is just by like not even looking at it, just from like peripheral vision, because I'm still looking at the thing up there
Yeah.
and I can see down there. Oh, there's one of Bayonet's videos.
Banana.
Banana videos.
I've been called baguette sometimes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's whenever I raid someone, that's always the one I get that makes me laugh.
Oh, I get unladen cow so many times. It's absurd. I,
But yeah, like that's kind of the third reason that kind of happened accidentally. Because if you
mhm,
look at some of my there's a couple thumbnails from when I started doing Chucky stuff, that
mhm.
didn't follow my quote template of blue background image, red and green bold commando font. Uh, there's a few back in the day. Like I did one called the Lucio effect, um,
Mhm.
where it's literally just Chucky on top of a Lucio image. That's it. It's the whole thumbnail. Um, which works. I mean, it gets the point
Mhm.
across, I suppose. But like once again, it's not my thumbnail. At least it doesn't look like my. Um,
Right.
like I don't think I'm in a position to give people advice. But if I was to give people advice about thumbnails, the one thing I would say, it doesn't matter if they're good or bad. At the very least, be consistent and have
Mhm.
some kind of thing where, like you just said, if someone looks at it, they know it's you
Mhm.
in
Yeah.
whatever way, whether it's from the font style to what images are on it to a color of the background, to even stuff like oh the text is upside down. Um, Probably don't do that one, but
Dude,
um,
that sounds like one of those, like, really unethical, like, YouTube hacks, like, back in the day when people would speed up their video 4 times, so you had to watch it in 0.25 because that broke the YouTube algorithm.
oh my god. It's yeah, it's that's probably the only advice I can give for. But thumbnails
Mhm.
are, and I was also guilty of this back in the day. I would overthink thumbnails. I would
Mhm.
spend hours, and my voice just cracked. I would spend hours trying to be like, okay, this thumbnail has to be perfect. I have to make it good. I gotta learn Blender. I never downloaded Blender. Um,
I use I use SFM for mine. I don't even use Blender. I use the Blender from Wish, and it is so much fun. Yeah, it crashes on me constantly, but like that's just the charm of that. But it's just like, oh, there's
you know,
SFM being SFM
you know the
things.
advantage to centering your channel around a character who had the character of Chucky.
You get to use like screenshots from the movies and
Yeah,
promotional art. Yeah.
all 7 movies and 3 seasons of a TV show. I am never out of images to use. Don't get me wrong.
Oh no,
I've
you.
used a few over, and I actually have a
Mhm.
I officially have a thumbnail artist now. But it's yeah. It's I will never run out of like Buff Chucky. I've used Buff Chucky like 3 or 4 times, but there's different poses like
Uh-huh.
Hello Kitty Chucky. There's bald Chucky. There's old man Chucky now. Like there's Chucky like there's plenty of images of him thinking. There's like just him being a doll. Like
Mhm.
it's so nice. uh,
Yeah.
it is so nice. I don't have to learn Blender. It's great. Um,
Oh, I love SFM. You know, honestly, it's one of my favorite things. When I get to make a thumbnail and I get to open up SFM, it's like, yes, because I get to, it's so jank and it's just so much fun to like try and work around the jank. Don't get me wrong. There was a time where, in like that transitional period where I was kind of, I don't want to say leaving Dead by Daylight because that's such a buzzword right now, but, I was just kind of like, gonna like kind of slowly roll the what do you call it? Like, kind of roll the curtains for my channel and everything, and like go into a totally different niche. One of the things I did is like, I'm gonna make myself one of those like, not like super over the top, but I was gonna make myself a little like outro, and it was like a little crow at a gaming desk, falling asleep, right? And I really like that. But man, that thing alone took like 40 hours to make because SFM jank, and it was incredible. Every minute of it, I was absolutely livid in the best way possible.
do you know what my outro is?
uh, I've seen it once or twice, but I don't remember it offhand.
It's literally Chucky going subscribe. Damn it! I, I,
Where did you find the sound bite for that?
I,
Now I gotta know.
I definitely didn't steal it from Sci-Fi's Chucky channel.
Really? That's where you found it.
Yeah, that's where I found it.
Now that you say that, I remember that. And I was thinking, "Man, where did he find that? Where did they say that in a Chucky movie?" Because
Yeah.
I'll admit, I've never actually seen a Chucky movie.
Um.
I haven't seen, like, o the only here, I think it's easier for me to explain it like this. The only 2 killers that I've seen the license that they're from before they were added was Ghostface and Alien and Saw, so 3. That was it. I was not a big horror person. I'm here in Dead by Daylight mainly for the gameplay over everything else. When
That
there's a
is.
license, I'm like, "Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, we finally got this guy. Yeah, yeah. Hey, you, real quick. Who's this guy again?" It's like
Yeah, I mean, especially with the more obscure one. I mean, did you have any idea who Pinhead?
no, I did not know who I'd heard of, Hellraiser, right? I'd heard of the movies, I had no idea who Pinhead was, same for Alan Wake, I'd heard the
Really?
name somewhere. I didn't know, I didn't play, a lot of those, like, early game, like, early horror games. I never
Mhm.
played a Resident Evil, no Silent Hill, none of that.
That's surprising. But yeah, fair enough. I mean, it,
I was an absolute FPS baby, throw
mm,
me in BO2, throw me in Halo, throw me in Minecraft even,
it's weird too because I when after Alien and Chucky, people were like the player numbers didn't increase, and the way I
Mhm,
explain this to people is those licenses are known of.
mhm.
They're not what's the word? They're
Relevant?
I don't want to say relevant. They're not popular.
Mhm.
They're in the pop culture zeitgeist though. That's the
Yeah.
difference. That's why they weren't like super like massive chapters. They were still huge from the perspective of we got this character in the game, especially Chucky, and
Right.
I mean hell, even Alien. If I'm being perfectly honest.
Mhm.
Um, but like they're not even the TV show. I mean, we don't even know if we're getting a fourth season because the ratings weren't good, right? But everyone knows Chucky.
Mhm.
Like even people who've never seen the movies know who he is for the most part. I'm being generalistic, but like it's an interesting contrast with some of that because it's like same like with Freddy. It's like everyone knows Freddy
Mhm.
Krueger. I
Yeah, everybody
know
knows Freddy.
I know very few people who've ever seen a movie.
I ended up watching the movie, both the original Nightmare on Elm Street and the 2010 remake after I got into the game, right?
Mhm.
Uh, they're definitely interesting movies,
Mm.
I am of the opinion I get why people don't like the 2010 remake, but I think it did have some merits to them.
Oh yeah,
Granted, almost all of them are under the name Quentin, but that's neither here nor there,
the the biggest merit that movie had is one it was scared to do, in my
Mhm.
opinion, and that was the what if he was innocent thing.
That would have been an interesting twist on it, yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, when I first watched it, I was like, oh, that's actually kind of a cool twist on the original idea, and it actually
Mhm.
makes more sense that he would be vengeful if he was innocent. And then they walked back on it like 10 minutes after they said it.
Yeah.
It was like, why didn't you guys go with like it would have been? There's a lot of other problems with the 2010 movie.
Mhm.
I mean, the behind the scenes of that movie are
Yes,
insane.
I've heard about some of the but that's honestly just the horror genre in general. I mean, you hear about TCM, TCM was wild.
Yeah, I did. Or even Carrie, from what I understand, the
Mhm.
one shot they did in that movie took so long to do. Um, that the some of the extras were passing out just from standing up for hours.
Yeah, it can be
Yeah.
filmmaking's tough on everyone involved.
And once again, I don't know about the main actress, but from what I
Mhm.
understand, it was mostly just the extras. Nothing against
Mhm.
extras. They're valuable members of a cinematic of making movies. They are, but the fact that they were passing out from doing this crap, like,
Mhm. Yeah, no, it's
or
yeah.
yeah, it's just yeah. Back to the degree of separation though thing. I was thinking about it when you brought it up
Mhm.
afterwards. Like I can like narrow down in my brain. I don't know if I'm like a weirdo for being able to do this.
Mhm.
When I turn so this is gonna be a long one. I joined the military at 17.
Mhm.
I lost contact with my friends. I got contact back with my friends um, through League of Legends. They got me into League.
Mhm.
Because I got into League means that I started maining Zoe when she came out. Because I started maining Zoe when she came out, I joined that Discord server. Because I joined that Discord server, I I did the art contest. Because I did the art contest, I met Doski. Because I met Doski, I met Gummy. Because I met Gummy, I started doing this podcast.
That's always fun to think about. I don't know if it's a weird thing to be able to do. I can think of most life choices that led me to this point. Now, am I? The real question is, are you proud of those choices?
That's a I don't talk
And
that much about my military time.
mhm,
It was an experience.
yeah. I
um,
remember. I think it was with the Mousy Mouse, or whoever the ghost face was. I'm sorry for forgetting your name. I remember you talk
Mouse Mellow.
Mouse Mellow. Sorry.
Yeah,
Uh, I remember the conversation about the little bit of conversation you guys had about your service. In that one, I remember that one very distinctly. I don't know why that stuck with me, but it did.
it's a very distinctive thing to say. um,
Oh, I'm not even talking about like the story you told later, but now that you
oh,
said that, I'm just talking about the fact, like you said he was in the military. You said you were in the military, and you could just sense what he was about to say. He said, "Don't say those words you're about to say."
oh yeah,
He
yeah.
was like,
Don't
"Oh,
no no.
okay."
It's a weird one. I get asked this question a lot. It's like
hmm
when who do you say it to? Should you say it? When do you say it? My
hmm
response is always it depends on the person. To be safe, it's fine to say, but a
hmm
lot of us don't like hearing it, especially people who did what I did, where I didn't really do much. So I feel like saying it is kind of disrespectful to the people who did. But at the same
hmm
time, if a stranger said it to me, they don't know me. They don't know what I did. Like, there's no way. Like, I'm not gonna get mad at them for saying. It's just one of those things. As with most things in life, it's not black and white.
Yeah, naturally.
Yeah. Like I said, mostly all I did was train for 4.5. That's really all I did. And 1 year
hmm
of that was me trying to change my job. So I really didn't even do anything for 1 year. Um,
that's how it'd be sometime.
yeah, and the way I've always described it to people, because like when I was because I was infantry, I shot people
Mhm.
for a living. That's really what my job was. But I I it wasn't that I didn't want to deploy. It's funny when you meet some people in the military, because there were some people in there who legitimately, I don't want to say it in like they were psychopaths, because that's mean, and they
Mhm.
weren't. But some people legitimately, that's all they wanted to do. They wanted to deploy. That was the only thing they wanted to do, and it's the only reason they signed up. They wanted to deploy, and they wanted to do their job. Uh,
Mhm.
to
To
keep
put
this,
it nicely for
yeah,
YouTube friendly, yeah.
right. Um, and I was in the camp of I will, and I always told my lieutenants this, and they would always get mad at me for it. I it wasn't that I didn't want to deploy. It's just if you want me to deploy, it is in my contract to do. I will do it, and I will not fight. It's fine.
Mhm.
But I'm not sitting here asking for a deployment. If that makes any sense. Not that I didn't want to
Yeah, that
waste.
that
Yeah,
tracks, yeah.
yeah. Not that I didn't want to waste taxpayer money or anything. It's just like,
Yeah.
or just like I just want to coast on my benefits. No, it wasn't anything like that. It's just like it, I don't know how to fully explain it.
Mhm.
It's just one of those things. It's like I didn't, if I was to deploy, I wouldn't have cared, but I wasn't seeking out deployment. And I got out right when my unit was deploying, and that wasn't the reason, but it was just
Mhm.
things happened to align.
Convenient timing, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even when I got in, when I joined my unit, they were already deployed.
Mm.
So I was what was known as a backfill, and basically we
Mhm.
just stay back and keep things clean for them until they come back. It was a very interesting. So I came in while they were deployed. I did we did about our 3 years of training, and then they deployed again, and I was getting out. So it was a very weird thing as far as timing goes. Um,
Oh, I could imagine.
yeah. Uh, well, I think 6.5 hours and getting this far off topic is enough time.
Yeah,
For the
absolutely.
yeah, for those who don't know, by the way, if you're still listening to this, if you are, fucking hell yeah.
Uh, yeah, good job.
Um, YouTube does have a limit on videos. It's 11 hours. For those who
hmm
don't know. Uh, so I would like to not have this be split into two. um, I suck it into a conversation.
No, it's good. That's a-okay. The background footage, the 5-hour version,
Mhm.
it took me once I finally got my internet stable and everything, it took me, I don't even know, it took me somewhere almost equal to 5 hours. It is going to You're gonna have a lot of fun uploading this one. Your
Yes.
router, not so much.
Yeah. Well, I a lot of times I do it while I sleep.
Yeah,
Um,
that's the smart thing to do.
yeah, I also still have to edit this because I had to get rid of the intro and all that stuff. Anyways,
Yeah, that's a problem for later.
in any case, I always say this to everybody, but I mean, considering
Mhm,
how long you've been here, and the fact that you were willing to do this in a live setting, um,
mhm.
I know for some it's not something they're into, but thank you for doing this. I know it was kind of random when I asked you the first time. Um,
Oh, yeah, no, I was super excited because there's a lot of things, like discos and pop-ups, I've not had a chance to talk about those yet, so I'm glad I've had a chance to talk about those now,
mhm.
just publicly because it'll help me, like, formulate it better next time and all that, and I was super excited when you reached out. I was like, "Yes," 'cause I'm sitting here. I have this isn't like a document, but I do have an 11-page document right here on my other in my other tab that is, just it's not even it's not even, like, formatted. This is just a list of things that I've come across, while playing the unknown and, like, different ways to use the power and, different segments and, like, thoughts on each add-on and, like, certain maps that stand out, and all that fun stuff, and I am so glad I've had an opportunity to talk at least about most of it.
You're trying to give Bran a run for his money, aren't you?
I'm not gonna comment on that yet, but I
uh,
but I will say, I I was confident in my ability to yap tonight. I'll say that much.
yeah, and this is the first one I've done in like a month, so it's been
Mhm.
it's kind of nice to get back into it. I wasn't
Oh, I
sure.
bet.
Well, I wasn't sure how this was going to go because some people have said
Mhm.
I sound naturally good in the podcast. I don't know how to take that compliment, but whatever.
You say thank you, and you don't think about it ever again.
It's just I thought maybe like after not doing this for a month, I might kind of lose it a
Mhm.
bit, but I feel like this went well. Once again, we went on a few tangents. Some,
Just a few.
yeah.
I think we talked about Unknown for maybe 45 minutes out of this entire 6 hour and
Oh,
40
trust me.
minutes.
Spoiler alert for those of you listening now. The nurse one is 3 hours long. We probably talked about nurse for 10 minutes. I'm not kidding. Um, we mention it in that video a lot. Uh, what is there to talk about?
Yeah, I was thinking, "Man, can I say that? Can I say, w do you need more than 10 minutes?"
That's the
Like
thing. That's what we both kept saying, and neither of us cared. It's just like, what do you really talk about? Nurse is OP. We know. All of us know. This is why. We all know why. Uh,
Well, since we are doing a live setting, I know you're kind of going to bed, but I think real quick we could pass this to chat. Are there any unknown questions you guys have that I can just
oh,
spitfire answer real quick?
yeah. There's a
Because
good.
we talked about a couple earlier,
Yeah.
uh, and I think since we're doing this live and this is the first one that's live, why don't we just let's lean into it. Let's do a quick little. All right, if y'all need something, I'd love to be able to answer it.
Anything, random questions. I mean, I forgot to ask his favorite skin. So there you go. There's a random question.
It's default, like, prestige skin, but the pink cheerleader, I do like a lot. There's
Okay,
also one that's like a tuxedo, I do find it rather dapper, but I just haven't bought it yet.
I'm excited for unknowns.
Oh, yeah, the anniversary
Oh,
alone
it's
looks
so good.
very cool.
Yeah,
Cheerleader goes hard, it does.
it's God. They did such a good job with this. Um,
Absolutely, everything about the killer is just an absolute home run.
yeah. Oh, and we didn't. I didn't bring her up, or we
Mhm.
didn't really talk about it. The voice lines,
Phenomenal job.
yeah,
It's a shame what happened, but
yeah,
they did a phenomenal job with the job that they were given. It's a shame everything that happened around them, and, that's really the extent of my take on it.
yeah, and Zoe, rest in peace. You
Mhm.
it was an amazing job on your part, regardless of the controversy that stemmed from it at first, and regardless of the fucking degenerate human beings online who made it
Mhm.
something it shouldn't have been. I don't want to be nice about saying that one to them.
Yeah,
But
no, it was wild because I don't use Twitter, right? That was how I, like, found out about it, is I was watching Unknown I was watching some other people, like, early Unknown content on it, just, like, watching people play the killer scene if there was something that they picked up on that I hadn't yet.
mhm,
Uh, and in my recommendations was a bunch of, like, I think the online term for them is, like, drama frogs and whatnot,
mhm.
and I was looking at this, I'm like, What?
It
Where did
was
this come from?" And so I got on Twitter and I'm like, "Ah, okay." Well, I was on Twitter, a little bit later because I was trying to get, like, the screenshot, right, of, like, some of the changes that they announced of, like, refilling the meter and everything,
mm,
and I was, like, on Twitter, I was like, "Oh, I'll look into this anyways," and I looked at it, I was like, it
it,
was an actual mental stun lock, like
it was just hard. It was just, I don't even want to say hard. It was just disappointing to watch. It
you know
really was. It's I don't know.
uh,
It's just, some people are just terrible. It's just
Yeah, there was a bit of, like, ironic enjoyment from seeing some of the, let's call them creative titles that people came up with to try and, sell, it's like, man, what kinda you know, what kinda mindset is you in to say something like that?
it's welcome to YouTube.
Anything for views, anything for views,
Anything.
yeah?
Synthetic man. Anyways, uh that probably dates this too. Did you know is if you could create any unknown skin, what would you add?
Oh, I don't know. I think I really like the kind of, like, Skin Stealer-esque vibe for them. I'd love to see them, like, just go kinda crazy with it, you know? I'd love to see a Secret Service, like a Men in Black kinda skin. I think that'd be pretty funny. Also, a random one I think would be rather, enjoyable is, like, a 1920s pastry chef. Why? I don't know. I think it'd just be funny. It'd be like
With the hat and
Billy
everything?
Milkman. Yeah, with the hat and everything. Think about how funny it'd be to watch, like, the unknown pull out his power with the hat, and the hat just falls all the way to the ground and scrapes this like, it leaves a trail behind in the mud.
You could even have like a frying pan or a rolling pin for the weapon. Like,
Absolutely, yeah.
um, also, this is something we didn't bring up either, and it's because
Mhm.
the discourse around it was so stupid. Unknown's weapon is such a good idea that behavior. It's one of the best ideas they've ever had. I know it
What, with
sounds,
the fire axe?
well. No, the fact that it could literally be anything.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Like that's genius. Because a lot of other killers are kind of restricted on their weapons a little bit, not
Mhm.
completely, but like, trappers always has to be a blade of some kind, right? Or a
Yeah.
pipe maybe. Um,
Mhm.
and then artist always has to be the black color. It always has to be made out of ink. Unknowns can literally be anything. It can be a
Yeah, they
fire
can go
axe.
crazy with the skins. They can do whatever they want with Unknown, and as long as it's a cool looking skin, I might pick it up at some point, it's really I'm
Yeah,
not a big, skin collector, but if there's a really cool one, I've spent enough, time of my life in this game, they can have another $20 as a little treat from time to time.
yeah, and I also think like I've said this for a while now. I really do hope behavior starts going more into like the funny, jokey. Because I feel like we don't have enough of those, except on
Mhm.
like a few select characters, like Clown. But part of the joke is that
Is the
it's
fact that he's a clown, yeah.
yeah, like so it works. But like I saw like a I still laugh at this. I did a video with Pixie going over like fan made skins, and
I saw that one.
I lost my fucking mind when I saw the Meg, where it was just Meg in a shark onesie. like like wordplay skins and stuff. Like, please, it adds so much life to this game. I feel.
Hmm. Well,
As-
they got to save all that for DBD Mobile. Got to get those,
yeah,
you know.
cardboard dinosaur skins.
Did you? I don't know if this is a leak or not, you know, because I don't keep up with it, but I'm gonna assume it's okay. They're doing like some kind of like cat made skin or something with like a butler skin for all the dudes. It's like, w- you know what they're doing. After Sable, they know how to tap into the audience. I'm surprised they kept that one for DVD Mobile though.
Give it
Although
time.
I
Give it time.
give it time, yeah. I
It's
did hear that you can't just straight up buy the skins on DBD Mobile. I've never played it, so I wouldn't know, but I've heard that, and I think that that's a rather bold strategy, to put it nicely.
I think the way it works, and as someone who plays DVD
Mhm.
mobile can correct me, but I think the way it works is you buy the skin, but then it's similar to how VHS did it, where you still have to earn it once you buy it.
Oh, okay. I was told that it was more of like a you had to kind of do like some kind of like gamble gotcha system for them.
It might be that, but actually probably make more sense for a mobile game. Um,
A rich uncle Pennybag skin.
oh,
That's awesome.
I would pay so much money for unknown with a monocle. I would.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, exactly.
Like,
That's what I'm saying though. They could go crazy with it. Go crazy with it,
that's the
please.
whole skin. There's no other change. It's a base model. He just has a monocle. I'd probably spend $20 on that. I
A
don't like.
monocle and maybe the weapon being a cane. That might be necessary, but other than that, I'm totally down.
Like I saw Tuxedo Larry for like Singularity. It's like that's a
Oh, that sounds
ridiculous
sick.
skin, and like it definitely like clashes with the character design. I don't care. It's funny. Fuck you. uh,
Yeah, and you know, I think Unknown's the only killer that could get away with the crazy stuff like that.
well, Dredge. I said this with Dredge a lot. Like
Hmm.
they've been knocking the skins for Dredge out of the park.
Oh,
Um,
absolutely.
and I was worried. I thought they weren't going to be able to do anything.
Hmm.
That's kind of I mention this all the time. They've said before the reason Plague doesn't get that many cosmetics isn't because uh she's unpopular or anything, or like the skins don't sell. There's just
Hmm.
they don't really have too many options because she's such a unique design.
Exactly. Yeah, they can't, and especially the weapon. I bet the weapon with like the little like sensor whatever on the chain.
Hmm.
I bet that gives them so much issues. You know.
Yeah, no, it's fine. They just put a 2D image of gumballs on it. I'm kidding. I love that fucking weapon skin. Partly because of that. It's just
Because of how just out of place it is.
yeah, like I don't mind that it's a gumball thing. It's just really funny that if you look really like not even really close, if you just look at it, it's literally a 2D image of gumballs. It's both it's somehow lazy but endearing. I don't know what it is about
Absolutely.
it. Um like it's one of those things, it's like when you see someone do something that clearly didn't take that much effort, but it's like I kind of respect you for it. It's great.
Hmm.
Also, I mean, the anniversary skin is just peak. It's top
I
notch.
haven't actually looked at it too much. I'm saving the full reaction. I know it's coming. I've seen like the general idea
Mhm.
of it, but like I haven't like really taken a close inspection of it yet. So I'm hyped for it. You know, I'm ready for it whenever it decides to rear its ugly head.
Yeah, I mean, it's free too. That's a good, and so is Bills.
Absolutely,
So
yeah.
is Bills.
Well,
Um,
I think Bill's has to be. I think everything involving Bill has to be free
yeah, from
because
what,
his
yeah,
skin was in the free tier as well.
yeah. It has something to do with the way Valve did the con.
Hmm.
That's why
And
he's also
honestly, yeah, yet another Valve W.
yeah,
Honestly.
yeah. Well, another is a strong word these days. Um, uh, um. Well, remember how I said I don't know how to end a conversation?
No, it's okay. We can cut it off here. It's
Yeah.
like it's
Last
almost 3
thing,
a.m. for me, and I'm sure it's 4 for you.
it is yeah, it's 4 for me. But last thing, and I didn't I forgot to do this at the beginning because I haven't done this in forever. Where can people
Well,
find you?
Oh, I just I do YouTube mostly. That's my main thing. I do Twitch as well, but we're we're still in the figuring out stage of that. My first stream the other day didn't even have gameplay audio for the the first half
Yeah,
of it,
no.
you know, because I was just like I was using my like recording setup, right? And I was like, yeah, I record in like 2 tracks whenever I record audio with gameplay. This should be work. Why wouldn't it work? I mean, it'd be silly if it didn't work for some reason. It didn't work.
um,
Absolutely.
um, you'll get the hang of it. I started streaming and then did YouTube if it makes.
Yeah.
But so YouTube, I know you're on Twitter, but not that often.
No, my Twitter is purely so people can like contact me. That's the only reason I have it. I don't really want to tweet. I don't want to interact with it, you know?
It makes you feel there as much like I am active on Twitter, but my Twitter is
Hmm.
mostly just for this.
Yeah, for reaching out to people, that's
Yeah,
understandable.
yeah, it's because it's one of the easier ways to do it. The moments I get you guys to add me on Discord, I never. I
Touch
tried.
the
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Um, yeah. Well, in any case, all those links and stuff will be below, guys, and I will
Hmm.
probably re-edit this to note to self, edit this section to front of video as well. Okay, I'll definitely.
Wait, can I real quick? Can I date it? Just let people know. Yeah, this is like 7 hours later.
Ugh, I think this is officially the longest one I've ever done.
Oh, that's great. Do you want to set the record longer? I still have like 7 pages to go.
Sleep is a great thing.
Sleep is a
Um,
wonderful thing.
I still had to eat my dinner. Um,
Oh yeah. All right,
yeah,
fair enough.
yeah, but behind the scenes talk, and we'll probably end it after this. I
Mhm.
woke up for work at 11:30. I got off at 8. I sat down, ate a pack of crackers, started this at 9. Um, and I haven't stopped since then.
Oh yeah. No, when you when I like 5 minutes beforehand, right? I just inhaled my dinner like 3 minutes before we started. I was sitting there like I don't like to eat like in my room and at my computer, so I was standing there in the hallway, right? Just devouring a burger, watching the Discord to make sure you didn't message me saying, "Hey, we're on." I was just like,
Uh, all right. Well, in any case, guys, for those listening on YouTube, uh, for Twitch, you guys can stay for a minute. Um, it's been good. If you made it this far into the video, all 7 hours of it, fucking for real, you guys are legends. I know some of y'all do it. Once again, I see my analytics. Um,
yeah.
just have a great one. And go follow Unladen Crow. They're great. They're great. He's great.
Thanks for having me, and thanks to everyone who stuck around long enough to listen to us yap about literally everything but unknown. I appreciate it. Uh, Now here's a fun little pop quiz. What is one thing we said this time? Because I sure as hell couldn't tell you myself.
God, that's a great question. A great question, and I'll
What did we
figure.
actually talk about this time?
I don't know. I'll figure it out in editing. It's fine. It's
Yeah, we'll make it work.
um. In any case, I love you guys. Have a good one, and bye.
See ya.